A middle-aged girl stands with her head bent and looking somewhere at the floor. She tries to find the right words to start talking about exactly what she needs. Calling her father's name, the maiden quickly corrects herself, calling him the head of the family. Hands hold a wreath, which is neatly intertwined with beautiful flowers of different colors. Hoping that everything will go well, the girl runs up to the man and holds out the little thing. She says that this is a gift from her. There is no need to wait for any holiday to please your loved one. Clicking his tongue, showing his irritation, the man turns his gaze to his daughter. Lightning sparkles in the eyes, indicating that nothing good can be expected. Turning towards the baby, the brunette frowns and asks how she dared to call him father. The evil fire spreads to the sides, capturing everything it sees. The man is extremely dissatisfied with the current situation, so he tries not to throw out his anger on his interlocutor. Without accepting the gift, the brunette turns around and walks away, noticing the fact that he has absolutely no time for all sorts of children's games and nonsense. The wreath seems like something too unnecessary, so you can forget about it. The main character is still very young. Her name is Leonora Estrella de Hachania, and she is the only daughter of Duke Hachania. Until recently, she was considered someone special, but everyone knows that the maiden is an illegitimate child of the imperial family. The girl just wanted to be loved, because before that, she could not get enough. It really wasn't that bad, but over time, everyone turned away from her. Leonora initially grew up as the beloved daughter of Duke Hachania, absorbing the characters of those around her who treated the little child with kindness. One day, everything changed. Along with the news that the child's mother had disappeared, an oracle appeared that said that Leia was an illegitimate child of the imperial family. Such news hit the Duke's pride too much, and therefore the man, because of his wife's betrayal, turned away from his daughter and began to neglect her. This attitude remained until the very end of the girl's life, given the fact that the lady died at the age of 19. From a young age, she suffered from an incurable disease, and then, when everything began to get too steep, the girl died. It was precisely such adventures that were described in the romance novel, which now turned out to be part of the heroine. Her life is the narrative of a minor character in a family of villains from a novel that has previously attracted everyone's attention. In this story, the girl turned out to be a minor heroine, which clearly did not suit the lady. The worst thing was that she was in the body of the daughter of the villain's family, Leonora Estrella. This situation seemed simply frightening to the point of horror. Clutching her head with her hands, the girl cannot believe that all this should happen to the child in whose body she finds herself. She wants to run away from here and never show her face again, because first her father abandons her, and then, in addition, she dies all alone, not hoping that anyone will decide to help her. The hand clenches into a fist when the beauty is full of determination that overflows. She will not just go with the flow, even if nothing can be changed. It's worth trying to jump over your head to achieve your goal. The blonde promises herself that she will do anything. No one will be able to stop her, thereby showing that she is not capable of anything. For this reason, it is worth trying to fight injustice. There are minor characters in this book. One of them is a cute blonde with a smile from ear to ear. He is overly kind and trusting, which makes others treat him condescendingly, showing that he can be used for personal gain. The other boy is no less naive, but more serious. He is older than his brother and also has a different character, so he can definitely adequately assess the situation from the outside. His look is always a little sad. Another no less important figure still remains the villainous father, who should appear only in the prologue. At first, everything will be fine, but it's worth calculating the moment when the good news ends and things turn black. Determination still does not leave the heroine's body. She promises herself that she will change the book and the plot for all family members. She needs to achieve prosperity for the Hachania family at all costs and improve her health so as not to die at such a young age. The girl can take advantage of everything she has, because there are a lot of resources in this duchy. If everything goes as it should, the girl has every chance of gaining a foothold in the kingdom and staying alive, ensuring herself a happy and long future. A boy with blonde hair sits on his knees and extends his hand towards his sister. He takes her by the hem of her dress, almost in a pleading voice, asking her to at least do something. Without changing her recipe, the beauty only asks Enoch what's wrong. He begs her for something, asking her to take pity on him, even realizing that the girl has done absolutely nothing. The tears that have been languishing in the corners of his eyes all this time begin to roll down the guy's cheeks, leaving salty trails behind them. He tries not to stutter, but it turns out extremely poorly, so the mission fails. Finally, gathering his thoughts and strength, the guy raises his head, looking searchingly into the girl's eyes. He asks her to let him rest, at least for 5 minutes. It seems that a new flood will begin now if at least something is not answered to the question posed. Bending a little to be on the same level as her brother, the beauty looks thoughtfully at the floor, plunging into her thoughts, which are confused, not allowing her to come up with anything useful. Deciding to answer, Leonora calls the guy by name, instilling hope in him. Already ready to jump up and run away, he looks with pity and some joy at the baby standing next to him. Opening her mouth and breaking into a scream, the beauty forces the young man to repeat the same words after her. She wants him to remember that cachanillas don't cry, which means that as soon as he says this, he can go make 100 swings of a wooden sword. Running up to his brother, who is standing very close and continues to train, the boy promises that he will do everything, but the beauty is clearly not happy with this situation. She makes him repeat it again in a firmer voice. Hoping that everything will be over soon, the blonde screams at the top of his lungs, which causes a strange reaction of surprise from the guy standing next to him. Now this is something common, because it happens almost every morning. No longer daring to be distracted from what they are doing, the guy begins to perform the necessary movements so as not to piss off the young lady anymore. No matter how hard it is for them, it doesn't matter because the outcome will be worth it. Slowly exhaling air, the girl moves closer to a stone on which she could rest her back, sitting down on the grass to rest a little and not stop watching her charges. Changing her mind, the beauty climbs onto the cobblestones to look visually taller. She folds her arms over her chest and frowns. The most cherished wish will not be fulfilled soon, because the lady would like the guys to finally grow up and begin to behave more maturely. Nothing ever happens for nothing, so from this we can conclude that the path promises to be long. Starting from the very beginning, they risk dragging this out for several years, but there is still no choice. The girl is smart beyond her years due to being transferred to another body. If she doesn't do this, she may regret it very much, because her family will simply be destroyed, like minor characters who, as we know, are not particularly important in stories. It all started about a year ago. After a certain incident occurred, the heroine realized that she was in a novel, which she had often read before in her spare time. She knew all the loopholes and the future of the characters. It all seemed strange, and began exactly when one of the servants called the girl not by name, but on the contrary, addressing her as Excellency and Mistress. Such an appeal was not accepted as usual. Attracting the attention of the man, who sits on his lap next to the girl, holding her stuffed bunny, and the attention of the blonde, the knight in a shaking voice says that the lady's ship has capsized in the Ariana Strait. This was the most terrible news for the whole family. The toy falls to the floor with a characteristic sound. We can only hope that this is not true, however. Judging by the expression on the man's face, this is happening in reality, and it cannot be avoided. The Duke freezes, trying to find words, or at least regain the power of speech that was lost. Trying not to show his weakness in front of his daughter, he quietly asks the employees if this is true, hoping in his heart that a stupid mistake had occurred. No longer paying attention to the girl standing behind her, the brunette begs her to tell him how it all happened, down to the smallest detail. When it comes to the death of his wife, the guy can't let absolutely anything slide. Cringing and hugging the stuffed bunny tighter, the lady cannot come to terms with what just happened. Various terms are spinning in her head that haunt her, making it clear that everything is bad, which means she will never be happy again. This is definitely the first time for the beauty in such a situation, and there is no doubt about it, but she can't help but feel that she has already heard something like this before, which means she knows it like no one else. After a few more minutes, there is deathly silence. Not a single word can be heard in the room, because now, as all normal families should, they will grieve. Deciding to disturb her father, the little girl calls him, holding back her trembling voice. The man immediately turns towards the blonde. He says her name quietly, in a voice that is filled with sadness from loss. The eyes sparkle with pain and tears that are ready to roll down the cheeks at any moment. Coming closer, the Duke squats down and hugs his daughter. He quietly says something and strokes her on the back, trying to calm her down, asking her not to worry, because Noel will definitely return to her family. Without trying to somehow break away from the man, the beauty thinks about how familiar this name is to her. Thousands of thoughts are spinning in your head, making it clear that something is wrong here. It's her mom's name, which means everything must fit. Extending her hand, the girl places it on her father's cheek. She doesn't say anything, just trying to remember something. It's quite difficult for her, because sometimes it feels like there are gaps in her memory that cannot be filled. Looking into the brunette's eyes, the lady thinks about her own thoughts. She doesn't remember at all what her dad's name is, even if this man seems too familiar, both emotionally and in appearance too. Turning towards the baby, the man smiles sadly. It seems that the girl is now trying to console Kachania in this way. Putting his palm to his cheek, stopping it on top of someone else's, he smiles warmly, still hiding his pain. The servant, who had been watching this lovely picture all this time, comes closer and calls out to His Highness. He asks him to listen to the news that he managed to find out quite recently. What is said will be incredibly important. The guy standing next to the couple all this time says that many people are talking about pirates. Most likely, this was their doing, because they targeted Empress Inez, who in the end was never present on the ship that they had captured quite recently. Squinting a little, the brunette tries to remember exactly about the girl, because the lady is remembered for being very stubborn, wanting to go with Noel. But in the end, she decided to change her mind literally the day before the trip. Exhaling slowly, the Duke tries to forget all the insults. Now there is no point in being offended by someone, because in the end that happened cannot be changed. Empress Inez left behind a youngest daughter, who is now also completely alone. Something hits your head, like a heavy stone that lands right at the back of your head. The girl in question seems too familiar, even if the baby has never met her in her life, having been born 3 years ago. Inez was quite a famous character. Also being minor, she did not attract too much attention, but played a rather important role in the book, which, as it turned out, became a reality, which terrifies the heroine. At that moment, when the beauty heard the woman's name, her thoughts, which all this time could not get together, trying among themselves, instantly became clear, making it clear that everything was not so simple. Memories from a past life gradually began to return. This was expected, since everything around seemed strange and alien, only because this was not the blonde's homeworld. She read the story, and that's where she managed to get, even without wanting to. The small hand slowly rises, and stopping near the chest, clenches into a fist. The lips move, not making a single sound, despite the fact that the girl is trying very hard to do everything as best as possible. Coming closer to her father, the little girl, unexpectedly even to herself, grabs her father's jacket, screaming his name. Now it becomes clear why and where this person seemed so familiar, even if it did not inspire any confidence. Without betraying his emotions, the Duke moves away from the child, stroking her head. Everything was mixed up, because the loss of his wife and the good news that the daughter had finally learned her father's name seemed almost incompatible, despite the fact that it remained true. Straightening up and standing to his full height, the guy nods his head, because everything turned out to be true. His name really is Gaspard, so it's worth remembering the name and not forgetting it. At that age, it is difficult to say anything, but perhaps a miracle happened. The blonde continues to stare continuously at her interlocutor, her eyes wide. She wants to scream from the realization of what happened. It seems strange that dreams that didn't even exist just came true like that. Falling to her knees, the beauty understands that now there is no point in trying to complain about anything, because it could be worse. As if in a vacuum, the little girl hears a voice coming from the surface, asking if Leonora is okay. All my thoughts cleared up in just a few seconds, helping this period of time end. Now it became clear where Leia knew her father's name, and it was also clear what kind of place the young lady lived in. The man was Gaspard Désiré de Hachania, a stern duke who treated everyone coldly, proving himself in battle. This family is the one that was exterminated without even blinking an eye. They all resembled a novel that the heroine read in a past life, before she died in the most ridiculous way. Even the surname itself is literally translated as insignificant. The family had status, which made the game interesting, but the author decided that everyone except the main characters could die or lose their title under any circumstances, which were not even that important. The eyes mindlessly look to the side, not having the strength to concentrate on anything. The blonde is completely horrified, because she has no idea how it happened that she managed to become a minor character. This seems to be the worst thing in this situation, because you don't want to die. The beauty moved a minor villain into the body, who appears only in the prologue. Immediately after it, everything will disappear, and readers will forget the heroine. In her past life, the lady lived quietly and did what she was told. Her adoptive father, the head of national security, chose a path for her that could and should be followed. The woman followed in his footsteps and became a special agent. No one gave her a choice, so she learned everything related to it, trying to do everything as best as possible. Sometimes the training was too difficult and grueling, which made the beauty cry at night, not understanding why the world was so unfair. The girl blindly believed that someday her parent would recognize her and love her as his own daughter. At that moment, it seemed something unattainable. Perhaps, if everything came true, the brunette would finally become a happy person. She really missed the warmth of her relatives, but apparently living a normal life with a normal family was something not meant for Leia. It was then that the irreparable happened. The only advantage was a good job, which helped to fully meet my needs. But that's where the list ended. That night, the father betrayed his daughter without recognizing her. Leonora died completely alone, having no friends or acquaintances who could come to the rescue and help save the brunette's life. A sad end always comes to most lonely people. Until now, the baby lived happily as the youngest daughter of the ducal family, without remembering her past life. Everything seemed normal and was going as usual, but just a few minutes turned my whole life upside down. The memories that we managed to get back seemed to be over, because according to them, the heroine, the youngest daughter of Gaspard Kachania, was supposed to die at the age of 19 from an illness that would begin very soon. This situation did not amuse the poor girl at all, who simply did not know what to do with all the information that had fallen. She won't be able to escape from here, which means that at 3 years old, she will have to somehow resolve the situation. Breaking away from her suffering, the blonde turns towards the servants. Judging by the plot of the book, very soon another thing will happen that will shock the entire estate. Such moments should not be overlooked, even though they can be avoided. Gaspard, tearing himself away from his daughter, approaches the maid, saying that Leia is not well, judging by the way she is behaving. Doctors, like servants, should pay special attention to this in order to avoid consequences that will be irreparable. Bowing, the brunette promises that everything will be done. If everything continues exactly as it is now, at this rate, not only the Duke, but also the entire Kachania family will face a terrible ending filled with pain. Decisiveness has never been a big deal, but it might help now. Leonora must grow up and stop living longing for someone's love, like in her past life. Then her target betrayed the heroine, so this time everything should be completely different. It will be a terrible mistake to make any miscalculation in this life. A second chance is given only once, and not to everyone, which makes it automatically priceless. The girl is only a minor character, whom her father loves very much. Now that the little girl has remembered everything, she must do everything to prevent this novel from developing according to the plot. It seems that this would be the worst decision or death warrant that the girl herself would sign. Taking off and running through the corridors, the princess stops near a huge door, which is her goal. Right now, there are only 2 important things to do. First, the blonde must survive herself, and then make sure that the whole family remains alive and happy for many years after their end date. Throwing open the door, the lady runs into the room where there are 2 blondes, distracted from studying some material in books. Each of them breaks away and asks what happened, but there is no answer. The idea is quite spontaneous, but quite workable, so the heroine is going to train her brothers. Freezing and trying to find the right words, the girl realizes that this is too difficult, so she simply calls the couple by name, saying that she really needs their help, because without them, she will never be able to cope alone. Leonora promised herself to change the plot, but all these 3 years she was just a child who did not pay attention to anything. A fairly decent period of time was lost without a trace. During this time, the beauty realized that finding a solution was not so easy. One of the boys quickly approaches his little sister and sits next to her on the sofa, gently running his hand through her smooth hair. He checks to see if the young lady, who seems out of sorts or just sick, is okay. There is concern in the eyes. Enoch de Kachania is the 3rd brother in the estate. His thoughts are always pure, and he himself is sometimes even too naive, realizing that this world is completely different. He can never refuse help to anyone or do anything bad. The second brother is Sylvester Adgar de Cachania. The boy is in no way inferior to the other in his behavior and appearance. They are somewhat similar, although they didn't take much from their father. Caring is also one of the most important, so the guy asks about the main character's well-being. Sitting in the middle of the sofa with my eyes closed and thinking about how to answer such questions. Looking at their faces, it is not difficult to agree that this is happening in reality, and the girl ended up in a novel. Both boys are too handsome and friendly. With such a situation, thoughts creep in a completely different direction. The girl thinks that if they were the main characters, the guys would notice that she is a misfit and not a true member of the family. Virgo still does not live according to the plot of the book, changing events like gloves. There will still be no choice, because all these are just trifles compared to what could happen if history takes its course. The girl really wouldn't want the Cachania family to end. Leia is pulled out of her thoughts by Sylvie, who places his cool hand on the beauty's forehead. He carefully straightens her hair, saying that she doesn't seem to have a fever. Now it remains a mystery what needs to be done next, not knowing in what condition the baby arrives. The hand reaches out to the body again, no longer probing her sister's skin to check her body temperature. A sad look looks intently at his brother. They are so sweet and calm that this only makes them feel even more sorry. It doesn't seem fair at all that guys will die simply because they are supporting characters. The door opens with a slam, and a stern voice is heard from behind it. The man reminds Enoch and Sylvester that they are currently scheduled to train. Nodding in response, the boy assures that they remember everything, which means Baristan does not need to be reminded of anything. Cupping his sister's cheeks, the younger brother looks into her eyes, begging Leia to tell her if she's sick or needs help. They will return very soon, and then, if anything happens, they will be able to be there all the time. Without looking away from the beauty, the blonde says that it will be difficult for him to concentrate on training because of his worry about Leonora's well-being. Sylvie, standing nearby, only silently assesses the situation, realizing that it looks funny. The realization makes it clear that the brother just wants to skip classes. The condition of his sister or her well-being is not so important to him. Therefore, pushing her hands away, the blonde orders her to be released. "Eno, you should hurry up and not try to delay the inevitable." Just about to leave the room, the guy cuddles up to his little sister, giving her hugs, hoping that she doesn't get sick and feels good. Sometimes the impression is extremely misleading, which is very confusing. Turning around and heading towards the door, the blonde once again promises that they will return soon, thereby hinting that the baby should sit here all the time. Strange sensations remain, as if forever. The girl puts her palm to her cheek, letting herself immerse herself in pleasant sensations. After the memories returned, ordinary actions on the part of other people felt too awkward and unusual, causing a blush to appear on the cheeks. Perhaps this is all because no one has ever treated the heroine this way before in a past life. No one cared about her, so now every drop of concern was happily absorbed. Sylv, who has been nearby all this time, comes closer, asking again if everything is okay. He noticed that today the beauty was behaving unusually strangely, thereby undermining her image of a carefree child. The words are interrupted by the coach, who forces the guy to leave the room. Sighing and hoping that something will change, the blonde bows her head and rubs her temples. Meeting with the family didn't help much in this matter, even if the girl really had high hopes for it. The legs dangle off the sofa and then fall to the floor. Now you can't waste a minute to get what you want. She just needs to get down to business together and cry because of everything that happened to her in her past life due to the fault of her adoptive family. Starting to run, as if someone was chasing her from behind with a whip, the lady runs towards the table to find the necessary supplies. It would be best, as soon as the opportunity arises, to understand the situation to the maximum and provide yourself with a clear plan of action. Once near the table, the blonde looks at its surface. Due to her small stature, the girl does not immediately reach all the things she needs, but the chair helps in all endeavors. Grabbing a piece of paper that seems quite durable in appearance, the girl thinks about a way to keep a diary. If she writes in Korean letters, no one will understand a single word, thereby saving her fate. Lowering herself to the floor and taking the pen in her hand, Leonora begins to write her first and last name, and then her age. It is also worth mentioning facts, such as the fact that she is the only daughter of the family and heiress. According to the original story, the girl is destined to die at the age of 19 from an illness that could not be cured by removing it from the beauty's body. This situation seems too sad despite the fact that it is true. The father of the main character is Gaspard Désiré de Hachania. This is the Duke of the Villainin Empire and the right hand of the Emperor. Having performed many noble deeds, the man proved himself, and literally breaking through everything around him, earned this title. Hesitating a little and looking up from her notes, the blonde realizes that no matter how sad it may sound, it's only just now that everything is exactly like this. Soon, Gaspard will no longer belong to the knighthood and duchy. The girl's mother is Duchess Noel. She is a beauty, the only female admiral in the empire, and again, this title was acquired for a reason. The blonde worked hard and was a pure-hearted person. Immediately after giving birth, the mother set sail with her close friend, the Empress. She persuaded her to go with her so that she wouldn't be so bored alone, thereby dragging them both into the abyss of death. The pen still glides briskly across the sheet of paper, writing out the necessary words and letters. 3 years after the start of the voyage, the admiral was kidnapped by pirates and went missing. Nothing was known about her whereabouts, except that this was the end. Everything turns out to be not so simple, because that same ill-fated rumor began to spread immediately after Noelle disappeared. Someone tried very hard, hoping that they could survive the girl from the estate, turning her into trash. The oracle, which told the whole truth, did not say anything for sure, saying only that among the children of Kachania, there is one who inherited the blood of the imperial family. Such information was extremely vague, preventing one from accurately understanding the essence of the words. Immediately after the conversation, rumors spread that the admiral had entered into a conspiracy with a member of the imperial family, and the proof was the contents on the scroll, which was read out. This knocked Gaspard down, who was very sad for his wife even more. The man was devastated to learn that his beloved woman had betrayed him. It was not difficult to guess that the illegitimate child was Leonora. Gradually, the father turned away from his daughter, realizing that he could no longer be with her. Everything went downhill, despite the fact that it started long before the end. After everything that happened, enough time passed for the Duke to refuse to obey the imperial family, and the reason for his betrayal was a very real story. The death of Leonora was to blame. The girl fought, but in the end lost, never finding the strength to improve her health from an illness that seemed so terrible. Everything turned out this way only because the heroine was a minor character. There was only one single cure for this disease, with the full name Ruhr. Elixir. It was found a long time ago in a special place, and this was also discussed in detail in the book. Instead of getting the medicine, the girl missed her only chance. The bottle with the substance went to the main character of the novel, who suffered from the same disease. The beauty's name was Ines, and she looked somewhat like a blonde. The reason for treason against the state somehow does not add up. The death of his daughter, from whom Gaspard had turned his back on his own free will many years ago, did not seem like something significant. Perhaps it's all about the hero's character, because he is just a minor character who was never able to expel an illegitimate child, a stronghold of his wife's infidelity. Instead of somehow changing the situation, he began to experience a burning feeling of guilt when Leia left the world. The original story did not specify which of the children was illegitimate, but it turned out to be Leonora. The 3 brothers are very similar to their father, so there was no doubt about them, which irritated the heroine a little. As soon as the rumor spreads, the affectionate father, and after him the entire duchy, will renounce the girl. Squeezing the paper forcefully with her hand and looking somewhere to the side, the girl decides for herself that she needs to somehow be the first to get the elixir. If everything is left as it is now, then the beauty will die in this life too. This activity will be incredibly difficult due to obstacles. First, you need to overcome the endless desert, followed by the great ocean, and only then find the jar. The girl would never even go there, performing such a feat. The only person who can get the right thing is someone else, someone unfamiliar, because this is not the main character or even His Highness the Emperor, which seems strange at first glance. The person who will be able to help Leonora, pulling her out of this hell, will be none other than the first brother, whose face the baby has never seen. He left the estate a long time ago, so he did not witness the birth of the heroine. The man went traveling, hoping that he would not have to be somewhere near his family. He had a peculiar character that made itself felt, forcing him to constantly run away from himself and everyone around who wants to help. A guy named Zachary will really be the one to get the medicine he needs. Over many years, the young man got the hang of it, and therefore went in search of the right thing. He managed to do this like no other, in better shape. Everyone immediately has a question. Why did the man give the elixir to Inez and not to his sister? However, everything is quite simple. This is because Zachary in the original was the second male character to be in some sort of relationship with a girl. It was unbearable for him to see her suffering. Forgetting about Leonora, the guy committed this act, making his choice. The suffering of his beloved was absolutely incomparable to his dying younger sister, whom he did not even know that well. In each book, the plot is the same, because the main character is an ordinary fool who sees nothing but love, which blinds him. Squeezing her eyes shut and grunting her teeth in anger, the blonde sighs in annoyance. This situation clearly does not suit her, even if it could be attributed to the fact that Zachary did not understand what he was doing, not fully realizing the importance of the situation. Falling to the floor and spreading her arms to the sides, the baby sighs, closing her eyes resentfully after blinking numerous times. Everything would have been simpler if her brother had given the elixir to Leia. The likelihood that he will do this is practically zero. The goal of changing the course of history will be difficult. Looking around, the beauty is ready to cry, because after she remembered her past life, the headache only intensified, trying to take over the beauty. The body instantly became heavy, as if someone had chained several head-sized stones to it. A click on the front door distracts me from my thoughts. The girl begins to get nervous, realizing what a strange position she is in now. Surely these are brothers or servants who came to check on the princess. The predictions turned out to be correct, because two maids entered the room. One of them was called Lulu, and the second was Lala. They were blood sisters, although they were not very similar to each other. The brunette says that it's time for a snack, which means you need to sit down at the table where they will put the tray. Approaching closer to the beauty, the maid leans a little, asking what the young lady was so busy with that she didn't even hear the knock on the door. The heroine, of course, has no answer, because no one should know her truth or anything about her past life. Picking up the piece of paper from the floor, Lala examines the written letters in surprise. There is slight surprise on her face when the girl tries to object, shouting that there is absolutely nothing special there. It is impossible for the maid to understand that these are letters, and not simple scribbles. After a few seconds, the girl breaks into a kind smile. She thought that the girl was studying, but it turned out that she was just drawing. Touched by this activity, the brunette says that even the mistress's doodles turn out simply beautiful. Now you can relax, because the mystery remains unsolved. The girl is lucky that she is just a child, which means that everything is perceived as the actions of a child incapable of normal things. A tray is placed on the table, on which there are 2 rivers and a glass of water. A bunch of beautiful and sweet-smelling roses from the garden make you feel even better, while Lulu wishes the princess bon appétit. Grabbing hold of one cookie that was sitting on top of another, the blonde opens her mouth and begins to reach out to start eating. However, she is interrupted by a voice that wants to say something, not wanting to upset the baby too much. The brunette frowns and says that Chef Roberti couldn't make his favorite juice because some ingredients were simply missing. He was really apologetic and hoped it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Continuing to apologize, the maid asks to be patient today and remain without a drink, but tomorrow it will definitely be served for breakfast, as soon as the new ingredients needed for this arrive. Nodding to let everyone around her know that there is no problem, the beauty continues to chew slowly, while the maids around her wail. In their opinion, the baby was offended and now looks away upset, even if the cook promised that everything would be fine tomorrow. Deciding not to interrupt the conversation, the beauty just turns away. No one knows that she is upset, not because of this at all. Virgo just wants to eat while she can, because as soon as rumors about an illegitimate child from the imperial family spread, there will be no choice in food. The estate is exposed to rain and hail. The weather in the evening turned out to be simply terrible, spoiling absolutely everything for everyone around, making it clear that something terrible was already very close, just around the corner. The baby is standing in the corridor in only socks and a dress, looking somewhere out the window. She is scared, and before, when it was raining, the father always stayed and was next to his daughter so that she would not be so scared. Now she is completely alone, not knowing what to do next. Turning towards the empty room, the beauty sighs quietly. He didn't come today, so the living room was completely empty. It was frustrating, because before that everything was different, and the memories remained in my head. Catching herself in such thoughts, the beauty quickly shakes her head. Perhaps it will be even better, because around now the man should find out that Leia is not his own daughter. Cringing, the girl wipes away the tears that are running down her cheeks for no reason. The realization comes immediately. It seems as if the whole world has turned upside down. I don't want to admit how lonely the little girl was. She was not used to this, even if her past life was a complete horror without friends and interests. Slowly sinking to the cold floor, Leonora looks away, realizing that she is starting to go crazy. Everything happens as if in slow motion, not allowing you to think about anything and weigh the pros and cons in order to make a decision. Small hands nervously squeeze the hem of the dress, which is already completely wrinkled due to the nerves that continue to overtake the beauty. She is frightened by the very thought that Kachania is simply absent, even if most likely the oracle has not yet had time to tell the news that will mix all the colors, turning everything black. It seems that once the body became a child, then awareness began to adapt to it, allowing everything to be ruined. Now it becomes clear that what is happening is a mind game played against the heroine. In her past life, she experienced great loneliness, so it's strange that now even a small detail or trifle seems so much worse. It is much more difficult for a child to understand why certain things happen, even if the brain understands what is what. The time that the baby spent with her father is just one moment, even if the happiness flowed for 3 years. The girl was not to blame for cheating on her mother, who could not restrain herself. Even if there is still time, the blonde already misses the warmth of the Duke. The man always made sure that his daughter was the happiest person on earth, even if he did not know how everything would turn out. The toys sit sadly against the wall, as if they are also anticipating what is about to happen very soon, spoiling the whole outcome for the heroine. Leonora is afraid that she will miss the moment when things go downhill. Right now, stupid rumors are spreading throughout the estate that the baby is an illegitimate child from the imperial palace. Over time, everything will change, even if such a shock takes a few days. Even Lulu and Lala will no longer look in the direction of their favorite. Horror is again reflected in the girl's eyes. She became weak, and that's why she became so emotional. At this rate, she would definitely not be able to survive in this world, given the fact that she wanted to do too many things before leaving here. Grabbing her cheeks with her cold palms, the beauty tries to bring herself to her senses, realizing that she simply needs her brain to start working, helping her heart to calm down at least a little. Getting up from the ground, the girl decides to finally do something. You need to pull yourself together and behave differently than a 3-year-old child should. The body has become too young, but the soul remains the same, just with added memories from the new reality. You need to focus on what is most important, and this is the elixir, which must be obtained at any cost. However, this will not be easy. The baby sits on the bed and calls the maids. A sunny morning arrived, which did not bode well, even if everything seemed normal. In the room are Lulu and Lala, who, in theory, should have abandoned the mistress. Smiling, the woman exclaims how cute Leonora is after sleep. There are still many questions that will most likely not be answered. The blonde freezes, trying to decide what she should do next. The morning is completely different, but perhaps that's only because the maids still haven't heard about the rumor that spread last night. Getting out of bed, the beauty begins her remark, hoping that she will be able to convey the truth. It hurt, but there was still no choice, even if I wanted to. The words are cut off mid-sentence because someone enters the room, opening the door with a loud knock, which hits the wall, making it clear that the person has the power that belongs to the knights. Several men in cloaks stop in the middle of the room. They all serve the Duke, remaining just as stern and loyal to the cause. Their faces express absolutely no emotions, even if everything is clear without it. Running up to the bed, Lala blocks the passage, spreading her arms to the sides. The face shows misunderstanding mixed with anger at everyone around. She asks what the knights forgot in the little lady's room. They had no right to enter here without permission, which was not obtained. The blonde young man turns towards the baby, examining her and looking into her eyes. He remains as unshakable in his decisions and actions, realizing that he has absolutely no choice. Orders must be carried out without delay. Turning to his partner, the man nods in response, saying that they should get down to business. Silence no longer fills the space, making it clear that this is the end of a joyful life. The blonde doesn't dare say or object. Slowly getting off the soft bed, she heads to the side to get ready. She will have to travel to another estate, where she will live for the near future, or rather, until the very end. The maid still can't calm down, arguing with the guards. She forbids touching the things of the Duchess, who is still too young to go anywhere. There is a lot of injustice in the world, and this is made clear, even if no one listens to the woman. The blonde stands aside and listens to the conversation, realizing that this was to be expected. This action could have happened even at night, but apparently the Duke was too shocked. Hachil ordered the princess's room to be moved to a separate estate, located somewhere in the forest not far from here. The girl is no longer part of the family, and this is made clear with the help of such simple manipulations. Stopping between the maids, the heroine hears them discussing the rumor, because both do not believe that it is true. Leonora turned out to be right, because Lulu and Lala knew about everything from the very beginning. Interrupting conversations that were not pleasing to the knights, the man, coming closer, orders the women to leave the room. They are maids of this castle, so they will no longer be able to care for and serve their favorite. The girls turn towards the gentleman, trying to hold back their tears and shock. They don't want to part, because from the moment the baby was born, they have always been with her and managed to become attached. Their opinion no longer counts. Going out into the street, the heroine begins her slow path to the estate. It can be seen somewhere deep in the forest, sparkling in the sun. Such a turn does not seem out of the ordinary. Everything is in perfect order, because Leia expected such an outcome. The knights walking ahead do not pay attention to everything around them, however, feeling sorry for the girl, they decide to warn her. It was raining, so the ground is very slippery. It's best to be careful not to fall and hurt or break anything. The blonde nods slowly, making it clear that she understood everything, and she has absolutely no need for unnecessary explanations. The backpack is not very heavy, but for a child, it is a noticeable weight. It's not the best thing to realize that things turned out this way, but there's nothing you can do about it. One of the guys shows more pity due to his character, so he asks his partner to stop, because it's probably incredibly difficult for the girl. Perhaps someone should even pick it up to make the process faster. The blonde refuses, shouting that there is nothing good about the heroine to take her in his arms. She is the illegitimate child of the woman who betrayed their duke. None of them deserve respect, even though their partner asks them to watch their words. There is no direct evidence that it was about Leonora, especially since she was evicted until a decision was made. No feuds subside, because men continue to quarrel. This attachment is more like a cell, which worsens the situation, making it overall more wobbly. The little girl smiles friendly, pretending that everything is fine, even if inside she is very angry. The knights do not watch their words at all in the presence of a child, and if this had happened in a past life, they simply would not have gotten away with it because of the character of the brunette, who was very tough. Trying to restrain herself, the little girl still smiles, while she literally feels cold. One of the guys shrinks and tells his companion that he felt something, to which he simply agrees. The separate building turns out to be much smaller than the one in which Leia previously lived with her family. It didn't make it any worse or downright terrible, because the estate was still spacious and beautiful. Stopping, the blonde begins to swallow air. After everything that happened, they finally reached the house, and now it seemed like a bad dream. There was not enough strength for anything, and this was precisely a huge minus in the child's body. Short legs and poor endurance did not change themselves. The guy comes closer and puts down a box of things, turning to Mrs. Nora, saying that they delivered the girl and her things. The name that just left the knight's lips is incredibly frightening because it is quite familiar. Smiling an evil smile and trying to hide her motives, the woman nods, saying that she can take care of the rest. She didn't need more information because she knew perfectly well about all the rumors and other gossip. The blonde slowly turns towards teacher Nora. The lady was a sadly familiar character who also had a separate page in the book. Not much has been written about it, but it also paid off. The girl did not want to see her today, understanding what would happen next. Frowning, the brunette decides to joke from the doorway, calling the beauty a young mistress, but then breaks off the phrase, saying that she does not yet know whether it is possible to call her in this way. The hints were too clear to be missed and not understood in detail. Following the woman, the baby looks around. They are in a part of the mansion that no one cares for. As far as we know, even the servants do not show their nose here, trying in every possible way to avoid this place. Looking at this picture, it immediately becomes clear that the princess is now rejected by society number 1. In any case, the time spent in the annex will not be long. One can hope for this, because very soon the emperor will decide that the fruit of treason is Leonora, so he will call her to his palace, fearing the spread of rumors that the pedigree of the imperial family is tainted by someone so simple. The girl has to speed up because she can't keep up with the lady at all. The woman seems to be mocking her, so she behaves appropriately. Her face shows dissatisfaction with the situation, because it turns out that she does not tolerate children behaving in this way. Stopping abruptly, the brunette turns and, shouting, orders the princess to move faster. According to her, she is very busy, so there is no need to take away precious time that could be spent on something more important. Just about to move forward again, the lady thinks about something and says that she really has something to do, unlike the one who idly exists for other people's money, without giving anything in return due to her age. The blonde freezes, trying to process what she just heard. It is impossible for a woman to say this to someone like a child who is only 3 years old. Having a soul that is already quite old, the beauty was not offended, but any child in her place would have been crying long ago. Clenching her teeth and trying not to grind them, the girl understands that she must endure. She still has no other choice, even if she really wanted to escape from here and get back to her father at a time when he still loved and appreciated his daughter. The servants of Duke Kachania may not like the fact that the beauty is the child of someone else. They are all very loyal to their master, despite everything, because he did a lot for them. This becomes clear after numerous moments when the servants saved the man, helping him with literally everything. This is quite logical, but the woman's behavior definitely crosses all boundaries. She seems to have a special hatred for the child, even if there is almost no reason for it. Nothing has been clarified with 100% accuracy yet, so there is no point in it. Raising her concentrated gaze at the woman who is still slowly walking ahead, the little girl does not understand whether her feelings for her father are something more. Perhaps the teacher felt something stronger than just devotion, which, however, was none of her business. Rescue was more important now. Nora is a specific character who, after all, plays a certain role in the life of the couple and the whole family in this fairy tale world. Much more could be written about her, but she is an extremely secretive person who experiences extreme discomfort when she is being watched. Walking down the corridor and slowing down a little, the lady stops near a door. Slowly opening the entrance, the brunette points her hand inside. This is where the heroine will live, because this room is intended for her by the Duke himself, which is definitely kept silent. Turning her gaze to the room, the little girl freezes. Even if she were older, she would definitely experience exactly the same emotions and disgust. Each object is covered with a layer of dust and cobwebs, which are probably inhabited by spiders, which will only interfere with living here. If you leave, the situation will not get better, it will only worsen the situation. Tilting her head to the side, trying to appear friendly, the brunette says that if something is not clear, you need to ask now, because after that the woman will simply go about her business, leaving the girl completely alone to do what she wants. Deciding on an important step, the blonde asks about the line she said earlier. After all, the maid mentioned someone who exists idly. No one specified who exactly they were talking about, but it would be nice to understand what exactly and why. Freezing and turning to the side to say something, Nora grins disgustingly. She definitely decided to test Leonora's nerves, not knowing what the girl is capable of when she is angry over trifles, distracting her from her plans. Turning and pointing her finger towards the sky, the brunette talks about the Duke's dead wife. According to her, the lady was a petty and unfaithful woman who eventually betrayed Kachani, who tried so hard to do everything for his family. Lowering herself to be closer to the blonde, Nora again points her finger and says that the dirty deed also has a result, and this is Gaspard's youngest daughter, who is standing right now a meter away from the lady. Frowning and trying to swallow anger and resentment, the heroine does not understand why all the servants in this estate are like this. Perhaps the woman is too surprised by the admiral's action, but one cannot say such things to a child, especially about her relatives. Running to the side, thereby scaring the beauty a little, the brunette begins her tirade about what a dirty woman she was who left Gaspard, giving him to doubt his love and his own efforts, which simply went down the drain. Bending over and theatrically putting her hand to her chest, the brunette, almost crying, complains that someone dared to offend her beloved head. The punishment itself found the mother, because even the boat capsized because of that. If Nora were in Noelle's place, she would definitely take care of Cachanilla and take care of him with all her might, allowing him to relax. Not understanding what this whole show is all about, the blonde, straightening her hair, continues to look in surprise at the woman who seemed to be completely out of her mind. I would like to say that this is too inappropriate for a servant, but now the princess also has no say. The mother, whom the baby doesn't even remember now, is being insulted, and something needs to be done about it. You can't just listen to all this dirt and let yourself get bogged down in it. So when deciding to take at least some action, the Duchess coughs a little to attract attention. Deliberately looking into Nora's eyes, the baby says that it is time for the lady to wake up from her sleep. No matter what she does or what she says, it will always be the case that Gaspard will remain indifferent to her. These words clearly offend the maid, who freezes, fighting a nervous tic. Turning to shouting, the teacher again reminds that the girl is not a child from the Cachanilla family, because dirty blood flows in her, even if it is someone from the imperial family. The tirade is interrupted by sounds of anger from Leonora. She can no longer withstand the meaningful insults that are constantly pouring towards her family and the youngest person. This is beyond any strength and patience. Throwing off the heavy backpack that had been on her back all this time, slowing down the girl and slowing down her actions, which they wanted to give more sweepingly, the little girl climbs forward to once and for all teach this maid how to express herself. The knights, who had left the mansion a few minutes ago, retreat into the distance along the path. Some screams are heard from the direction of the castle, which let you know that something is happening there, so it's worth going back and checking the security. Apparently, these were screams from an adult woman, who now began to squeal like a pig. She tries to do at least something to save herself, but nothing else helps. A woman's voice resounds menacingly throughout the castle, ordering her to let go of her hair, which has long been disheveled. The roots hurt very much, preventing her from relaxing, while the maid is trying to escape. The blonde couldn't get away, squeezing the girl's hair in her hands more tightly, trying to punish her for the words she said as much as possible. Nora doesn't understand at all where the child gets so much strength, because it seems like something out of the ordinary. Finally bounces off the princess. The rival raises her hand to do the inevitable. It doesn't matter to her what exactly happens next, because the thirst for revenge clouds her eyes, preventing her from assessing the situation normally. Just about to do what was planned, the teacher freezes. She can't stop looking at the girl standing opposite her. The baby doesn't do anything about it at all, as if waiting for her fate, which could have been avoided. No child would behave so strangely in such a situation. The blonde stands with her eyes narrowed, giving off new pairs of anger, while not regretting anything and not intending to get scared or start crying from hopelessness. A horde of knights is approaching from the exit, who heard the screams and immediately arrived at the first call to resolve the conflict situation, saving themselves and everyone else. The teacher's hand immediately drops and squeezes the hem of the dress, putting all her strength into it. She no longer has the strength to do anything, because being behind bars because of a minor mistake will not be the best ending to her career and life in the future, because for this, you can get imprisoned for many years. Adjusting her hair so that no one would notice that the woman looks like an animal that crawled out of a cave, she nods easily, saying that Mrs. Leonora is just not quite used to the new conditions. The baby clearly didn't want to deal with it just like that, so she threw a huge tantrum. Folding her arms across her chest, Leia looks away, not showing her angry gaze. Apparently, the beauty was not completely stupid, since it occurred to her to lie. Things could have turned out worse for her than for the child, even if it was the blonde herself who started the fight. Now you should just forget about it, and try to attract the attention of the knights. The girl understands when family and servants openly express an opinion, because this is not prohibited, but the girl will definitely not put up with the fact that some upstarts who have no rights to this look down on her. Grabbing the sleeve of the man's coat, the girl tries to force him to look at her. There is nothing left to do but behave like the poor little child she in fact was, not taking into account all the exploits in her past life. The eyes double in size when the baby imitates the tears of regret that children usually have. She says she's just hungry. No one ever fed the girl after she was brought here, so that was a minus. In fact, there was some truth in this, because the heroine would not have asked for food if she had not been hungry. She really wanted to eat, because this whole journey to the castle had tired the child out enough. The legs were too short, which made the lady regret that she was no longer an adult. Turning away from Leonora, the knights with a face showing condemnation look at the maid, who was apparently doing everything except her direct duties. She didn't care about anyone except Gaspard, but that didn't change the fact that she had to take care of his daughter. Grunting, the lady tries to restrain the new wave of aggression that burst out every time surrounded by this little misunderstanding. There was still no choice, because even if something like this happened in the family, everyone in the castle was determined to check on their sister and daughter. The woman leaves the room, lifting her dress, which drags along the floor with a rustle. Frowning her brows, the beauty thinks about how strange Nora's behavior was. It is obvious that the lady feels inferior because of a child who did nothing. The character is only 3 years old, which makes the whole situation even funnier, but no one in the room would laugh if she said it out loud. Such people are everywhere, so perhaps you should just accept their existence. It's evening outside, which makes the girl want to eat even more. She did not even have breakfast, because the arriving guards immediately sent the princess to another place intended for the residence of Her Highness. Sitting on the balcony, Leonora carefully examines her hands. After the incident, the little girl became seriously interested in the forces that were hidden in the young body. It seemed like there was something similar to mana in Leia's body that made it more beautiful. Smiling, the beauty looks as if spellbound at her hands, which now look completely different. It will be possible to find a way to live with this after all the hype around her person finally subsides. Approaching closer to the edge, the blonde looks at the sunset, when the sun slowly but surely continues to set behind the mountains. It will be necessary to try different ways of receiving mana, because it is possible that the girl will be able to learn to control it using the plot of the novel. Attention is drawn to sounds coming from behind the door. The girl does not quite understand what is happening, because she was more than sure that there was no one there and she was left completely alone, even without servants. Looking to the side with interest, the heroine thinks about who it could be. There was no one who would want to come to her unless it was Nora, who, after sunset, decided on revenge, served cold. The doors slowly open, and a green bow tie appears. From it, you can immediately identify the person who arrived to the princess, because he is well known to her. Freezing, the blonde smiles in surprise. She is incredibly happy about this turn, because this is the cook Roberti, who always prepared the best for the lady when she lived in the old castle with her family. He cared deeply about the health of everyone around him, so he took the job. Smiling in response, the man is glad that the girl remembered such a low-born person. He is always too kind and is always afraid to say the wrong thing so as not to offend anyone or hurt another person. Beauty freezes, but then realizes that it seems almost impossible. The guy simply could not be here, especially since recently this has been prohibited. He had no motive, and simply coming to visit the heroine seemed an even more absurd idea. Holding out a packed jar of juice that glitters pleasantly in the sun, as if inviting him, asking him to drink, the man says that he could not help but come here, realizing that without his favorite drink, it would definitely be even worse in the situation in which the hostess found herself. Bowing his head, the cook says that yesterday he heard that the princess was very upset because she did not receive the juice, and since this bothered the good soul, the hero decided to prepare the drink and then take it to its destination. Looking at the bottle with fascination and accepting such a gift, the heroine tries to say something with her mouth open. A quiet "thank you" becomes the only thing that can be said, despite the fact that this is more than enough for the humble servant and employee. Turning her head, the beauty freezes. She notices someone standing behind her, even more familiar than the man who presented the gift. The blonde seems upset, even if his face is not entirely readable without seeing all the emotions. Sylvie, who has been nearby all this time, quietly asks what it was. He cannot formulate his thoughts, regretting that he sometimes has such a poor vocabulary. He seems disappointed, although there is nothing wrong with this, because his sister is only 3 years old. Quickly apologizing and trying to argue something, the cook tries to find an excuse. Leonora, not understanding what is happening, slowly bows her head. It will be necessary to find out what her brother forgot here, who, like everyone else, turned away from her even when the news about the dirty blood became known. The young master does not want to listen to anything at all. With his hands folded on his chest, the guy glares at the couple with a gaze that is ready to freeze anyone. You can understand that he does not like what is happening. Still not moving, the blonde repeats his question again. A man who is a servant is obliged to answer it and say what and why he just gave Leonora. She doesn't even deserve this, but of course, this won't be said out loud. The brunette takes off his chef's hat and bows his head respectfully. You can see regret on his face, even though he hasn't committed any crime. It seems that he is unable to compose himself, so he simply mumbles words of apology. Trying to transfer her spirit to another, the blonde seems to be begging Robert with her eyes not to be afraid of the child. Sylvester cannot do anything, even if he is the second son of the Duke, who serves as a cook. He's just a baby, just like Leia, only a few years older and wiser. No longer going to stand on ceremony, the blonde furrows his brows, giving a final warning. He no longer intends to wait for an answer, and if nothing is said within a minute, it will become unbearably difficult for him to control himself and his anger with character. Deciding to take this step, Roberti almost shouts that he has arrived to give the lady the juice that she was unable to get yesterday at dinner and snacks. The boy still remains unshakable, not intending to pay attention to the frightened expression on his face. The eyes sparkle, terrifying everyone around. An icy voice pierces bones and skin when the guy asks if the cook has received permission from the Duke himself. After what happened, this is mandatory, despite the fact that the servants sometimes disobey this. The brunette, no longer able to bear it all, bows his head even lower, on the verge of bursting into tears. He does not have permission, and of course, the Duke knows nothing about this, since he did not consider it necessary to bother the man over such trifles. The blonde standing nearby carefully looks into the eyes of her companion. She wants to somehow console him, or at least somehow help him, saving him from the wrath of her brother, who probably himself does not understand what is happening and why he is doing this. A wave of animal anger rolls over the heroine. Sylvester had no right to show up at the estate like that, and then interfere with the cook, who had not done anything wrong at all. My brother definitely had some problems that could not be explained. Looking at the blonde, the girl just wanted to start screaming. He doesn't seem to have anything better to do, so he came all this way just to swear. The guy doesn't like it when the cook takes care of an illegitimate child, so when he decides to compare injustice, he pisses everyone off. There is no way out, because screaming will not help matters, so the princess hands the bottle of juice back, saying that she refuses to drink it. It's best to pretend that she's not on anyone's side, just so that no one gets hurt later. Fingers gently move the jar back when the man refuses to accept it. He brought it especially for the lady just to be drunk. The glass flies to the floor, shattering as it is passed from hand to hand. The brother stops and watches the thing fly, as if in slow motion. Falling to the floor, the fragments scatter into millions of even smaller particles, which are more than sharp. The young man breaks into a scream. The brunette jumps in horror, starting to fuss around the girl. He tries to find out if she is okay, even if he himself sees that things are, to put it mildly, not very good. Everything becomes clear from the facial expression. We are talking about the wound that now takes place on Leonora's body. The eyes of the guy who staged this whole performance grow to enormous sizes, making it clear that he made a huge mistake when he came here, ruining everyone's mood. The scarlet liquid spreads across the floor in small puddles. The smell of berries and lemon balm spreads throughout the room, making it clear that the compote tasted simply wonderful. It was never possible to try it, which was a great loss. The girl looks down at her leg, examining her ankle with interest. There was just a small scratch on his leg, even if in the eyes of other people everything was completely different. Not allowing his sister to finish her sentence, the guy picks her up in the air so that she no longer tries to do anything or take even a few steps, which could have an extremely bad effect on the condition of the wound as a whole. Walking forward, still holding the child in his arms, the young man asks Roberti to call the doctor to apply a bandage. You cannot waste a minute, because sometimes even a few moments are enough to make it impossible to do anything else. The brunette turns around and breaks into a run when, as the man follows, he asks him to hurry up. No one wants to wait forever, given that the estate is located on the other side of the main castle, which shows that it is problematic. Seating Leia on a chair, the boy sits in front of her and, with concern in his eyes, asks if the place where some blood has now collected hurts a lot. He doesn't want anyone to suffer, especially when it comes to someone close to him. The blonde silently clutches the hem of her dress, not even wanting to look at her interlocutor. He is so worried about a small scratch, although just recently he tried to take away some juice. There is no logic here, which only makes you feel even worse. The brother still silently looks into the eyes of his companion. He no longer says a word, only expressing his sympathy. Even through the mask on his face, you can understand that he regrets what he did. Frowning a little, the little girl thinks about what she should do. It is difficult to understand what Sylvie is thinking, who always walks with a straight face. He came here to say something, but in the end, he clearly abandoned his idea. Sylvester never had the same friendly personality as Enoch, so he was clumsy in expressing his feelings. Usually, he just preferred to sit next to the couple and watch them have fun, distracted by reading a book or something else. The little girl understood that it was not the boy's fault that his care was developed differently. Moreover, no matter what, he still always looked after Leonora, because she was his beloved younger sister. You should forget about this, locking all your feelings. Now the virgin is no longer a relative to her former brother, so there is no longer any reason left to take care of her, trying to do everything for her in the best possible way. Approaching a few steps, the blonde gently asks Leia if her leg hurts much. The next sentence is even more strange, because the guy wants to check and examine the wound to understand how bad it is, but he is interrupted mid-sentence. The hand carefully reaches closer to touch and understand what happened, because perhaps everything is better than they think. There is not enough strength for anything. No longer willing to endure such uncertainty, the girl sharply puts out her arms and pushes her friend away from her with wild squeals. She wants Sylvester to leave as quickly as possible, leaving the place. Freezing and staring at his sister, the blonde asks a question in surprise, trying to find out what's wrong. It seemed to him that he had done nothing wrong, despite the fact that something had happened here. Trying to push her feelings as deep as possible, the beauty swallows noisily. She should stop giving in, because it will be much easier in the future without them. In such an environment, you shouldn't value anyone, because people also most often do not value anyone in return. This is how it should be, and the choice has already been made. Turning again towards the familiar, the process sullenly orders him to leave here and not interfere with her focus on other more important things. The plan will not fulfill itself, so it is worth starting from the first point. Walking away a short distance, Sylvie asks again, not understanding whether they really want to kick him out. He can't believe that Linny wants it to end. Young children tend to behave capriciously, even if they realize it. Trying not to cry, the beauty gathers all her strength into a fist and repeats her request again. She doesn't care about the feelings of people who will never care about her again and consider her a scum of society who was born as a result of a mistake. Not giving up, the blonde asks why everything turned out the way it did and what the reason was. He can't leave just because the girl gets it into her head that she doesn't need anyone else. She's just not in the mood, and that's the truth. Leia, clutching the hem of her dress, ponders the true answer. She doesn't want to repeat the mistake of her past life, no matter how strange it may sound. It's too late, but we need to admit it now, so that in the future, feelings do not become an obstacle to something great. Perhaps it's all just a dream, but then it's not the most pleasant thing out there. In this dream, the girl just wanted to have a family. They renounced her, causing more pain than if the whole truth had been revealed in the first place. Leonora did not consider herself guilty because she could not monitor her mother to prevent a mistake. The boy interrupts Leia's thoughts by calling out to her again. It is not clear why the virgin periodically freezes, trying to find words that ultimately will not be spoken. The girl asks not to call her that again, because there is a logical reason for this. The pain accumulates, about to shoot at the most inopportune moment. Bowing her head, the blonde swallows hard, saying that Sylvie is not her brother. There is some truth in this, because by blood, they are absolutely nobody to each other. A little time will pass away, and then it will be possible to even forget about the existence of man. The boy's eyes widen in horror. He expected anything but this, because the words hurt his heart very much, breaking it into thousands of small fragments and leaving it lying somewhere on the floor. The words are unfair. The blonde takes a few steps back, opening his mouth in surprise. The same words echo in my head, making it clear that my sister really meant it. The princess never wastes words, even if she's only 3 years old. Trying not to shake from shock and tears, the guy asks if it's true. He wants to understand what this means, because in his understanding, it is a lie that was said by mistake. They lived together and spent almost all their time together, which affected the relationship. The girl opens her mouth to object or say something, but her arms spontaneously hug her own shoulders. A sudden cold came from all directions, along with gusts of wind that were only going to make things worse. Shifting her gaze somewhere out the window, Leia carefully tries to examine the young man. She can't believe it, but her eyes and feelings don't let her down. The brother uses mana, even though it may not be his will, but simply because he is upset. The voice becomes as cold as the atmosphere in the room. The blonde leans his head closer and asks the same thing again, ordering him to answer. No one can just fool him like that, after everything that happened. Turning away, the girl still continues to smile, just hoping that for her, this will not end completely in tears. He himself froze everything around him and even her mouth, so he cannot expect his sister to answer anything. This reaction is extremely strange, because the guy himself was the first to start with juice when he came here. The feeling of cold is much more terrible than what was described in the book. The author clearly did not understand what he was talking about, not knowing that someone would end up in this ill-fated story. If this continues for even a few more minutes, it will all be over. The cold chilled my body right down to my fingertips, making me want to cry from the pain and fear that hindered my movements. The doctor, who just arrived at the estate with Lala, who simply could not stay away, is trying to stop the young master. He clearly lost his temper, making the others very nervous. It seems that he will never learn to control his emotions. The maid runs to the meeting, almost bursting into tears. She screams for all this to stop, because she needs to make sure that the young mistress is completely fine, despite the fact that she most likely is not. The guy turns sharply, ordering the maid not to approach. He just needs to hear an answer from Leia, otherwise he won't leave. He seemed to be out of control because of what was said just a few minutes ago. The girl is trying to give some signals so that they can help her and finally save her. She cannot stand it, even if she herself started it all, not fully realizing the meaning and power of her words. Lulu, who can no longer take even a few steps, only looks sympathetically towards the mistress and extends her hand, as if saying that she is with her and will not let her be offended. Turning to the heroine again, Sylvester comes closer, asking her to answer. The teeth are beating against each other due to the wild cold, which really completely fetters the actions in the mouth, which cannot move the blue lips. Dropping a little closer, the guy tries to hear what was just said. He seems overly interested, even if it's his fault. Virgo feels angry at herself and at him too. Jumping up from the sofa, which already feels more like an iceberg, the girl takes in more air and screams through the pain that she is cold. He himself did not notice how he lowered the temperature around him. The boy steps back and exclaims in horror. He didn't expect that he would be able to use mana simply because his anger bubbled up. The cold makes your head feel dizzy and hard to think, making it difficult to concentrate. No longer having the strength to understand what is happening and stay on her feet, the beauty falls to the floor. Sylvie runs closer, grabbing onto her, preventing her sister from hitting her. As soon as Leia gets better, she will definitely deal with the young man. The eyes slowly close, remaining only strong enough to look at the interlocutor, who does not move away, trying to calm his nerves, which have finally manifested themselves. The girl will definitely tell everything to her father so that he can do something about it. Looking at her brother for the last time, who is running around her in fear, the princess sadly remembers that she no longer has the right to complain to Gaspard. He doesn't love her anymore, which means he won't even listen to a single word that leaves the beauty's lips. It was evening outside. The girl slowly opens her eyes, not understanding where she is. The father, sitting nearby, notices the movements, realizing that Linny has woken up after everything that happened. The girl wonders what her father is doing in the annex. He could only get here because of his anxiety. Before she has time to say anything, the beauty sneezes. She seems to be quite seriously ill. The boy stands behind the almost transparent curtains, quietly watching his family talk. The man responds, "Sylvester." He is clearly visible, so everyone has long guessed that the young man is hiding there. Looking at her brother in surprise, the little girl only wonders how exactly he got there and how long he has been standing there. Frowning, the brunette asks his son if he wants to say something to his sister. Leonora deserves at least some kind of apology or explanation. The blonde still silently approaches the bed on which the girl lies. He tries to find the right words. It turns out that in the morning, the young man heard that Linny had been moved into the annex. Sylvester was upset that his sister was doing well without a family. An apology was made, but was not accepted. The heroine turns away because nothing has changed, because she could have died. Making the guy freeze, the girl says that she doesn't want to talk to her ex-brother. The father is trying to resolve everything, because even if the son was wrong for using mana, one must always forgive. The blonde blinks her eyes in surprise. It seems the man has now taken the side of someone who didn't even apologize properly. The young man knew very well that Leonora was no longer his sister, which means that coming to the annex was something like sympathy. Instead of answering questions, Linny begins to sneeze incessantly. She thinks this is an effective way. The father reproaches the little girl for faking her illness. Sighing, the beauty calms down, because the performance was not a success. Still, it's worth agreeing to the conditions, because Sylvester did not attack his sister. Even adults sometimes find it difficult to control mana. Grabbing the pillow as if for protection, the blonde quietly mutters agreement to the apology. The boy's face seems to light up with a bright smile. He is only happy to hear that he will be forgiven. The blonde is silent for a few more seconds, and then calls his sister's name to say something else. Smiling, the young man vehemently thanks the beauty for deciding to forgive him, no matter what. The heroine forgave Sylvie and let her go, but the next day, the illness tormented the girl so much that she managed to regret it. She will never forgive him because she still holds a grudge deep in her heart. In that world, knights who can handle mana are called soul knights. There are attributes that represent the 4 seasons. Among the knights, Sylvester was a winter one, born with the mana of the winter attribute. With the help of winter mana, you can freeze people and even the ground. It becomes obvious that even a short exposure to magic on Leonora has become fatal to her health. Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turns around. Lulu stands in front of her, asking what she needs to bring for the mistress. While straightening the bed, the lady says that Gaspard allowed him to be here, which means there is no need to worry about it. Probably the man simply melted towards the child during his illness. After everything is over, he will return to his previous cold attitude. Everything happened only because the girl's father is soft in character. This family can be considered soft-bodied. There was also a second option that should not be excluded. The father still thought of the maiden as a family, thereby making a mistake. Falling asleep, the lady did not think about anything. As soon as she opened her eyes, Enoch loomed over her. The boy asks if his sister is okay as she slowly gets up and sits up in bed. She slept for 2 days, which is an incredibly long time. Sitting down next to him, the boy says that now is training time, but he could not concentrate on training. Looking into the heroine's eyes, the blonde quietly talks about how worried he was for her condition. Examining her interlocutor with a suspicious gaze, the girl squints. She doesn't believe it, even considering what happened. He was really worried, but that didn't mean he had to skip training. The boy won't even be her brother, so he's wasting his time. The guy grabs his sister by the nose, to which she backs away. She, oddly enough, is still in pain. Unable to bear what they are doing to her, the beauty pushes Kachania aside. The young man managed to get pretty bored. Laughing, the guy notices that the girl has only grown a little and is already beating him. When Leia was little, she followed the young man all day and asked him to hug him. Obviously, the maiden has already forgotten everything. Listening to what happened, the blonde screams in surprise. There was no way to tell Sylvie that he was no longer a brother. It cannot be said that this was done to get rid of feelings, so the girl simply repeats the same thing. Moving closer, Enoch asks who he is to her then. The girl could easily say the same thing about him as about Sylvester. Already opening her mouth to say something, the blonde freezes. You can't destroy everything with your own hands. Perhaps the guy will react the same way as Kachania. The beauty has not yet fully recovered to take another blow. Trying not to stutter, Leonora talks about how Enoch is still her brother, no matter what. Breaking into a smile, the young man says that he can now go to training. He felt better. The boy left, promising that he would come again, which was not so important. He is a minor character. I only remember that the young man and Gaspard were killed by the Emperor. Perhaps he had some other role. Clutching her head in her hands, the blonde looks like the person full of despair that she is. Nothing comes to mind. It would be much better if the girl had more information to help. There doesn't seem to be any buff in the world for hitting a minor hero's body, which is frustrating. Sharply grabbing her hair, the heroine jumps out of bed. It looks like someone is trying to pull out all the hair. Still not letting go of her head, Leonora screams at the top of her voice, also trying not to attract attention. Looking at the thing that fell very close, Linny discovers a book with a red cover in it. Grabbing the thing, the beauty realizes in surprise that this is the original text that was lost. It's been an hour already. Kachania is studying the contents. It is about a baby sent by the pirates of Saint-Tropez with the head of Empress Inez. The child begins to cry, but no one helps him. His name is Inez, which was chosen by the queen herself. Looking at the cover with horror, the girl cannot believe her happiness. This is truly original. Heaven helps the girl get what she wants. She really needed support, so the little book fell right on her head. Starting to shout out strange but objective desires and stand in a stance with her hands up, the girl realizes that nothing is happening. The book lies somewhere at the feet of the princess, who is completely oblivious to anything, going about her business. In the chapter, the emperor ordered Inez to be imprisoned in the palace, and those who would resist be deprived of their heads. The man looked like a crazy person, which was even indicated by the fact that the princess had a tyrannical upbringing. The emperor tried to ease the pain, but he could not forgive his wife, who went on a trip without telling him about the pregnancy. Nothing further was written. Blank sheets had no continuation of history. About to scream again in frustration, the beauty notices how letters begin to appear on the paper. It was said that Inez did not even know her father's face, because she was sent to the estate, and no one came to her. At the age of about 2 years, the girl realized that she had been reborn. This was something new. The queen of the villain empire was Inez. The beauty, realizing the possibilities, laughed to herself. Stretching out her hands, the girl tries to call Leonora. To live with such a weak body, the girl needed to absorb as much mana as possible. Around the same time, Linny should be turned away, because the heroine had a hand in spreading rumors through the oracle. Now the brunette will not be in as much pain as before. She will solve this problem herself. Summoning the Duchess again, the beauty calls her a repository of mana. Looking in shock at the pages with written nonsense, the beauty blinks her eyes in surprise. The last statement was the strangest. It was impossible to understand him about any circumstances. Closing the book, the girl does not understand how it happened that the main character was reborn. The blonde had never read about mana absorption before. There were edits at this publishing house. Everything has changed because the content is being filled in as events unfold. Every day there was more information. If Leonora goes to the palace like this, she won't be able to do anything to Inez. It's best to stay on the estate. Looking at the contents of the box, the heroine sadly realizes that there is nothing useful for her there. There was also nothing normal in the backpack because of that child's cosplay. It was filled with toys. All that was left was to make a breakthrough. So once near her father's office, the blonde insists that she can wait for him there. Servants have never behaved this way before, which infuriates Leonora. Changes are not always for the better. Henry Massard is still frowning. He's not going to let anyone through or leave anyone at the door. Extending her closed fist, the girl offers something in return, without immediately saying what exactly she is holding there. Frowning, the guy examines the candies that were just handed to him. He finds no use in them. Pretending to be sweet and harmless, the blonde talks about how hard Henry works and helps his father. Accepting the gift, the young man thanks the lady. She asks to give one candy to her father. Smiling more than ever, the beauty turns to leave and waves goodbye. If the heroine comes tomorrow, then she will probably be able to see Gaspard. Now this is business number 1. This is exactly what Leonora thought, but when she came the next day, she heard that the gentleman was not there. The next day, everything happened again, because Massard said that Gaspard was disappearing somewhere. The day after that turned out to be the same. Henry no longer knew what to do with himself from the invasion of the Duchess with sweets. Going out into the street, the beauty breaks a stick with her shoe. The father simply started avoiding his daughter, which was incredibly annoying. It was necessary to stay in the family, attacking the weak heart of Kachania. If a girl can't meet him, there's no point in it. If things continue in exactly the same direction, everything will only get worse. Leonora is no longer Gaspard's daughter, but she is more offended by how the man managed to change, starting to resort to dirty methods. No one knows who exactly the girl is at the moment. She would just like to see her father smile. Finishing the wreath that the heroine started hours ago, she smiles. The job turned out great. Looking towards the house, the beauty understands that she needs to try to get into the office one last time. Rejoicing and anticipating how everything will go, the girl heads to the door, near which the servant is standing. Gaspard was a man who was happy with even small gifts because they were from his family. Even sympathy will definitely be present. The man came to visit his daughter, even when she was sick. Running closer to her destination, the girl freezes. She expected to see something completely different. The one the girl had been looking for so long was right in front of her. Today was definitely a baby day. Due to the collision with the body, Leonora falls to the floor, clutching her leg. She's in incredible pain. Opening her eyes, which is not possible on the first try, the girl looks at what she has encountered. Looking at her father, the heroine realizes that now the gift can be given to the recipient. All that remains is to hand it over. A cold voice asks the girl who she called Dad. The daughter is ready to cry. Looking with a dark gaze, Gaspard still coldly asks the girl to get out of the way. She lies on the floor and prevents him from passing. It's okay because the man is just angry about Noelle's betrayal. Addressing him as head of the family, the beauty looks at the floor. Running closer, Leia says that she wants to give something away, holding out the wreath she had in her hand. Accepting the gift, the young man makes his daughter's eyes light up. Now everything should definitely work out according to plan. You don't have to worry about anything anymore, because the man has a rather gentle character, which will be a confirmation. All dreams are destroyed as soon as the interlocutor throws the little thing and steps on it with his foot, as if it means nothing. Looking at what is happening with glassy eyes, the blonde tries to hold back her tears. The man chuckles. He didn't quite understand why he was given some unnecessary garbage that was completely unimportant. Once again, ordering his daughter to disappear from his sight, the man asks her not to engage in useless matters. No matter how betrayed Gaspard feels, he would never call his child trash. Something doesn't fit with reality, so the beauty calls out to the young man, who was already leaving for his office. Kachania freezes, never turning around. He doesn't say a word, which makes the situation seem even more ominous. Frowning his brows, the brunette is ready to explode like a bomb. The girl is incredibly annoying to the young man. Without keeping herself waiting, and without giving time to think, the blonde takes a running jump on the figure. Not understanding how this happened, the brunette tries to put all the puzzles together. The girl is still just a child, but she has such strength. The man is unable to resist and falls, remaining on the floor, while the daughter says that she doesn't care. Pointing her finger forward, the blonde asserts with complete confidence that the man is not her dad. Gaspard freezes, silently looking at his interlocutor, who seems to have revealed the whole truth. It all started 3 years ago. The guy is sleeping, seeing a woman's silhouette through his slumber. The girl, without any intention of standing on ceremony, calls out to Kachania, turning to a light cry. He opens his eyes. The night before ascending the throne, the man woke up in the body of a duke. In front of the young man stands the eldest daughter of the Marquis Ierona. Duchess Kachania, Noel Marion, asks if her husband is okay. Getting out of bed, the brunette hiccups in surprise. He did not expect to see such a picture. Looking at the blonde, the guy realizes that the woman is also naked, wrapped only in a sheet. It looks like someone used a poison on the hero that had this effect. He asks the girl to get dressed as quickly as possible. The fact that this girl is here is definitely some kind of trick of the Marquee. He supported Gregor's ascension to the throne as emperor. The coronation is confirmed, and the man is simply trying to somehow manipulate through his daughter. Today, the couple will need to clarify something so as not to end up with any bad consequences. If a child appears after what happened, the future king will not accept him as his own. Noel slowly approaches the brunette, who lifts his chin and asks what she needs from him. The beauty smiles her sweet smile. She tries to convince her with beauty, but it will not have any effect. Instead of continuing to smile, the girl raises her hand and swings her fist towards Kachani's face. Without saying a word, the heroine pushes her hand right into the guy's cheek. This looks like some kind of revenge. When asking who the man is, the blonde is asking the obvious question, because the guy is not her husband, whom she knows. The young man freezes. He can't believe the reality of what is happening. From that day on, the man was imprisoned in Gaspard's body, but was able to move when the moon rose. Looking at Leonora, the brunette notices how much the baby looks like her mother. Turning to screaming, the girl again screams that the guy is not her father, who has disappeared somewhere. The assault has not been cancelled either, so the girl kicks Kachani with her feet. An exact copy of Noel. Sighing, the hero asks if the lady would like to stop behaving this way towards others. No longer intending to fight back, the man says that in fact, he is still Linny's father. The man does not want to argue with anyone, but he still definitely has no choice. Judging by the words of the oracle, the young man moved into Gaspard's body just when his mother had a daughter. During this incident, the guy's mana flowed into a new life. This is how an illegitimate child of the imperial family appeared. Everything that was said seemed beyond the bounds of reason, which made sense to some people. Asking again, but much quieter, the girl tries to understand whether the guy is really her father. Without answering the question, the man only says that time in this body is short, and he must find out who cast the curse. Without letting go of Gaspard, the blonde continues to ask who he is, because it's incredible. Jumping up and throwing open his cloak, the man starts screaming. The girl seems to have gone completely deaf, or simply wants to die at his hands. The hero doesn't like the fact that the mana has flowed to a new person, so he comes up with a way to absorb everything back. Looking at the outstretched hand, the girl only thinks about whether this will be her real end or not. Sharp pain overtakes the whole body. The feeling as if the heroine's strength is leaving her does not cease to haunt her. Calling out to her father, the little girl screams that she is in pain. Hoping that the words will be heard, the maiden shrinks. The hand drops sharply, making the beauty realize that the pain is subsiding. The eyes widen in surprise. The man opposite stopped, at the cost of piercing his hand with a blade. He hurt himself to save his daughter. Tears begin to flow down their cheeks on their own. The girl asks if this is really her dad. Trying to hold back as long as possible, the father asks his daughter to run away faster. Grabbing the blade again, which was still in his hands, the man swings it. The weapon is slowly approaching the body, making it clear that very soon the same collision will occur. The princess looks at what is happening with horror. Dad has already returned, but he doesn't do this until the end. Gaspard, in desperation, was about to do something completely irreparable, which made him regret it. Watching the actions, the girl is still in shock and does not realize that the guy stabbed himself. Stretching her hand forward, the lady screams for the man to stop before it's too late. A servant passing by the corridor hears the Duchess's voice. She asks someone to stop what they are doing. Looking into the room, the blonde asks what the young mistress is doing in order to check. The girl sits on her father's knee, saying that she doesn't care about danger. You need to make sure the man doesn't hit himself. Not intending to listen or put up with anyone, the blonde pulls the lady away from the other body. The blade ended up on the floor, and the brunette sighs languidly. He doesn't know what to do next. The strength leaves the body, so the Duke falls to the floor, leaving stains behind him. Lowering the Duchess to the ground, the young man asks about her, to which she points to Kachania. Gaspard is bleeding, which makes it clear that first aid from a doctor is needed. Henry carefully examines the body, which no longer moves, but simply lies with its eyes closed. The guy ran away, but misunderstanding was written on his face. Even in this situation, the young lady worries about her father. It looked like Gaspard was going to end it all over losing Noel. His mental health was failing. If the maiden could not feel anything, she would not have noticed anything either. She heard mana and betrayal in character. Kachania, who had taken over the body, looked more like a psycho. What he was talking about was as strange as possible. Even the description itself didn't sound happy. Some guy ended up in the body of the girl's father without saying anything. Thinking, the blonde even admitted that there was some truth in the context, which made everything more complicated. Hugging the man's neck, Linny quietly asks that they come back to her quickly and explain everything. In the castle, as usual, all the rumors quickly spread. The head of the family did not come to his senses after such a radical decision. After rumors spread that the lady was an illegitimate child, he turned away from her without even thinking. The girl still remained kind, so no one except the teacher understood why she still lived separately. Before going to bed, the beauty leafed through the book again. It still contained snow-white sheets. Leonora was ready to give up because days passed and nothing changed. The heroine was interested in what would happen, but as long as Ines is a child, nothing will change in reality either. Strange events keep happening. Virgo knows very well that Leonora has a lot of mana so she can use it. It would be nice if the novel helped. As far as we know, the meeting between the princess and the magician is still a long way off. Before Ines learned magic, there were still many chapters that needed to be overcome, one by one. The lady was well aware that when they met, she would be in danger. There was definitely magic here. It became clear that there was some kind of mana in Linny's body that was worth unlocking, because the first contender had appeared. The second was the future empress herself. She was just like Gaspard, aimed at the girl and her powers. Mourning came unnoticed, so the first decision made was that the girl needed to check on her father's condition. The baby hears someone asking about Lala, but she doesn't have time to answer. The teacher, approaching from behind, scares the heroine, saying that she heard about the gentleman. The man is in this state because of his daughter, and she senselessly dared to harm him against everything. Grabbing the heroine's hand, the woman drags her closer to her as she screams about how much pain she is in. The brunette feels all of Gaspard's pain, so no one has the right to harm him, and this is the law. It seems the guy has a twin. Beauty cannot use the power as before because of that psycho who tried to suck the power a little earlier. Looking at Leonora with a murderous gaze, the woman chuckles quietly. There's nothing to be done about what she does. Quietly asking what's wrong, Linny hopes that everything will end well. She doesn't know what to expect. Pulling out the whip, the maid assures that bad children need to be punished, even if there is no reason. The blonde watches the actions of her interlocutor with horror. It seems that today will come to an end. Putting her hand to her mouth in an attempt not to burst out laughing, the girl asks for forgiveness. After childhood, which was in a past life, a cane is definitely not something to be scared of, but this did not suit the woman. Someone grabs the girl's shoulder. Gaspard appears as if out of nowhere, menacingly asking what she is doing. Breaking into a smile, the woman rejoices. It's incredible that her lover put his hand on her shoulder. Without reacting to any words, the brunette again repeats the question he posed. Smiling, Nora insists that she only wanted to teach the young lady a lesson in manners. Without listening or believing what was said, the young man raises his hand, around which the power of mana slowly accumulates. The blonde can't believe that the one inside her father decided to use the aura on an ordinary person. Whirling in magic, the brunette tries to ask why they are doing this to her. Confusion is visible on the face. A woman is trying to teach her child something that she herself did not learn at a young age. This is completely absurd. Attempts to pronounce at least a word completely fail miserably. The woman understands that this is the end. With a snap of his finger, the master throws the servant out the door. She doesn't deserve to be in the room. Jumping up, the girl realizes with fear that Nora has simply disappeared, which was unthinkable. Having adjusted her voice so as not to stutter, the girl asks why Dad came today. Looking straight, the young man is silent. The father just came to see his daughter, and there is no need for a reason. Without listening, the blonde screams that there needs to be a reason for this. Nothing happens for nothing. Leonora has already said several times that the man is not her family. He still won't say his name. This time the guy tried and hid his mana, but his aura gave him away. Everyone around notices the changes. The girl's father is completely different. He doesn't treat people in this horrible way. It is stupid and naive to forgive everything to servants who threaten children. Gaspard would simply find a fair punishment. Sighing, the beauty turns away. Oddly enough, she agrees with this man. Thoughts become confused when the blonde realizes that the guy came here for a reason. The brunette came to kill her again. Leonora is ready to resist, just like last time. In the world of the book, mana is equal to life. Claiming that the maiden is talking nonsense, the young man is mistaken. Yesterday, he tried to suck out strength, and therefore life. It turns out that Gaspard was not going to kill a small child, so as not to look bad in other eyes. This thief stole the body of the girl's father, and now, trying to seem good, he changes topics. What is happening cannot but excite me. Everything Linny says irritates the Duke incredibly. The girl wants to confuse the mind in order to win. Restraining himself with all his might, Kachania asks himself questions. Perhaps, after all, it is worth getting rid of the heroine. Freezing, the maiden falls silent. She didn't know that Gaspard's face could be so angry. The beauty can be calm, because she will definitely be useful to the young man. He won't kill her. A man has been in this body for 3 years, even if he can control himself for a short time. The girl, unlike her brothers, quickly noticed someone else's presence. Among other things, the guy's small body contains a huge amount of mana. Gaspard can leave immediately if he is going to talk nonsense about Linny being his child. Mana has nothing to do with it. The Emperor has not yet found out the reason, but he is sure that his strength is in the baby's soul. The body belongs to the Duke and his wife, which means that the mother did not betray Kachania. Everything happened differently. By putting together puzzles, the lady understands everything. She is an illegitimate child. Only a few questions remain. I want to know who the man is and what he forgot in Gaspard's body. The guy is not here because he wanted to be. His name is Lucas Villainin, which is known throughout the area. The little girl tries to understand as quickly as possible where she heard this name. Enos has the same last name. The truth reaches the mind too quickly. This young man is the half-brother of Emperor Gregor. Clenching his fist, the brunette sighs. He was supposed to be the one who would officially take the throne. Before the coronation day, Lucas was ambushed by his brother. In the morning, he woke up locked in the Duke's body without his own will. It's very easy to become a tyrant. You need to kill all your brothers to take the throne, which is what Gregor did. The baby's father is still in his body. The man can't stay here long, so the body will need to be returned. Breaking into a smile, the beauty rejoices. Gaspard is fine and will be back soon. The problem is simplified by the fact that the father is fine, but there are other problems. Just the thought of the Emperor makes the interlocutor furious. If you try, perhaps villainy will be useful. He could have done something or influenced something. As she gets closer, the blonde grabs her pant leg. She gently tugs at the fabric, calling out to Lucas. Quietly offering her plan, the lady asks if the guy wants to get rid of the emperor with her. Gregor is now a tyrant, but as soon as he one day becomes the father of Ines, he will decide to destroy the Kachania family. The enemy of a girl's enemy is her friend. Earlier, the man said that she might even be useful. Beauty is not an ordinary child. If a guy teams up with her, he will lose absolutely nothing. It was a win-win proposition. The former crown prince could not allow anyone to know about his existence. However, he did not find time at all to lift the curse due to his responsibilities. Nodding, the young man agrees. The heroine can't believe that everything went so easily. Stretching out her finger, the girl asks her to promise that everything will be so. It is impossible not to seal the contract. Grabbing his little finger, the man promises that he will do everything in his power. The two of them can do it. The contract is valid until Gaspard fully returns to his body. Kachania should also become an independent duchy. Freezing, Lucas asks why the girl said about the independence of the state, which is strange. The heroine openly speaks to the future emperor about such terrible things. It's too late to give them up. Rising from his knee, the brunette frowns. He agreed to something more humane. Magic circles swirl around. Now the couple has a magician's contract, which becomes known too late. Laughing, the girl amuses herself with the emperor's confusion. She is definitely not ordinary, since she knows about black magic. Turning around to leave, the baby only once again reminds you that she is special. A contract without guarantees is nothing. Now, if a man betrays Leonora, then all his magic will go to her. The next regular meeting was scheduled for the next day. It was important to the Duke. Gaspard sits at the table, not paying attention to anything. He seemed to be lost very deeply in his thoughts. Staring at the man, the blonde tries to understand what's wrong. Lucas said he won't be in the body for long. Somehow, things turned out worse than expected. Villainy is still in his father's body, even after one day. One day, while walking, the little girl, remembering her past life, decided to ask Gaspard a question. Calling her dad, Leonora makes him sit down next to her. She asks if he loves Leia. Taking the small hands into his own, the young man pauses. The following is a positive answer. Smiling, the young man confirms his words. He loves his daughter more than anyone in the world. The eyes convey the warmth that is contained in the soul and heart of Gaspard. He could never treat Leia differently. Everything is different in this life. The baby doesn't have to try to be loved, because they do it just like that. The meeting continues. The Duke coughs quietly and then expresses his condolences for the visiting oracle. Ronald, who is the manager of the Imperial Palace, says that it is not necessary to make drastic decisions. The decision has been made, because the Duchess will be taken to the palace. Villainy doesn't seem to like the idea very much. By showing her finger, the girl seems to be asking to correct the situation. Someone dared to make such a strange decision. Without giving anyone a look, the man says that he will not allow this to happen. The baby will remain in the duchy. According to the oracle, the princess is the daughter of Lucas, who disappeared. Until His Highness's whereabouts are established, the maiden will remain in the palace. There are also rumors that the Duke is not on the best terms with Leia. In other words, Gaspard does not believe that the Duchess has the blood of the Emperor. Interrupting, the young man says that they have an excellent relationship. A father loves his daughter more than anything. Rumors have reached us that irritate the head of the family. He slams his fist hard onto the wooden table. Glancing at his interlocutor, the guy repeats his words. They just have a wonderful relationship. Ronald turns away in confusion. The Duke himself evicted Leonora into the annex, and now he's stubborn. Scarlet eyes switch their gaze to Linny, who is sitting very close. They ask for advice. Not understanding why Gaspard is looking so intently, the blonde blinks her eyes in surprise. Beckoning the girl with his finger, the young man waits for her arrival. Apparently, he wants to fake a good relationship, so the beauty goes to the meeting. Standing next to the chair, the heroine smiles. She calls her dad sweetly, asking why he called her. The cold tone of the voice betrayed the lie. The young man had to decide for himself, and then call his daughter. The girl decides that she will do everything herself. She asks her for a hug and pretends to be completely sweet. Gaspard lifts the baby by the collar. The girl asks to hug her, not to lift her. He looks like a psycho. Laughing, the blonde talks about how much fun she has. Obviously, everything is translated into the game, because the beauty is a professional at this. Leaning closer, the little girl kisses her father on the cheek. She won't be confused by this, because it's immediately clear how to play. The guy leans his hand on the table in shock. The furniture slowly begins to crack right under the young man's hand. One gets the feeling that Lucas has absolutely no intention of hiding his bad character. This makes the girl incredibly angry. The table breaks and the chairs scatter to the sides. The servants quietly ask the Duke to stop as quickly as possible. Henry, standing in the corner, silently watches what is happening. The necessary plan already appeared in my head. The man has loyalty, so he talks about how Gaspard does not want to part with his daughter. Pointing to the couple standing, the young man talks about how cute they are. This is what you need. Turning around and leaving, the ambassadors promise that they will send a message later to get in touch. The brunette, who wanted to take Leonora to the castle, promises that they will see each other again soon. He hopes for a completely different answer. The Duke silently sees off the guests, while Linny waves her hand. She hopes further explanations will follow. Everything ended well. Judging by how quickly everyone left, they were very scared of Gaspard. Lucas still stands silently. He's not going to answer, so he chooses to ignore. Frowning, Leonora asks Villainy to return to himself. She did it to save the day. The young man turns his head, and no longer in a stupor, calls the baby by name. The blonde freezes. Lucas himself would never have called her that name, so there must be something else here. Saying her father's name, the heroine looks with all her eyes at the man, who no longer says a word. Running up to the Duke, the blonde slams into him, hugging him with her small arms. Looking into her eyes, Leia continues to ask questions. She needs to make sure it's Gaspard. Apologizing, the man cannot believe how long it took him to come to his senses. This seems like something terrible. The brunette still could not understand how it was possible that Luca Villena appeared in his body. The missing crown prince is most likely dead. However, Leia is interested in this. She doesn't want to go to the palace. The girl still remains that same daughter, but she was sent to the annex for protection. Unlike her brothers, the baby had not yet learned to defend herself, so she had to hide. Looking at her interlocutor with glassy eyes, the blonde does not understand why she suffered. The man's hand reaches into his top pocket. Taking out a piece of paper from there, he asks you to look at it. In front of Leonora is a letter from the temple, where it is written who the illegitimate child is. The next second, Gaspard, with the help of Mana, tears the paper into several pieces. The guy was not going to look at the contents, which brought the beauty into a stupor. Kneeling down, the father explains that everyone in the family is his favorite child. Leonora easily received everything that she had never been able to get in the past, and this happened because the baby was born the daughter of this man. If they continue to insist in the palace, then Cacciania will rebel against the emperor and fall. In the original, the whole family died because the father was like that. The most important thing is that Gaspard has returned, which means we need to check the book. The girl is about to go into the annex, but she is stopped. The guy pauses. The blonde is allowed to return to the main building right now. Now the whole truth has been revealed. Refusing and accidentally breaking into a scream, the baby falls silent. It's easier to hide the book in the annex. The girl expresses a desire to be at a distance from her dad. You should wait patiently for the situation to be resolved. The imperial palace, as usual, shines under the rays of the sun. The annex also has inhabitants. A toy bear with a heart on its neck flies to the floor amid loud screams from the side. The little girl with blonde hair whimpers. The Duke said that he would not send Leia to the palace. The lady wasn't really surprised, because she had experienced similar things in the past, but it was still upsetting. Humming, Ines decides that it's not that important right now. We need to think of a better plan. Angry, the little girl throws the book. As always, the line stopped at the most interesting part. Reaching out her hand and trying to do something, the baby moves her hand. Judging by the fact that there is no reaction, the magician is not working. The heroine is afraid to see something shocking. Inez was reborn many times and knew a lot. Initially, there was nothing, but something has changed. Obviously, the change was the girl herself. Lulu and Lala, as usual, are touched by the mistress's actions. She looks at the book with interest. It turns out that the older brothers are not at the estate. They are together with the Duke of Saloa to prepare and enter the Imperial Academy. The name turns out to be painfully familiar. The heroine is trying to go through all the options. Tristan is the main male character. He was also a leading figure in the downfall of the Cacciania family. Saloa was close to the family, but he turned out to be the degenerate who did this. Gaspard lost his temper over Linny's death, so he kidnapped Ines without harming her in any way. Around the same time, Tristan joined the Emperor to ruthlessly exterminate Cacciania. The novel is much worse than it seems. The main character is a fox trying to get Leia's mana, and the main character is destroying his family. As a result, It was Inez who received the cure. Zachary, who took out the elixir, was also from the Duke's family, but no one paid attention to this. If you don't think about the details, the beauty perfectly understood that everything was going against her. Lucas can get the elixir, but it's unclear how. Virgo cannot ask her first brother, whom she has never seen. An interesting idea pops into my head. The beauty calls Lala to answer the question. The baby is going to her father. The reason why Zachary found Panish is simple. Tristan was absent due to the civil war in the duchy. Zachary was the leader of a military group that was as powerful as the Knights of Tristan. The brother was completely unimportant, but someone else from the commanders-in-chief who would replace Tristan. The young man is in love with Inez, but you can replace him with someone more cold-blooded. The person for the commander could be someone who would like Leonora, which would save her life. A smile appears on the beauty's face. The elixir will be hers. Enoch is coughing on the field, as if someone is remembering him. Sylvester simply watches from the sidelines. Laughing evilly, the blonde drives Lala into a stupor. This is not the first time she has seen the lady like this. Walking to the door, the girl asks Henry if her father is still there in his office. It turned out that Gaspard had left for a while, but the Duchess could wait inside. The princess accepts the generous offer, so she immediately goes inside. A huge painting of the girl's mother attracts attention. A beautiful blonde looks into the distance. Examining the edges, the girl realizes that the picture has really faded. We need to put everything in order. If only Noelle had been alive, none of this would have happened. Sadly looking at the portrait of her mother, the beauty sighs. She wants the Empress next to her. Come to think of it, even if the Saint Terra pirates killed Empress Inez out of revenge for the Emperor, did they have a reason for Noelle? It would be much more profitable to keep the woman captive. This would bring in income. Realization hits my head like a wave. Perhaps everything is fine with the mother, but no one knows that. My father interrupts my thoughts. Entering the room, he asks what his daughter is so busy with. It looks like the little girl is completely bored without her brothers. Leonora looks strange. Later, I would need to find out about my mother, but now there was another mission. The heroine came to ask for something. Jumping up from her seat, the blonde says that she would like to wield a sword like Brother Enoch. If a girl wants to make her brother a knight commander, she needs to familiarize herself with his training method. The father's expression doesn't seem too happy. He calls Enoch a parasite. It seems, according to the man, the boy was showing off again and making Leia want it. The conversation went in the wrong direction. And last year, Enoch said that he would show his strength and almost hurt his sister. After the incident, the baby almost lost all her hair. Frowning, the man says that he is going to talk to his son about his behavior. Waving her arms, the blonde tries to stop her father. She's going to show something. The guy turns and looks intently at his daughter. He's almost at the door. Getting ready, the blonde stretches her arms forward. Trying to extract mana, she realizes that nothing is working. Not understanding what's going on, the brunette quietly says something. He has his own thoughts in his head. Grabbing Leia in his arms, the man says that she needs to go to the toilet. This is normal, so don't be shy. Reaching out her hand, the girl finally releases strength. Now there is a chance for understanding. Showing mana, the blonde smiles. The power is the same color as Enoch, which is strange. Leia was not born with the ability, but the weak mana was similar to the others, so the maiden tried. Perhaps it will be possible to deceive Gaspard. Addressing the baby, the father, as a statement of fact, says that she has the power of summer. Now he believes. The next day, Enoch took Leonora to the stadium where he was training. He introduced her name. Walking forward, the blonde smiles, waving her hand welcomingly. All that remains is to survive this day. The girl did not know that they were training together, which ruined the plans. You have to stay nice, even if Tristan doesn't think so. While straightening his hair, the redhead vaguely says that all children look the same. Leia is no exception to the list. Hugging Leonora, Enoch shouts that not all children look like this. His sister is someone special. The girl is 100 times cuter than everyone else. The brother doesn't even notice how tightly he's squeezing his little sister. Changing the topic of conversation, the red-haired man asks what the beauty is doing during training. Lifting the heroine a little into the air, the blonde says that the baby has the strength of a summer night. If you think about it, such a manifestation is extremely rare. 2 summer manas appeared in 1 generation. The powers turned out to be amazing, so Leia can even become part of the knightly corps. Grunting, Tristan denies the possibility. A knight cannot be a female. The rude man clearly did not choose the right expressions. He just wants to show his superiority. Frowning his eyebrows, the blonde cannot understand whether his friend really dared to neglect Leonora. The guy still doesn't care, but Enoch approaches and grabs him by the collar. In the midst of the discussion, a mentor appears and slowly emerges from the shadows. Tristan calls out to the boy, reminding him that there was no sparring scheduled. Tristan was the first to start a conflict, but no one was interested in this. Pushing Kachania aside, the red-haired man is glad that the teacher has finally arrived. The little duchess came today simple. It is worth paying special attention to control over the aura. Enoch must do whatever he is told, so he obediently picks up his sword, lowering the force onto it. The blond man looks intently at his opponent. There is complete concentration in his gaze. Tristan, in turn, looks more self-confident, but just as menacing. Summer's aura is different from Sylvester's. Now the girl was able to see the difference with a clear example. The fight has begun, and very soon the baby turns away. There is too much difference in level between the combatants. After a while, the teacher stops Enoch. He can stop using mana. Tristan is right, because there is no point in chasing after others. The couple is initially at different levels. Not daring to argue any longer, Kachania slowly lowers the sword. He nods his head quietly. The brother looks upset, but his position looked much better the second time. The main character looks pleased with himself. A strange smile spreads across his face. There wasn't even a drop of sweat on the young man's face. He had to deal with it easily. Tristan, instead of celebrating further, turns towards the beauty in the stands. Boldly heading closer to the heroine, the young man calls her by name. The time has come to decide everything. Being very close, the young man asks why Leonora looked at him like that. He looks angry. The girl throws signs of help towards Enoch, but everything is useless. Tristan is giving the guy some kind of lecture. The young man promises not to let the girl go down just because she is small. The baby seems to be laughing. This reaction was quite typical for a hero with a broken personality who grew up in harsh conditions. Trying to mumble something, the beauty says that the guy is incredibly handsome. That's why she looks like that. Not believing what was said, the young man freezes. The heroine also talks about his special eyes. The princess was wrong and will no longer look so strange. She's trying to be nice again. Blushing, Tristan insists that there is no need to apologize. This was not entirely appropriate here. The guy contradicts himself. He himself acted as if he was ready to hit without hearing an apology. The brother was released, so he took the baby home. Enoch is already tired from training, but he still goes on because of the feeling of guardianship and care. By asking questions, the girl asks the boy whether he wants to become stronger or not. Instead of the expected answer, the young man disappoints his sister. He doesn't want to get stronger. No matter how hard the hero tries, he will never be able to become the same as Tristan and his older brothers. The young man is the third in the family, which means he may not go to the knightly corps. Right now, he is ruining all plans. If everything remains as it is, then over time the future will come true. It will only get worse. The conversation was postponed, so a few days later the baby went about her business in the kitchen. Asking Roberti if everything is ready, the girl looks at the basket. This was a personal request from the young duchess. The baby asked the same thing last time, but it was a secret training that should not be revealed. Whispering, the girl reminds that you can't tell anyone about your plans ahead. The cook also puts his finger to his mouth and smiles. Surely the duchess is bringing food to some homeless animal. Days later, the girl realized that Tristan, comparing Tristan to Enoch, was causing his brother to lose motivation. One of the even bigger stumbling blocks is Enoch's attitude itself. If there is no motivation, then you need to add it. And Virgo is a professional in this. She's calling someone. Once again, calling out to the incomprehensible character, the little girl insists that it is best to go out right now. Enoch in the original was born with a lazy temperament. Nobody could do anything about it. Father and Sylvester were always radically different. Then so was Zachary. The boy was always the one who played with Leia, and she loved it incredibly. But there were many buts. Now the memories have gotten worse. The solution to the problem would be if Kachania got hold of the elixir. If everything remains as it is, then the heroine will face a sad end. It cannot be avoided. Screaming again, the maiden orders the grizzly to come out, so he jumps out. She knows what makes a person stronger. Today the bear was furious. The beauty freezes in her tracks. Throwing the beast aside, the heroine clenches her small hand into a fist, as if as a sign of a warning that has been issued. The lady promised that there would be games after training. Next time you should watch your actions. It all started quite recently. The girl found a grizzly bear in the forest that had lost its mother. With time and feeding, the baby began to obey. The plan was to help strengthen Enoch. The lady made the animal do simple things. She always gave him some kind of tasty treat for them. In exchange for completing tasks, the girl brought with her fish marinated in honey. Looking at how appetizingly the baby devoured the continued delicacy, the girl began to think that it was delicious. It is impossible to tame a sufficiently old and strong grizzly bear. This could only be done by Enoch, who used mana to tame animals. The blonde used the original recipe from the Empress. Things were moving forward for the better. The bear made contact very quickly and completed almost all assigned tasks. Grizzly bear training was successfully completed. Next in line was none other than Enoch. Actions may be too cruel towards your brother, but you need to understand everything. Virgo beckons the animal to follow her. The blonde, as usual, is studying diligently in his office. He hears sounds outside the window. Looking into the courtyard, the young man notices Leah, who is running, waving her hand. The next second, the lady pretends to fall, spreading her arms and legs to the sides. The guy, of course, couldn't leave Leonora alone, so he's going to go help. A monster emerging from the forest attracts attention. Scarlet eyes glow in the dark. Falling was not part of the blonde's plan, but the grizzly plays out according to training. Enoch runs to help his sister, trying to get her to stand up as quickly as possible. Finding himself next to Leia, the blonde asks if his little sister is okay after the fall. The sounds don't stop, so Kachania grabs a stick, screaming at the monster to leave. Grizzly isn't going to listen because it's not in his script. He just growls menacingly. Knowing the actions in advance, the maiden gave the bear an aura of water attribute as a shield. It would be enough. Waving her hand, the blonde quietly asks the animal to take a few steps back. The grizzly slowly moves closer. He growls and moves further. The plan failed because the animal thought that, on the contrary, it was being asked to come over. Tears accumulate in Enoch's eyes. He is very scared, but tries to hold on for his sister. Running closer, the young man hugs Leia tightly. He will be with her all the time. The little girl blinks her eyes in surprise. It seemed that even this outcome was not so bad. The boy says all this despite the fact that he is more scared than anyone else. My brother seems to be shaking a little. Tall boots step onto the ground next to the grizzly bear. It becomes clear to everyone who has appeared. Grunting, Tristan talks about how pathetic the Duke is. He couldn't defeat the little monster. The plan is only getting worse with each passing second. I want to scream so that the young man disappears from sight. The guy puts too much negative aura into his words, hoping to be noticed. Words filled with magic have no effect on the animal. He looks thoughtful. Extending her finger, the blonde quietly commands the grizzly bear to immediately return to the forest. The couple watches the animal go into the forest. He thinks about the fact that he will receive goodies later. It turns out that the red-haired man already knows how to put an aura into words. If it weren't for him, something irreparable could have happened. The funny thing is that the grizzly left on the orders of the Duchess, but Tristan is still expecting something. Deciding to praise the young man, the blonde squeaks with delight. It was the best thing she had seen. Enoch stands quietly to the side, looking at the floor. A sad look makes you understand your feelings even without words. Not really worried about anyone, Tristan calls his opponent to practice. They shouldn't be late. The girl grabs the finger of the departing Enoch. It is also impossible to leave him without a compliment. Looking into her brother's eyes, the blonde quietly says her thanks. This is incredibly important to her. Not understanding why they are thanking him, the young man asks why. He didn't do anything even if he could have. This is all because the guy was able to save his sister. Leia must continue to follow her plan to get everything done. This is exactly how it should be. The blonde wouldn't have done anything differently because he's her older brother. Lowering his hand to his head, the guy gently pats his hair. Caring always comes first. Looking sadly at the floor, the girl is silent. This is not commonplace, because in a past life everything was completely different. Closing his eyes, Enoch raises the stick into the air. He tries to concentrate for training. Squeezing the weapon in his hands, the hero gives instructions to himself. You need to strengthen your aura as much as possible. Apparently, Kachania overdid it, so the thing flies to the side with a loud sound, forcing the young man to fall to the ground. I don't have the strength anymore, but it's worth continuing to practice. Getting up, Enoch prepares for the second approach. Barristan shouts at the boy. He shouldn't concentrate his aura because with his skills it's impossible. Sighing, the guy objects. He had never contradicted his mentor before, but now the time had come. The blonde changed his mind after what happened. He would like to become as strong as Tristan. The princess, as usual, watches happily. It seems that my brother has regained his courage, Barristan asks again in surprise. Today the teacher saw the student from a completely different side. Instead of praise, the man shouts that Tristan was born with the most outstanding qualities in history. He is the best, so he is much different. the master orders to do only what he himself says. Physical fatigue can accumulate from aura abuse. The man scolds for showing motivation, which is strange. Usually, the more you train, the larger the capacity of the aura. It is suspicious that the swordmaster is completely ignorant of the truth. This cannot be something to miss. The teacher is clearly intentionally hindering Enoch's growth as well as his career, but many questions remain as to why. The girl goes back to the annex, but notices a figure in the distance. Blonde hair makes it clear who exactly is standing there. Sylvie is standing near a tree. It seems he went out for a walk because there was no other reason. Inviting her brother to go forward to rest, the little girl turns around. She heads to Sylvester. Only as she approaches the blonde does the heroine notice tears in Sylvie's eyes. Running up sharply, Leonora asks her brother if he is crying. Obvious things require confirmation. Wiping his eyes with his hands, the young man denies. The girl has seen everything, so she's not going to give up. The blonde did not want to speak in a bad tone, but she was sure that she saw the boy crying. Approaching, the heroine carefully hugs the blonde. She asks him to tell what happened. From the time the girl began to speak, everyone around saw how she cared for everyone around her, especially her brothers. If you look at this side, you can immediately say that the blonde took after her father in kindness. Unlike the princess, Sylvester is more likely an illegitimate child. The guy cannot be called Leia's older brother because, realizing everything, he still did not stand up for his sister. It all happened because the blonde spent too much time on Enoch. She couldn't imagine that her brother would think such a thing. The father said that he loved everyone, but he did it because he was a great man. As soon as the young man made a mistake, Gaspard showed coldness towards him. To help the future be better, the little girl cannot allow Sylvester to dig a tunnel into her soul due to a misunderstanding. The father can also be angry and make mistakes, so you shouldn't worry about this. The girl calls for her. Approaching the door of Kachania's office, the beauty asks to carefully monitor what she will do next. Gaspard's beloved Changja can be seen in the distance. It is blue, so it fits perfectly into the design of an office. The brunette, busy with business, hears a strange loud sound. He turns his head slowly. Rising from the table, the man rushes to the side, calling Leia's name. Picking up the girl in his arms, the man asks if she is okay. Such dirty tricks were not enough to switch him. The heroine was not injured anywhere, but in order to follow the plan, she needed to do something. The little girl clenches her fist and then hits her father's nose with it. There is almost no pain, but questions remain. Sylvester, watching everything that is happening, does not even have time to say anything. There is complete silence in the office. No one finds the strength to say even a word about what happened. Henry, standing outside the door, turns around at the sounds. They are growing with great progression. Trying to ask what all this means, the brunette is interrupted by a pillow that flies into his face. Sylvie tries to stop her sister, but her father seems to become even more furious. This is the first time the baby has been called by her full name, so she freezes with a bottle in her hands. Starting to shout, the man asks why his daughter decided to do something incomprehensible, destroying the office. Running up to Sylvester, the heroine asks him to save the girl. She felt scared. Leaning towards her brother's ear, Leonora says that her father is an ordinary person. Sometimes he can get angry easily. A slight smile appears on the sad face. The blonde doesn't know what to say in such a situation, but it's worth doing something. Addressing the head of the family, Sylvie assures that Leia did all this only because of him. Frowning, the brunette asks what the problem is. Too much has happened in the last 10 minutes. Sighing, the young man prepares to tell everything that has been in his head for a long time, completely giving him no rest. All this time, the boy was worried that he had used the aura on his sister, thereby harming her. Setting the mug of tea down on the table, the man sighs. He needs to clear something up. It is natural to make mistakes, or not have full control of the force. Nobody's perfect. The young man is still just a child, so it's normal to do something and then reflect on it. Listening to Gaspard's words, the blonde involuntarily thought about her dark past. The father never loved his daughter, constantly shouting that he was feeding her, but she could not do anything. In a past life, the girl heard such things at a much earlier age than Sylvie. It makes you plunge into memories. It would be much better if in a past life the girl's father was Gaspard. The past cannot be changed, but no matter how serious the conversation was, it helped Sylvester. Thanks to his father, the young man calls him the head of the family, forcing Kachani to make a stone face. The beauty does not immediately understand what the problem is, but she easily puts it together. Pulling her brother by the shoulder, Leonora tells him that Gaspard doesn't really like being called the head of the family. Objecting, the brunette rolls. Leia just saw the man's brows furrow after he said that. Blushing a little, The blonde quietly asks if what was just said is true. According to the guy, this treatment is too cold. He hasn't received the title yet and has all the rights, but that's a fact. Grunting, the young man understands everything the first time. From today, he can change. Linny, sitting nearby, corrects her brother. It is best to call Gaspard Dad in a softer form. The man asks not to be so polite, but you can see from his face that he is in favor. The blonde's eyes light up. This time, it will be something new and unusual. The hero slowly pronounces that very cherished word of address, which makes Kachani choke on his tea. Turning away, the man tries to hide his red cheeks. He is pleased to be recognized. Asking if he can go, the blonde quietly turns to leave the room. It seems funny how men sometimes can't understand themselves. Virgo is ready to fix this. There is only one cog missing in the Kachania family, so after Enoch, the girl will start working with Zachary. Walking back into her annex, the little girl grabs the book, asking when the next chapter will be. There is no information in the original, so there are accordingly no interesting updates. The advantage was that no one came from the Emperor. This may have been due to Lucas's refusal. The more the girl thinks about what happened, the more she realizes that it was a good decision. Villainy became a good ally. The manifestation of another person in the body of the father is dangerous, but together with the Emperor, they can find a solution. The only thing left to do is seriously train Enoch. It's worth taking on. Unfortunately, you won't get far with theory alone. My brother's training will be limited. It would be good if the lady managed to bring that same person. Tristan would be useful. There were no side stories in the book. If they were, it would be possible to find out from the history of Tristan who taught him. One of the spheres on the cover lights up. She is pointing at something. It seems that the drawing was always in the same place. It's strange that this didn't become noticeable earlier. The beam of light breaks through further. The lady realizes with horror that the straight line is pointing somewhere. There is definitely something else interesting in the direction you should go. A few minutes later, the maiden finds herself near the red-haired man. The strange coincidences did not stop. The little one might give some clue, so the blonde quietly asks if they can take her for a walk. Tristan says that Enoch has already left, but he is interrupted. The little girl came to see the prince. Baristan laughs that the princess also doesn't think his brother is interesting in his abilities. The man pisses off the girl. Turning to the side, the boy asks his friend to disappear. He's not going to be with the child. The baby is no longer a child, but the book should provide a hint to help. The beauty's leg twists as she tries to take a step, and then she falls with a crash. Instead of helping, Tristan takes up the book, asking for its contents. The answer is only silence. Can the girl see the words? So the boy asks with interest why she carries an empty album with her. Light pours out of the book. This is a reaction to the character touching a thing or something else. The blonde finds the right answer. She was going to practice spelling, so she took a book. Stretching her hands forward, the girl asks to return the item. You need to check the page changes. Handing over the notebook, the young man asks not to look at him like that. Every time his mood gets worse. Don't be fooled into thinking that everyone will love her because she's a child. The lady doesn't care. Information appeared on the pages. The heroine hasn't been able to read anything yet, but it's probably about Tristan. Looking at the pages with interest, the little girl fully anticipates signs of help. The pages don't have what you need at all. Leonora's face goes dark almost immediately. She does not understand. One of the sheets began a separate chapter with a side story of Tristan. Looking at the baby, the boy thinks about what beautiful eyes and cheeks she has that he wants to touch. The guy changes the topic of conversation. He frowns so as not to reveal his true emotions. Looking at the girl's hand, the young man only thinks about how he would like to take the girl's hand. The guy says that he is completely different from what people think of him. Despite everything, nothing worries him. That same strange prediction appears on the pages. The young man is disgusted by the entire Kachania family. The student does not leave. Instead of taking any action, he frowns, asking what's wrong with his face. The Kachania and Saloa families would never be on the same level, and the girl knew that the main character was one of them. The boy continues to say some nonsense, although he himself thinks about how cute Linny is. Saying that he feels sorry for Enoch, that the annoying creature clings to him, he thinks about how jealous he is of his acquaintance. Tristan could not become one of the worst or pushed aside by Enoch, who was also born with the aura of a summer prince, but not in the Saloa family. Baristan warned that the boy needed to be better, so the maiden now knew the whole truth. Her fears were not in vain. Baristan was the main culprit behind Tristan developing an obsession. The constant fear of losing pushed the boy to do terrible things. The leader of the Night Corps and Elder Saloa had gone too far, but more text appeared on the pages. Jumping up from her seat, the little girl reads about some swordsman whom she managed to meet in the forest. The Grey Knight talked about not wasting energy trying to keep others under control. The guy put the words aside deep in his soul and asked about the name that his friend did not have. If a boy wants to become a student, he must prove his potential at the country's festival. The man leaves, only saying that after the festival, he will make a decision and let him know about it. This is the same teacher from the original story. It would be nice if the guy became a master for Enoch too. Proving potential means winning competitions around the country. It looks like the same knight will be there. You don't have to think long to come to a conclusion. The brother must be the one who proves that he is the best. Enoch runs across the floor, calling for Leia. She had to wait for him for quite a long time after training. Smiling, the little girl says that everything is fine. She never acknowledges her brother's shortcomings. Laughing lightly, the heroine notices how cool Enoch is in training. Sighing, the boy denies. No matter how hard he tries, everything always goes wrong, making him incredibly nervous. If the boy continues to study only with Baristan, his self-esteem will drop. Even a genius will not be able to control himself if he hears insults, which means something needs to be done about it. Even if the young man does not have enough talent, he promises that he will continue to try, that he has the strength. Last time the guy couldn't protect his sister, so now he has the determination to train. In order to protect Leonora, you will have to become much stronger. It's something to remember. The girl tries to argue something, but cannot find the words. Enoch is right in what he wants to do. Asking if this is exactly what the Duke himself wants, the little girl smiles when she hears a positive answer. It seems that the young man is really determined to be stronger in whatever way he needs, just to help. Not understanding what the Duchess is leading to, the blonde vaguely nods to give at least some kind of answer to the silence. Perhaps the princess can make the guy stronger. They will see in the future how the training will go further. In fact, the lady was a swordsman in her previous life. The young man does not understand whether she dreamed this in a dream or not. The girl denies it because it was true. She had many students, and she also climbed back only with a knife after falling from the cliff. Just recently, the baby fell asleep for a long time and remembered everything. At Enoch's age, she received more rigorous training. The young man opens his mouth again to say something, but the girl anticipates every remark. The third brother turned out to be too naive. It turns out that his sister was a great person, which was not true. Sparked by the idea, the guy promises to try. All that remains is to become the lady's student. Smiling, the blonde nods. If the young man decides to take this step, she will be with him all the time. To begin with, it was worth changing the place, so the couple went to the mountains. After 30 minutes, a sword falls to the ground. Falling to his knees, the young man talks about how tired he is. The suggestion is to continue tomorrow. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl says that her brother is still not tired, so there is no reason to stop. Baristan Sir always said that one should exercise in moderation. Strength can simply disappear if you overdo it. By putting her hand forward, the blonde says that there is no measure in training. The words are worth remembering, and what past masters said was not true. Now you can return to training. Putting the whistle to her mouth, the baby whistles as hard as she can, drawing in air from her lungs. Since the guy has the strength to argue, it means he can easily do another approach. If Enoch were ordinary, he would not have gone so far, but Soul Knights have many times more endurance. This is all for the sake of the Kachania family, so days and then weeks passed like this. The boy tried to find Leia, who was hiding, and hearing sounds turned to the side. Instead of his sister Grizzly, who seemed furious with something, rushes at the young man. The blonde freezes, not giving himself time to think about what to do next. The bear came to be taught a lesson, so Enoch rushes at the beast with a sword in his hands. Dropping to the ground, the hero forcefully throws the grizzly aside using the power of the aura. Peeking out from behind a tree, the girl watches everything that happens. The student matured greatly in just a month. Coming out from behind the tree, the little girl claps her hands. Enoch was able to do what he was meant to do. Turning around, the young man tries to find the right words to express his emotions. He was able to deal with the bear. The young man's head was filled with thoughts that he was becoming like Tristan. The beast must be alive because of the water bubble. Instead of letting her brother forget, the blonde orders him to return to training. Asking what the lady was talking about, Kachania thought that classes were over. The training will only begin now, because even at this moment the Saloa are conducting special training among themselves. Nothing matters, because the heroine knows what the red-haired man is doing from the book. Starting this day, Leia is going to start serious mana and aura training. The pair's task is to take the cup in a swordsman's competition at a festival, which horrifies Enoch. It should be Tristan, not Kachania, but their family always aims for the best. According to history, A retired winter knight helped Barristan strengthen the boy's aura. As you know, the most famous way to grow a knight is by fighting another with an aura. Therefore, there is only one way left. The girl heads to the castle and knocks on the door. The right person will be Sylvester with the strength of winter, who, as you know, is not entirely weak. Entering the room uninvited, Leonora greets her brother, who does not quite understand her. Asking why the baby is here, the young man hears that someone needs his help. Getting up from his seat, the guy says that he doesn't want to. He doesn't seem to be in the mood. Looking behind Sylvie, the blonde asks what happened. Lowering his head, the blonde reminds his sister that she only likes Enoch, with whom she is constantly with. Freezing, Leia opens her mouth in surprise. She had never heard such tales before. The boy is offended, so he doesn't even want to watch Leonora show how much she likes Sylvester. Making puppy dog eyes, the girl almost begs the boy to help her. There was no need to resort to a method that the beauty had never used before. Turning away, the young man quietly asks about the thing with which his help was needed. The brother nevertheless agreed. He doesn't show feelings the same way as Enoch, but still loves his sister very much. Smiling, the blonde asks him to play with her and Enoch. It could be a fun time. A month has passed since Sylvie and Enoch began training to strengthen their aura under disguise. Ladies are taken out of bed early in the morning. According to the maid, we should get ready quickly. Lala and Lulu discuss how nice the lady is in bed, while remaining as active as ever. Raising the girl in her arms, the maid asks her to wake up, because this year the chapter meeting is being held at the Kachania estate. The gathering was a regular meeting held by the heads and elders of 5 noble families, including the Dukes of Saloa and Kachania. Usually meetings are held in the palace, not at the Duke's. Perhaps it was due to rumors, but the baby thought that the number had decreased. The father did his best. Each of the guys will easily betray the couple at the right moment. Perhaps in order for everything to go well, Leonora needs to show herself as a good girl. The fall of the family in the book was due to pressure from the emperor and checks from other families. This was just one of the problems, because there was something much more important here. Immediately after Gaspard's unsuccessful attack, other families who were on friendly terms with him simply had no choice. They were forced to turn away from the guy. To change the original story, too many things had to change. The beauty was initially busy raising her brothers, so she had no idea what to do. Such actions were pure mockery. It seemed that everyone wanted not to help the girl, but to do absolutely the opposite. Since the baby has already decided to do anything, she should remain who she is and hold herself in front of anyone. Dying, even in the book, was not the best choice, which was not the case. Turning around, the blonde blinks her eyes. One of the maids calls her to ask her something. Taking the girl out of the room, Lulu leads her along the corridor forward. The first person to stand in the way is none other than Henry. He bows to greet the lady. Smiling, Leia greets the knight, who always treats her kindly, as one should treat an ordinary small child. Sounds are heard from the side. Enoch runs closer to his sister, asking her if everything is okay, not forgetting to tell her how cute she is. This is already commonplace. Examining the blonde from head to toe, the beauty chuckles. My brother also looks very handsome today in his formal suit with a bow on one of the shoulders. Smiling, the young man mutters something condescendingly. He is Leonora's brother, so he doesn't understand at all why he should dress like that. Always being beautiful is a gift. The voice of the elder of the Ardell family attracts attention. Some prince asks if the young countess will be at the party. As it turned out, the maiden was not feeling well again, so she would not arrive. A man with blonde hair asks if the heroine is sick. She was born a mage with a water attribute, so she gets sick quite often, which is quite natural. The girl was born with a precious talent that 5 families completely lack. The guy expresses sympathy, hoping that the princess will recover very soon. Brother, saying that Hyun has an important exam today, says that today he and Leah will be completely alone this evening. It seems like this conversation has gone somewhere completely wrong. Grunting, the brunette nods his head. He hopes that everything will go exactly according to his plan. Still, it's still better for the young duchess. It is much worse to have a strong body and no talent at all. This would drive us into the framework of development. The strange guy talks too loudly. The people around him are probably already almost deaf, but the man seems to want the duchess to hear everything. Frowning, the man opposite asks what nonsense the interlocutor is talking about. He insults the entire family, and not just one, present at this holiday. Blinking his eyes, the brunette announces that he only told the truth. The person really does not see the truth, or is simply pretending. Literally, a second later, the The crowd of people is scattered in different directions. One of the guys screams that it was as if something had burned him from afar. Everyone around turns to look at the lady. Leonora stands very close, holding in her palm a fireball from a brightly lit sphere. There is nothing left to do but ooh and ah. Kachania is never going to keep quiet. From now on, what was just said will become the very family motto that they chose. There is constant gossip all around. The young Duchess knows how to use aura, and even at such an early age. It seems that the little girl has become a genius in society. Nothing matters at all right now. According to the man, a direct descendant of Kachania attacked Elder Ardell, who did not even give any noticeable reasons. Hanging her head sadly, the blonde mentions her friendship with the elder. The others always say they like it when Leia shows magic, so she thought even he would like it. Smiling as if she didn't regret anything, the beauty says that if it hurt, then she's sorry. Nothing really matters except revenge. The elder jumps up menacingly, looking around. He seems angry. Such behavior cannot be called a real apology. Other acquaintances try to calm the man down. She was just a little girl, and her behavior shouldn't be picked on just for nothing. She didn't want to hurt anyone. Gaspard, who has just arrived at the palace, enters the main gate. Stopping in the middle, he asks what happened here. The leader of the meeting of elders in Kachania asks the man if he knew that Leonora had the extraordinary powers of a summer night. It turns out that the guy knew everything. Carden quietly asks why then no one deigned to report this to the elders. The Kachanias did not know that what was happening would make such a fuss. The young Duchess is a descendant of Kachania, so the powers would have manifested themselves sooner or later. You should not react to this as something special, and objections will not be accepted. Trying to say that Leia is an illegitimate child, the elder is interrupted by Henry, who puts his hand forward in a warning sign, asking him to be careful with his words. In current times, such a gift is an extraordinary salvation due to the loss of attribute magic. Not all direct descendants of the 5 great knight families are born with the mana talent. The Villain Empire was once filled with soul knights, but they all disappeared. Smiling, the little girl understands that everything turned out for the best. If nothing happens, then we can properly fray the nerves of those gathered in the hall. Stepping forward a little, the girl releases the power that has been trapped somewhere inside her young body for so long. Leia tries to spin around so that everyone gathered can get a better look at what is in her arms. People around gasp in surprise. Men and women look at each other in surprise. It turns out that the young lady has an ice attribute aura. Some people say that they immediately realized how pretty the lady was. These individuals are definitely tied up in an endless lie. The people who turned their backs on Leia when the rumor started are now moving closer. There is no point in continuing the aura trick any further. Calling Lala, the blonde runs closer to the maid, burying her face in her dress. She is incredibly tired, or rather wants to sleep very much, which prevents her from concentrating. The chief elder asks to see something else, in case the little one controls the water attribute too. Today, there is enough for everyone, so you just need to select those who really care about the Kachania family and will not betray them. Those around me still won't calm down. They continue to persistently ask the girl to demonstrate at least one element. Interested conversations and words were interrupted by Gaspard, who noticed in time how things were going. He orders everyone to stop. Lowering his voice and making it even more stony, the brunette reminds those present that Linny wants to sleep, which means the time has come. Interrupting the chapter, the gray-haired man says that it doesn't matter to him at all whether the young man's daughter wants to sleep. The future of the Kachania family may directly depend on power. The man dared to be rude to Gaspard, underestimating his aura and abilities. The elder was simply lucky that his father was kind and would not do anything. All beliefs and thoughts about what a kind and good man was just evaporated in one moment. The girl's eyes widen in complete surprise, taking over her mind. A thread of dark aura is wound around the gentleman's neck, which forcefully squeezes his throat, squeezing it more and more with every second. A pig has no right to squeal where it is not supposed to. The brunette steps forward, not letting go of his acquaintance. The new wave of anger seems stronger than the previous ones, in which some kind of replacement is constantly taking place. Eyes sparkling, Lucas suggests blowing the guy's brains out so he can understand the situation a little better. The girl completely forgot that villainy was now in her father's body. Snuggling closer to the maid, the blonde watches everything that happens in horror. She still sometimes confuses faces, so she did not immediately determine who was in Gaspard's body. As everyone in the world knows, The aura has its own unique abilities and characteristics. It is difficult to handle powers if it is not your own mana, but Lucas was excellent at handling the shadow of Gaspard, the Shadow Knight. The girl is lost in thought, so she doesn't hear what's going on around her at all. Henry tries to calm his majesty, to which he receives a mountain of negativity. It is strange that a talented person fell into Gregor's trap. Turning away, the heroine realizes that coughing sounds are coming to her from the side. If you don't try to stop your father, he will actually kill the poor elder. Coming closer, the heroine quietly calls out to her dad. She tries to attract attention as quickly as possible in order to stop the torment of other people. Grabbing the leg of his trousers and persistently starting to tug at the soft fabric, the baby asks Gaspard to forgive the Count, who seems to have gone too far in his game. Turning to the man, Leonora assures him that his father did this for the sake of the future dukedom. This was partly true, because no one thought that Lucas acted this way only because of Cardan's attack on his daughter. Surely the emperor acted in this way only because a person below her in status dared to neglect the baby, pointing out their age difference and so on. Smiling nervously, the blonde continues to persistently ask her father to calm down. If the man messes things up in Gaspard's body, then the couple will never achieve anything. Lucas looks intently into his daughter's eyes. It's as if he's trying to see something deep in the iris of his eyes, but he can't notice a single emotion. The hand goes down on its own. The blonde falls to the ground, clutching his throat and continuing to cough endlessly, despite trying to save his face. Waving his fingers towards the exit, the brunette announces that the meeting for today had to be cancelled. He made this decision out of his own interests. Ordering everyone to leave the palace, Lucas sighs. His manner of speech will never become something familiar to the blonde, for whom everything is new. The couple will be left completely alone, so the brunette asks displeasedly what Leia needed at such an inconvenient time. Voicing her grievances, the blonde openly asks if Lucas is okay. He had been hiding for 3 years, and now he suddenly decided to show his character, even if Gaspard would never do that. The girl asks what they're going to do if they get caught, but Villainy doesn't seem interested. If he fails, all he needs to do is get his mana. There is no end to the heroine's indignation. It seems that the man forgot the terms of the deal, which he himself very recently easily agreed to and swore an oath. The partners in the end are obliged to find out who put the Emperor's brother Gregor in Gaspard's body. It costs a lot of effort, and not a complete collapse of the plan. Grunting, the brunette thinks about something of his own, speaking about his thoughts out loud, but only in some fragments that do not represent any valuable importance. If you think about it this way, the girl looks a little like her mother. When the couple is alone, the blonde never calls Lucas father. The guy has such a character as if he hates all the children in the world, which is strange, but the heroine still says the cherished word. The man doesn't react at all. His face seems to remain as stone as if nothing had happened, hoping for at least some kind of reaction. In order to at least understand what needs to be done next, the girl says the same word again, looking into the eyes of her interlocutor. Lucas's expression does not change at all. On the contrary, it only becomes more gloomy. Perhaps the guy wanted to say that he didn't like it. Turning towards the door, the blonde waves goodbye. You shouldn't worry or get angry so much, because the baby will no longer call Villanina that way. Saying that it's time to go to her room, the girl disappears behind the door, leaving only silence behind her. The man looks somewhere into the distance. Sighing, Lucas rests his face on his hand. No matter how many times Leia is forced to say Dad, she will still consider the Duke to be her father. Before going to bed, the baby, of course, checks the original, thinking about what a long and hard day it was. The princess managed to put the elder in his place, but everything ended worse than expected. There is a sharp knocking sound behind the door, a notification that guests have arrived. At such a late time, the baby didn't really want to receive guests, so it was best to pretend to be asleep. Lulu and Lalo were the ones who came to check on the lady after a long day in the palace. The Duchess was already asleep due to how tired the baby was. Many have heard about how His Highness was angry with Count Cardan, who treated Leonora with disdain. The man was an extremely peaceful person, but turned out to be rotten. Looking around the room, the girls turn towards the blonde, who doesn't seem too interested in the conversation. She turns to the wall. Many say that the Emperor was very angry because the Duke did not allow the baby to be taken to the palace. To cancel everything, the man is going to confiscate the land and property transferred to the Duke. It seems crazy because everything was a gift, but people are going to pull off a backdating scam with an error in the documents. The Emperor is a terrible person to be willing to do something like this after what happened to Noel. The prince deliberately puts pressure on the most painful point in the entire chain. The Kachaniyas are experiencing financial difficulties, so the king wants to take everything away, leaving them with nothing. It turns out that the family was not initially rich, which the heroine found out at night. Already in the morning, she is standing in her father's office, asking if it is true that they were not rich to begin with. There was no need to say where exactly the girl herself heard the information, because it contained the truth. Leia was not sent to the palace, and now everyone will suffer. In the story, the ships that sailed from Noel were loaded with goods to trade with merchants managed by Noel's father, the Marquis of Arran. Kachania suffered losses, but Gaspard, who did not want to cause material damage to the Marquee, paid for everything. The man realized that after the loss of his wife, it was not only difficult for him. Kneeling down in front of his daughter, he looks worriedly into the blonde's eyes. After what happened, there are no options left, because if the Emperor also takes his money back, Kachania will go bankrupt, thereby leaving behind a traceless existence. Turning to her father, Linny immediately receives a negative answer. The guy looks pretty determined, even though he's never acted like this before. You shouldn't think that the father will send the heroine to the palace in order to preserve the property. Previously, the little girl could admit such a thought, but she doesn't want to go to the palace. If Leonora is sent to the imperial chambers, then absolutely nothing will change. There will be no one to correct the story in the book, and the Kachania family will still be destroyed, but just without Leia. All that remains is to choose clearer and easier ways to achieve the goal. Looking into the man's eyes, the blonde asks if she can go somewhere to play. You should try another way of making money, namely Ardell. This is a place where there is a lot of money. The family of the Count and Countess Ardell, fifth-generation aristocrats, and like the Kachania family, rule the southern part of the empire. The Count family has a lot of money, but with the appearance of a daughter in the family, and with the appearance of her strength, the girl became seriously ill, which took all the resources from everyone around her. In the original story, it was Inez who helped the girl heal, thereby gaining great wealth and a strong ally who was difficult to defeat. Now in the book, everything doesn't add up, because the princess is much younger than the duchess, and therefore, accordingly, still cannot leave the imperial palace at such a young age. The plan is to heal her daughter's illness faster than Inez. If the blonde manages to do everything, the count will gladly help the Kachania family protect their property from the emperor, who cares. It seems that doing everything that is required will not be as difficult as it seemed at first glance, but there are many buts. Opening her eyes and looking around, the girl quietly asks Tristan what he forgot in a place where he usually doesn't go. She needs clear answers. In the carriage opposite sits a prince who terribly distracts the baby. His Majesty said that he had some business to attend to in Ardell, and that the Saloa family did not have their own transport. The girl sees right through the guy, no matter how much he tries to hide what his true thoughts reveal. According to a friend, there are too many people in Saloa, which, of course, is not true. Sighing heavily, the blonde mentions that soon Kachania will become poor, and then everything will become bad, and they will not be able to give Tristan a lift. Lala offers goodies that will stick with her until the end. Concentratingly looking at everything around him, Tristan asks with interest whether it is said that His Majesty demands his return of the property that he donated. The young man clearly follows the rumors, since the first time he was able to understand what was being said. Not everyone knew about everything and everyone at once, so it was surprising, but annoying. Taking a cookie to change her mind, the blonde sighs quietly. She would now like money more than goodies, of which there was a dump so far. Tristan, with eyes full of delight, examines Leonora. Sometimes the boy thought that even the baby's breathing was incredibly sweet. Turning away, the young man tries to hide a slight smile. The girl likes money, which was a plus, because the young man had a lot of money. The carriage stops right near their destination when the coachman helpfully opens the door, saying that they have finally arrived at their destination. Standing right in front of the castle, which could be seen very close, the blonde examines each column, which is incredibly majestic. Looking around, the blonde realizes that there is a lot of good aura around. This is exactly what money smells like here, which you can just get for beautiful eyes. Noticing how touched the young companion was, the young man holds out a neat white scarf in her direction. It seems that the girl is completely unaccustomed to the smell of the sea, although, as far as we know, the Duchy of Kachania also has several seashores. It will become a little easier to endure change if the blonde covers her nose to save herself. The girl quietly says, "Thank you." In fact, she is simply inspired by the smell of money. Turning away, the heroine puts the thing to her nose and then accidentally notices Enoch, who is rushing towards his little sister at full speed as quickly as possible. The princess had finally arrived, so the brother was incredibly happy. But as he approaches, the boy notices something and freezes, as if rooted to the spot. Pointing his finger at the fabric, the young man asks the obvious question about what it is. Shrugging her shoulders, the girl says that it is just a scarf. The words about Tristan, who gave this little thing to the younger duchess, certainly did not inspire Kachani. He looks quite disappointed or even angry. Quickly mentioning that he also has a scarf, the guy throws the gift onto the dusty road, promising that they won't need it anymore. Looking at the ground in horror, the young lady asks why it was necessary to throw away a good thing. There was nothing wrong with Celia giving it to him. Rummaging through his pocket and then dropping to one knee, the boy looks into the blonde's eyes. Giving a handkerchief to a younger sister is something like an elder brother's duty. Looking at the thing, the lady doesn't know what to say. No thoughts came to mind, although after a while, looking at it, I remembered a completely different meaning. In the original, Tristan gives Ines a handkerchief, confessing his love and loyalty, which was confirmed on his part. He wanted to get the Empress's heart. A smile of its own makes its way onto the heroine's face. The boy is still very young, so he gave the cloth to the girl, not because he feels love for her, but still something good. Enoch, in turn, turns away and menacingly glares at the young man with a look that does not bode well at all. He has his own scores to settle with Tristan. Just about to say something, Kachania is stopped by the princess. Celia shouldn't have to hear a lot of insults that would just ruin everything. Perhaps it was Leonora's imagination, but before the youngest was too kind, never showing the bad side of his character, which began to appear in the last month. The villa, located on the seashore in Ardell, was specially prepared for the arriving guests. Everyone in the duchy revered other dynasties, so they could not pass by. Frowning, the little girl tries to reconstruct the chain of events in order to figure out exactly what happened to Celia, as well as what she should do next. Tristan, after arriving at the palace, seemed to be in a worse mood than ever before, which made the girl think about what she should do. As far as the Duchess knows, the Duke of Celia also arrived in Ardell, so perhaps this was the reason for the souring mood, or the boy did not want to see him. The girl was still bothered by something, so she decided to check the original story. The book was shrunk using magic, so it easily fit into a purse. Now begins a story in which one could find out why Tristan came with his father to Ardell. First of all, Baristan is seen instead of anyone else. The teacher looks at the boy lying on the ground without any kindness or sympathy, only ordering him to get up as soon as possible. The young man's hands were calloused and bloody from having swung his sword more than 1,000 times in the past few hours, but Baristan was completely unfazed by any of this. The mentor continued to push the guy, although he no longer felt that he could rise. Raising his leg, he kicks the student. Asking not to pretend anymore, the brunette asks Tristan to get up as quickly as possible. The Duke came to see them, which means there was no point in disappointing him. Duke Celia, no longer able to bear what is happening, orders Baristan to stop. It wasn't in his best interest to watch something like that at the moment. Red-haired, who had almost risen from the ground, freezes at his father's words. It seems that the sight is so pitiful that it is disgusting to even look at it. The father had heard that Zachary Hachania, at his son's age, could easily create an aura sword. It seems that the young man is going to disgrace the whole family with his incompetence. The guy lowers his head, looking shyly at the ground. They humiliate him in every possible way and compare him with others, still leaving no chance for protest on his part. The little girl reads with horror line after line, which only become more gloomy each time. It immediately becomes clear who the main character is in the book and why he is. It is impossible not to traumatize the psyche in such an environment of vile people. The guy's terrible upbringing and company is all a cliché that the main character has to go through before developing his real story. Sometimes, a girl just wants not to think about anything and just turn away so as not to see any more problems of this kind, but it will overtake the girl every time. At the moment, it is not just the world inside the book, but something more. Not everyone can understand what is happening to them, but they continue to suffer immensely. All the minor characters live real lives, but for Tristan, his life is also an inevitable reality. At a young age, the young man is already going through difficult times. Leia's eyes sparkle with determination. The first step was to eliminate Baristan, who treats Enoch like trash. If the blonde seriously takes on the case that needs to be solved, then perhaps she will be able to find something that will help get rid of her mentor without any problems. The book said that the man is a cliched villain, and therefore obviously must do some bad things that correspond to his hero. It was very fortunate that the young maiden ended up in Ardell, which behind its back is nicknamed the City of Pleasures. The gambling house, Gold Rush, will most likely be the first place to go. The manager of the Golden House with long white hair greets Baristan with joy, talking about how long it has been since they had a boyfriend. Asking if there is a need to catch up on things that have already passed due to time, the man stammers as he looks at Celia. He quietly asks who this is. The boy stands in absolute silence, not saying a word. Looking to the side, as if into oblivion, the red-haired man cannot concentrate on objects or faces around him. Laughing, Baristan says that he is a direct descendant of Duke Celia. The time has also come for the young man to experience the magical place in which the couple is currently located. The master is most likely a psycho, since he brought the boy to the gambling house. According to him, all aristocrats should get to know this place as early as possible. Since the book was a run-of-the-mill romance novel, the blonde expected the guy who bullied the main character to do something bad, but not something that reckless. The young lady never thought that a teacher would do such strange things. Luckily, I had an invisibility cloak with me, which arrived from Kachania. Following the couple, the little girl tries to do it as quietly as possible, because the enemy remains a person at the level of soul knights. Leading the young people into the first and most important gaming room, the manager points to the tables. Looking around, the girl notices many empty bottles. The blonde grins in anticipation of receiving the money that was owed to him lately, and then disappeared somewhere. Sitting down on a chair, the guy invites Baristan to go straight to the matter that they wanted to talk about as soon as possible. Everything is tied to money. Baristan says that this time he has prepared something valuable, but his speech is interrupted by a blonde who comes closer with a tray. She bows her head. After a few seconds, a wave of emotion seems to hit the mentor, so he overturns the tray directly on the young maid, who covers her ears and eyes in horror from the fragments. Placing his palm on the table with a crash, the brunette orders him never to disturb him again when the young people are having an important conversation. Anger now also becomes something that appears in the body of the young lady. The man himself asked that they bring something to drink in advance, and as soon as possible, so that they wouldn't be bored. And then he reacted like that. It could all be put down to nerves, but the girl sitting on the floor attracts the most attention. Judging by what she does and how exactly, one can easily say that she is in the status of a slave. As far as Leonora knew, it was illegal in the Empire to own slaves, who had no right to live or even to leave the place. The beauty was not so stupid because of her young age, which made everyone relax. She took with her a recording magical artifact. Pressing the record button, Linny again looks at her interlocutors, who decide to return to the matter from which they were torn away a little earlier. This time, Baristan is the representative of Duke Celia, so he is going to supply the aura stones that he brought with him. Opening his palm, the man pours out exactly 39 pieces of jewelry onto the table, which shine with a bright white light, showing their value. Freezing, the girl opens her mouth in surprise. She didn't think that the teacher's move would be exactly like this, because if the aura stone was removed, everything could end badly for the mana bearer. While counting the pebbles, the manager reminds him of what to say about 39, but he counted only 35. The answer is a light but nasty laugh from the interlocutor. The man brought with him a boy from the Celia clan for a reason. The stones are located right in it, so the guy will give you the opportunity to personally pull out 4 aura items directly from a living person. Freezing, the blonde asks again with horror and a bit of delight, as if he didn't exactly hear what he was just told. He had never dealt with the Duke's mana before. Of course this is true, however, since this is an opportunity to obtain pure aura, the price will be 10 times higher than the usual one on the market. Nodding, the manager happily agrees, but glances warily at the prince sitting directly behind the couple. It might not be a good idea to talk about something like that in front of the young duke. Looking at the boy, who is still silently looking at the floor, Baristan simply waves his hand condescendingly. He doesn't care because he managed to do something better. The young man was too stubborn, so the mentor hypnotized him before bringing him to such a place. This helped make him more accommodating and silent. Looking around the corner in surprise, the girl tries to remember what the consequences will be. If a soul knight's aura is forcibly extracted, his life will be significantly shortened. As is known, aura stones, which are made by extracting aura from the human body, can be used as magical tools. Since such activities bring in a lot of money, there is also illegal sales. Virgo thought all her life that only unscrupulous scoundrels, obsessed with money and who don't care about anything, do this. Such people, as a rule, did not care about the lives of others, but Leonora could not believe that Tristan was one of them, even despite how nasty he was from the very beginning. Picking up some kind of instrument, the blonde approaches the red-haired one. He never thought that the day would come when he would be able to extract the aura from a person from the family of 5 great aristocrats with his own hands. This is a great honor, but Tristan doesn't care because it will pay off all his gambling debts. Due to the rarity of the aura, the manager can even give a price 20 times more. Taking out an incomprehensible red stone, the blonde approaches the guy opposite. The time has come to finally begin extraction. The little thing turns out to be attached to the forehead of the young man, who is still unconsciously looking somewhere at the wall, not understanding what is actually being done to him. Now the man seems to be extracting his aura, or at least getting ready to. The girl wrote everything down, so now there will be direct evidence. Running out of the shelter, the baby hurries forward. Tristan will be one of those who in the original will lead Kachania to the fall, but he is still just a child, so the maiden is obliged to protect him. Heading towards the chairs, Leia thinks only about what she should do in order to wake the guy up from such deep hypnosis, which was most likely imposed by a professional. Kneeling down next to her leg under the table, the girl is about to fill her teeth with mana. With the help of force, the beauty will be able to bite so hard that the young man will feel pain, and he will come out of hypnosis. Gathering her strength and calling on her aura, the blonde bites Tristan's leg with all her strength near the ankle, where one of the most painful places is located. The boy screams sharply from the sharp pain that takes over his entire body, but thereby helps him wake up from hypnosis, which was still working perfectly. The men standing opposite jump away in shock. It seems that it is already becoming clear to them in advance what will happen to the plan they have conceived. Looking around, the young duke asks a million questions, trying to understand where exactly he is and why he was brought here without any consent, because the road was washed away. Raising his hand in the air, the young man feels something incomprehensible and strange to the touch on his forehead. He asks what it is and why it is needed. Anger takes over the mind, so the young duke can no longer restrain himself, no matter how much he needs it. Tristan was definitely going to do something, and it wasn't the best thing. Stepping aside, the blonde sighs in frustration. Turning to Sir, he asks if he could apply hypnosis again, which might help him continue what he started. This is impossible. Sighing, the man says that it was not he who imposed hypnosis, so he cannot do anything. Stepping forward, the young man asks what we are talking about. The man said that it was a meditation practice. Speaking about what a strange guy, the mentor reminds that practice and hypnosis are the same thing. Looking at the table, the hero realizes in horror that in front of him lie stones for extracting aura, and in front of the master lies the already extracted aura. The palm hits the wooden surface with a loud thud as Tristan bursts out screaming. He can't believe that a student could suspect him of something. The boy, frozen, listens to the attacks in his direction, not understanding what he is accused of. He never wanted to let anyone down. Tristan has been told more than once that there must be a trusting relationship between teacher and student. The young man's mistrust will one day bring even more problems. The blonde can't hold back because it's completely absurd. In order for a person to be believed, he must try his best to do everything possible for this. Anyone would be as confused as Celia. Quietly asking for forgiveness, the guy is trying to show his point of view. He does not want to suspect his mentor, but the situation is ambiguous. Grunting, the man folds his arms over his chest. Touching on the most painful topic, he says that because of the guy's mistrust, his mother abandoned him at a young age, leaving him alone. Tristan freezes, as if he were frozen, not daring to move. Painful memories replay in his head and haunt him. The young man's hand clenches into a fist. It seems that the teacher still touched the very sore point that they tried to hide for so long somewhere deep in the heart, away from prying eyes. The original story clearly explained what happened in a separate chapter. The Duchess was kicked out of the duchy without even giving her any right to protest or voice. It all happened because the Duke was tired of the woman and wanted to put another girl in the Duchess's place, who was much younger and more attractive. Tristan did not know all the details of the quarrel, as well as the true reason for his mother's departure, so he always thought that she had simply left him. Quite a long time passed before Ines, like a virtuous girl, found the boy's mother and brought her to him to resolve the terrible misunderstanding. Poking his finger at the guy, the mentor asks him to trust someone, because if he doesn't want to be abandoned again, he must do so. You need to try not to close yourself off. Lowering his sad gaze, Tristan quietly agrees with everything he is told. He seems depressed, but cannot continue to argue without any proof. Baristan really turned out to be that crazy. In order to pay for his entertainment, he traumatized the child in every possible way, allowing him to remember everything that had happened to him before. Leonora no longer had the strength to endure the disgrace that was happening in the gambling house. Throwing the recording device forward, the maiden allows it to turn on. From somewhere, a sound begins to be heard, in which the voices of interlocutors are recorded, discussing the Duke's aura and the price for it. This confuses men. Looking down, the young guy looks somewhere at the little thing, which was not immediately discovered due to the commotion that rose sharply after the start of the show. The thing lay right next to the feet of the young man, who listened carefully to how they talked about the price that would be given for the aura stones of the descendant of Siloa. Raising his fist in the air, Baristan swings as his anger is more powerful. The boy dared to carry an artifact with him to record conversations because he doubted the teacher. Picking up the device, the young man turns pale. Nothing else matters at all, because the extraction of stones from the guy's body under hypnosis was true. Looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, the red-haired man asks what will happen if His Highness finds out about what just happened here. It's definitely not going to be good for everyone present. In fact, from what Baristan is trying to say, it was for the greater good. It's worth explaining everything, but obviously no one will listen to the deceiver. Turning around and heading out, the guy says that he no longer wants to hear a word from the man. Waiting for trial will be what the mentor deserves. The door slammed, and only then the blonde remembered that she, too, needed to get out of there as quickly as possible in order to be on the street away from the bad atmosphere. Getting up and starting to run circles from side to side, the man begins to lament how tired he is of the boy who ruins everything. Excessive greed was at work. Forcing the manager to shut up, the man blames him because the guy was the one who allowed him to gamble. He can pay the entry fee to the game to make it easier for Baristan. This concludes the conversation, so the mentor can reflect in silence on what he will do next. The man calls Celia to follow him. Nodding her head, the woman moves forward without any obstacles directly behind the master, who does not tolerate any of his subordinates making him wait. Passing by one of the chairs, the blonde stops. She looks with interest at something to the side, although to others it seems that there is nothing there. Leonora thinks that the girl is looking right at her. I can't believe that she sees the Duchess, even under the guise of being invisible, because otherwise the story wouldn't come together. Stopping, the manager asks what happened. In response, he only hears that there is someone's leg there, which he managed to notice. The red shoe that the young lady wore this morning actually peeks out from under the robe. Touched by what she saw, Celia laughs lightly, because it was a cute little leg of a child who, out of nowhere, came from a gambling house. This could not but arouse suspicion. For some reason, today the beauty put on those very bulky shoes, which could have been what appeared from under the thing. The girl didn't even notice the moment her leg came out. Baristan, who turned out to be one of the more interested persons, comes closer to see who the shoes belong to. Reaching out his hand, the man rips the robe off the blonde, who looks around in surprise, as if she were the only one who was lured here. It seems that the baby has been exposed, which means she needs to quickly come up with something. There couldn't be so many excuses, but the maiden was a child who could get away with anything. Greeting her mentor, Leia says that she knows absolutely nothing, so she doesn't need to be hurt. Then, turning around, the girl says that it is time for her to go. The man bombards Linny with questions, because she couldn't come here on her own, which means she was sent by her father, who set it all up. The girl immediately aroused suspicion during her brother's training when she arrived there. Celia steps forward, blocking the blonde, who realizes that the room is becoming increasingly dangerous. She's just a child who doesn't understand anything, so you can't treat her properly. Throwing the slave aside, the man orders her to get out of the way. The girl has no right to interfere and get in the way of the master. Coming closer, Leonora helps the beauty get up and at least sit in a comfortable position. She asks if the woman is okay. Laughing with a nasty laugh, Baristan remembers that he can buy that very treasured item from the manager in order to somehow resolve the current situation. The guy meant a magical tool for controlling subordinates. He is always next to a young man who is ready to sell him at a decent price. Looking at Celia, who is hugging the girl to her, the brunette grins angrily. He is about to give the first order, which will be carried out without any instructions. Pointing to the child, Tristan orders the end of Leonora. He is not going to wait, because the girl has really frayed his nerves, ruining the whole deal and making him emotional. It seems the guy is not completely stupid for coming up with such a scheme. He is going to kill the Duchess, pin the crime on Celia, and thus get rid of evidence in his favor. Clutching the young lady even more tightly than before, the woman begins to cry. This is just a little child who has done absolutely nothing, so she simply does not raise her hand. The answer remains the same dry. A slave like this will not be able to free herself from the magical instrument. If the owner ordered something to be done, it should be done at the snap of his fingers and without any questions or resistance. The strange choker on the girl's neck turns on, enveloping her in lightning and causing her to let out wild screams. You can tell from her that she is in incredible pain, which becomes clear even from afar. Falling to the floor and shrinking, while leaving her hands on the collar, the blonde tries to loosen it. She begs her to do anything but harm a child who doesn't deserve it. Addressing the manager, Tristan says that he received a defective product, so he should slightly reduce the price for such damage. Sighing, the blonde asks Celia to just think about the child he financially supports. This is a huge responsibility that cannot be dumped on anyone. If great losses are incurred because of the woman, Leonora's own may die instead, who is waiting for her mother, who does not want to follow orders to save the baby. It looks like the guy is holding Celia's boy hostage. No one knows where exactly he is, so this information will need to be asked from the maid herself. A blonde can arouse great suspicion in such a situation, but she simply doesn't have the strength to endure anymore. Coming forward, the girl asks to stop enduring humiliation. Continuing to cry, the woman freezes. She looks back at the young Duchess, asking her what exactly she meant when she said her line. Taking a few more steps forward, the little one begins to gather her mana in order to deliver a blow that will turn out to be something deserved. Jumping, the girl swings her foot across Tristan's cheek, who did not expect that the blow would fall on him and not on the blonde man standing very close. Falling to the ground, no longer able to stand on his feet, the man screams about how much pain he is in. The magic instrument falls very close to the body. The guy did not expect the attack, so he was not ready for it. No matter how brave the soul knight the mentor is, an attack with mana with the element of electricity will be painful for anyone. The sensations are still not the best, because they can be compared to being hit by a dozen electric shocks at the same time. No one has ever been able to resist such an unexpected element. The gaze switches to the instrument, which is still lying somewhere to the side. Those present lost any interest in the thing, completely forgetting about it. It was necessary to get rid of the thing that posed a threat as quickly as possible, so the baby quickly became a bulky shoe on a tube. The manager, noticing what the girl was trying to do, comes closer to remind her that it is completely useless to try to break something. A slave contract lasts until it is terminated. Slavery is illegal in the Villain Empire, so the Duchess plans to take legal action. Coming forward, she blocks Celia, who has completely lost all her strength. Smiling, the man laughs. Leonora has absolutely no evidence that would help her in court to free the maiden. Tristan has them, but this is not an argument. Duke Saloa will do absolutely nothing. The man is the main shareholder of the trade guild, which he controls. The puzzles are being assembled into one, because now the calmness that was on the face of the manager of the Golden Room all this time is clear. He pretended like he didn't care. First, it was necessary to get out of the castle, and there was a chance while Tristan remained unconscious. But no one could say what would have happened to Celia and her child. In any case, no one will take the word of the little Duchess, so you can just buy a woman at a good price and walk away. The Virgin did not think that she would have to use that very last resort in Ardell, but there was nothing else left from the proposed options. If Soloa does nothing, then the father will, who promised, as soon as something happens, a profit at the first call of his daughter. Not much earlier than what happened, the father gave the girl a whistle. Asking what this thing does, the little girl hears that it amplifies the sound with the help of an aura, so that the daughter can call Gaspard at any moment. Today the whistle came in handy. Everyone who is here needs to be taught a lesson, so the maiden takes in more air into her lungs. A loud sound echoes throughout the area, causing the blonde to recoil but not lose his smile. It seems as if this is happening to make your ears bleed. The guy said that if you whistle, he will appear immediately, but as it turned out, it will take some time, which is completely unavailable. No one knows what will happen next, but it is worth preparing as best as possible so that after this, no one regrets anything, even for a second. Asking the Duchess why she suddenly began to cry like a little child, the young man receives a logical explanation. Children almost always start crying when they are scared. The girl tries to immerse herself in emotion, because even the most generous father, seeing tears, will not simply leave the child. The roof caves in with a loud crash. A roar from above makes everyone around them recoil, trying to look around and understand the presence of a threat. Ahead, in front of the rubble, the figure of a man appears. Although the girl gave a signal of danger, the father was not one of those people who immediately began to destroy everything. The brunette coldly examines the room to see what could have gone wrong and why his daughter called him from the castle to another duchy. The baby blinks her eyes in surprise, in which the tears she has caused have still not had time to dry. Quietly calling Gaspard, the maiden tries to attract attention to herself. Going downstairs, the brunette says that he has arrived, but even from the manner of conversation, it becomes clear that it is Lucas. For some reason, it was on that ill-fated day that the man became the one who arrived. The guy sits down next to her, straightening the girl's dress. She asks why villainy came, and how exactly he unexpectedly ended up in Gaspard's body again. Picking up the child in his arms, the brunette wipes her face, saying that first she needs to calm down, and then start talking. What happened isn't the most important thing right now. Others still perceive Lucas as Gaspard, because only one duchess knows the true inside. This is what she needed to get. The man seems too gloomy, even if people around him express only fear as the only emotion. Today, the guy doesn't look like himself even more. Looking around everything that was destroyed around, the brunette realizes that they are in a gambling house, which was completely wrecked along with the players. Looking menacingly at the manager, the young man asks the reason why his daughter is crying in the midst of such terrible chaos, which seemed to have captured everyone around her. The Virgin asks the blonde to tell him everything he said before the Duke arrived, but he begins to mumble. He makes excuses, saying that this is just a misunderstanding. The young duchess got lost, so the young man was just about to take her home. She mistakenly took her to such an institution without even understanding where she was going. Deciding that he himself is afraid to take on any responsibility, the guy runs to the side and points to the maid, whom he ordered to take the duchess home. Pointing her finger at the man, the girl denies what he says. The uncle trades in slaves, and even shortly before this he offered to buy a maid at a high price. His Excellency should not believe the words of his daughter, because the lady is simply mistaken due to her youth, which overshadows everything. Launching the power of mana directly at the manager, the brunette says that of course he believes his child despite what she said. He deserves punishment. Trying to shout something to save himself, the blonde reminds him that the gentleman is on Ardell's territory, who may not like this attitude among the workers. If the guy causes harm to the servant, then this may develop into a conflict between the two territories, which will lead to not the best consequences. Looking angrily to the side, the girl tries not to run into battle again. This swindler in a stalemate situation knows how to speak his teeth perfectly. If things continue like this, the couple will not be able to punish him. Without stopping the flow of magic, the man says that he doesn't care. The girl agrees, because war is war, but she realizes in time that this is not a solution. Turning to her father, the blonde blinks her eyes in surprise, trying to ask what the problem is and why he is behaving this way. Grabbing the Duke's hand, Leonora tries to stop him, because this will not be the best solution to the situation they are in. Initially, the baby came here for the money of Count Ardell, who could give it to her. However, if the conflict escalates into a real war, everything will only become exponentially more complicated. It would be nice to have evidence so that the punishment was legal, so there was no point in starting a fight. Tristan left with the recording artifact. Remembering the situation they are in, the blonde clearly regrets giving the device to Celia, who will not do anything with it anyway due to her father's agreement. An artifact falls into the hand and glitters in the light, showing that now everything will be all right. Before she can open her mouth, the heroine understands what happened. It was not a fake, because in the palm of the beauty lay the true thing that could save them all from the war and resolve the situation. Not understanding how or why, the girl slowly looks up, looking at who has arrived. The pupils reflect Tristan, who cannot find a place for himself. Asking why the boy returned, the girl only receives the answer that it seemed to him that something strange had happened. He returned just in time. When leaving, the guy examined his leg, which continued to tingle slightly, and found a teeth mark from a bite near his ankle. Perhaps someone at least once in the young man's entire life wanted to help him, but this seems like an extremely crazy idea, because everyone hated the young man, even his own parents. Changing the topic, the guy decides to talk about something more important. They are still on the verge of collapse, so the situation urgently needs to be saved on their own. Addressing the Duke, the hero says that there is evidence, so passing a verdict will not be a big problem in court. Drawing mana into his palm again, the brunette is about to pronounce his judgment right now because of what happened. A war will not start just because of an artifact. A few minutes later, screams are heard throughout the hall, and then everyone is thrown to the sides. Lucas is ruthless, so the lady is lucky that he is on her side in this battle. Just about to leave, the blonde freezes. Now she remembered the very detail that she had accidentally missed a little earlier, even if she didn't want to. Celia remained in the same place, sitting in fear. Everyone forgot about her presence, as well as about her story, which they had heard a little earlier. Starting to cry, the girl explains that her child is in the Brien orphanage, and now that the manager is away, he is in terrible danger because no one can take care of him as he should. Turning away, the girl thinks about where she heard about the shelter that was mentioned a few minutes ago. This location was one of the worst background settings in the original story. No one would want to go there because the things that happened there could not be described in words. A fake orphanage where the imperial family, aristocrats, and slave traders conspire to create various magical stones using poor children who have absolutely nowhere to go. From somewhere, information leaked to the people that there in the tower, there was one of the most powerful weapons in the world, which was almost impossible to get. In any case, it is worth visiting the place before the maiden leaves Ardell. Extending her hand, the beauty invites Celia to leave here together. The blonde does not immediately understand where they are going, but the princess offers to save the woman's child so that he does not suffer anymore. The lady does this for her own benefit too, but at the same time, the secondary characters who have just begun to appear do not need to know about this. The Duke leans down and asks why he needs to take a maid with him. Perhaps Lucas cannot accept the maiden because of his background, which is not the best. Jumping up and wiping away the tears that are still flowing down her cheeks, the beauty assures that she can take good care of the Lord and will be faithful to her. Now the lady is a slave, but long before that she worked as a nomad in the Empire and also knows how to speak 2 foreign languages. Celia is a very capable girl, and this is noticeable even to the naked eye. The daughter makes a sweet expression and begs her father to take the maid with her. Going into a counterattack, the maid says that someone like her is not good enough to serve the young lady, because the gentlemen are sweet, beautiful, and insanely kind. The lady knows little about the magician, but feels that the man exudes a noble and warm aura. Gaspard frowns. Smiling, the man confirms the words, because even he cannot argue with what was said. His daughter is the kindest person in the world. Lucas is not as simple as he seems, so he agrees, saying that another maid would definitely not hurt for the young duchess. The blonde is distracted from the touching moment, which seems suspicious because she remembers Tristan, who is still somewhere nearby. The guy looks at the girl even more angrily than before. One gets the feeling that he has some kind of score of his own, or a blacklist, where, if Leia... The questions don't keep you waiting too long. The young man asks why Leonora helped him, because it is not profitable for Kachania to support Saloa. Tristan did not understand how it was possible to help such a useless creature like him, but so it is. He thought Leia looked like an angel, but it looks like she's kind on the inside too. In addition to good thoughts, some of the most terrible ones also pop into your head. A girl who is not even 10 years old could not easily enter a gambling house, and even with an artifact. It seems that Tristan began to suspect too many things. It was urgent to do something before it was too late to try to do anything. The baby is a child, so at least sometimes it's worth living up to your status. Coming closer, the girl talks about how much she likes the guy. Freezing, the red-haired one quietly asks again, to make sure that he heard everything correctly. No one had ever said anything like that to him. Grabbing the guy's clothes, the Duchess continues her tirade about how much she likes Saloa Jr., that she followed him. Lai sympathizes with the Duke too much, so he simply couldn't find the strength to leave him without help. Even a small child had his own aces up his sleeve. Jumping, the girl clings to Tristan's waist, not letting him go more than a few steps. Everything is going according to the plan that was planned 5 minutes ago. Saloa seems too surprised to say a word. The cheeks are covered with purple spots, showing the boy's embarrassment. Celia looks on in confusion, as the Duke looks like he's been shown something incredibly disgusting. After this, the Gold Rush building turned into ruins. There was silence in the estate of Count Ardell, which dragged on a little. Clearing his throat, the man asks, as if to confirm, whether the couple really wiped out Gold Rush. The large gambling hall, located in the central part, really no longer existed, and all this was due to the culprits of the event, who were sitting opposite the man, as if nothing had happened. Everything is clear, except for the only strange detail. Never before has anyone been able to pulverize an entire building with an aura. Sighing, Lucas realizes that he will have to somehow explain what happened to him, even if it will be incredibly difficult. Leonora suddenly grabs her pant leg and starts screaming at the top of her lungs. The Duke, on the contrary, jumps up worriedly and asks if something hurts. The man turns, asking what the little girl is doing, to which she simply shrugs. My father's legs were numb, so it seems that this was a salvation. The girl asks the guy to speak more politely. Gaspard is a duke, but the Count of Ardell also belongs to the aristocrats of 5 generations. Deciding to listen to Leonora, the man promises that he will compensate for all the damage and asks to forgive him. For some reason, even when he uses a polite tone, his arrogance still comes through. Offering to forget about what happened, the man assures that everything is fine. A gambling house where people were being trafficked was something that needed to be taken care of as quickly as possible. Gaspard should be thanked for doing all the troublesome work. This is not the most important thing, but it also has some significance. The girl does not pay attention to the conversation, only looking at the shelves. Since there is a lot of information about the disease, and I will also provide the medications themselves, anyone can see that the young countess is seriously ill. Lucas also glances at the shelves briefly, turning again to the Count. He talks about what he heard about his daughter's illness. Sadly lowering her head, the little girl sighs. She really wanted to meet Lorraine and play, so now all that remains is the desire to cry. Smiling, the hero assures that this will be possible. The young lady is feeling a little better today, so it's worth trying to visit her for tea. The girl would never miss the opportunity to meet the Countess, so she walks into the distance onto the veranda, on which the girl sits, looking into the distance. Hearing footsteps heading straight towards her, the heroine turns and smiles to greet the young duchess who has arrived at their estate. Introducing her first and last name, the beauty talks about what an honor it is for her to personally meet a lady about whom all high society has probably already heard. Waving as all little children do, the blonde introduces herself simply as Leah. She had been waiting for this meeting for quite a long time. In the future, the child will become a great magician, so much so that the emperor will grant her the title Lorraine Aquamarine. One of the pages talked about the future. Looking to the side in embarrassment, the beauty remembers that she promised to play, but she feels as if she is getting much worse every second. This seems to happen quite often, but health is much more important than having fun together, which, of course, can wait a little longer. Even if Lorraine was upset, or even cried because she suddenly got sick, it would be something normal. Don't worry so much about what happened. The girl looks into the beauty's eyes, as if not understanding how such a young duchess has such wisdom, which she shows with her actions. The blonde was led to a table and then seated on a chair opposite Ardell. There are a lot of pastries and, of course, tea on the table. While accepting the baked goods, the beauty eats carefully, thinking only about how long it has been since she had such free days. It seemed that a peaceful tea party was the best. From the very beginning, when the maiden realized that she had found herself in a world that was a book that had previously been read in another dimension, everything did not go as desired. Then, over time, everything only became more complicated, because the heroine completely lost herself in the problem of Lucas, who seemed to have fallen on her head. My head was also filled with training with Enoch and Sylvester, who could not miss even one day in order to eventually become perfect. In order to manage everything, the maiden needed at least 10 copies of herself. It was necessary to change fate, save the Duke, and save the dying Countess. For now, one could simply enjoy the peace, but coughing, on the other hand, interrupts nirvana. The girl asks if Lorraine is okay. Apologizing to the Duchess, the little girl wipes her face with a handkerchief. Her complexion became noticeably paler than it had been before. The blonde sadly looks at the floor. She always feels sorry for people, but recently this feeling has developed even more, especially towards others. The reason why Ardell is sick is due to a disease called mana leak. The disease has a negative effect on the body, since the innate wave of mana is vast and crude. In the original story, only the Emperor and Inez knew how to cure Lorraine, but no one told the truth to use Ardell. Smiling, the beauty assures that she is already better. She didn't want to make anyone worry about her over all sorts of trifles because of her health. The blonde initially planned everything completely differently. She wanted to monitor the situation and suggest how to cope with the disease, but something went wrong. Lowering her hand onto the table, the girl clasps her fingers. It seems that the Duchess has become softer, like her father, because she can no longer watch others suffer. The heroine wants the girl to get better as soon as possible, and it's not even about the plan or the money. Opening her mouth, the blonde is about to tell her plan, but she is interrupted. The voice of the Marquis of Brien interrupts the Duchess. He smiles, talking about how long it has been since he and Ardell have seen each other. The same owner of the orphanage, Brien, and the main villain of the novel, walks forward to Lorraine, asking how she is feeling. He's trying to be friendly. Turning to the Duchess, the man wonders who this little lady is. He had never seen her before, but he was already interested. Smiling a weak smile in response, the lady points to the scowling child. She is from the Kachania family, who just recently arrived at the estate. Looking at the girl with interest, the blonde chuckles. This is the same lady who is rumored to have shown the strength of the summer night. Apparently, the man became interested in false power, but according to the plot of the book, he sees in the lady only a means of making money, just like his father in a past life. Scratching his chin, the man remembers something. According to him, the magic stones of the summer nights are very beautiful, so they are worth looking at. The eyes light up with a manic fire, reminiscent of a predator. The guy compares the pebbles to twinkling stars in the sky, although this is not true. Gently reaching out his hand to the girl's hair, the hero invites her to also see his mana stone, which may well make the little girl believe in beauty. Turning away, the blonde confidently refuses, because she certainly wouldn't want a part of her own life that was important to her to be taken away from her. Lorraine tries to convince the beauty to change her mind. It doesn't hurt at all, especially since a little mana extraction is sometimes useful. Freezing, the Duchess slowly turns to her interlocutor. She has too many questions after hearing this. There was nothing like that in the book, but the girl has been doing this since childhood, and to her joy, it doesn't hurt at all, even if at first she thought it would be like this because of her illness. The Marquis of Brien spoke about the method of treatment, who generously decided to help with the illness of the young countess, for whom nothing else helped. The guy makes stones from the maiden's mana under the pretext of treatment, in order to simply get as much money as possible, as if what the count pays is not enough for him. Standing up on the table, the girl reaches out with her hands to the blonde's hair and grabs onto him, with no intention of letting go anywhere. She pulls down with great force. Finally, after all the unsuccessful attempts, the guy manages to unhook from the lady, who, it seems, was not going to fall behind so easily. She looked furious. Holding a few pieces of hair in his hands, the child smiles friendly, saying that there was too much hair on his head to leave everything as is. Lorraine laughs a little, realizing that it is the dust that resembles the color of the Marquis's hair for the young lady who did this. Adjusting his hair, which is no longer scary, the man looks sternly at the Duchess. They begin extracting mana. Lifting the same suitcase that was brought quite recently onto the table, the girl sees a strange thing in gold. The thing looks suspiciously similar to the one Baristan and the manager used when they were going to get the stones from Tristan. Since the girl is a small child, she can take advantage of her status. The beauty grabs the thing and screams that she likes the new toy. The baby wants to play, so she deliberately shakes it in her hands in order to quickly drop it to the ground. The collector shatters with a loud thud. Grabbing his head with his hands, the Marquis makes a terrible sound. The bottle, which was purchased for 3,000 zlotys to collect mana, was broken and could no longer be glued back together. Looking down at the fragments that can only be collected, the blonde sighs with fake pity. She thought everything would go better. Covering her face with her small hand, the heroine smiles unnoticed by everyone. The plan goes well because Brunette doesn't deserve the mana stones. Lorraine looks at everything that is happening with interest. It seems that something is not clean here, but the time has not yet come for asking questions. Grabbing the girl's dress, the man lifts her into the air, asking how she dared to break such an expensive thing by taking it without asking. For some reason, every villain does not consider children at all to be normal people, without intending to pay them any special attention. If you think like that, then other people have exactly the same attitude. The whistle, as usual, helped at the most necessary moment, so Lucas appeared a few seconds after using the save. Enoch, who rushes from the main entrance, is visible from afar because of his blonde hair. He was not the one who was supposed to arrive. Tristan, who doesn't fit here at all, became another arrival. He asks if Brien did something terrible. The baby only called for Lucas, but instead something went wrong, and the entire retinue arrived on the scene to save the Duchess. The three appeared as if from underground, although this was understandable, since everyone was now in the kingdom of Ardell and could not leave their acquaintance to the mercy of fate. Jumping to the side, the blonde asks what they all forgot here. There is hostility in his gaze. Not wanting to hear another word, the brunette grabs the guy by the face and neck, trying to silence him before the situation gets worse. They had not seen Brien for a long time, and he had become very bold since he dared to touch Gaspard's daughter. This was unacceptable. The young man's eyes widen. They are not so close that Villainy speaks to a man in such an inappropriate tone, which is definitely not appropriate. It's strange, because the father is not one of the most sociable people, but still, somehow, he knew Brien, and now he's bullying him. It's worth moving on to the main thing before it's too late. The baby wanted to talk to Lorraine alone, but the Marquee did not allow it. Making such a degenerate look like a non-entity turns out to be quite simple and easy. He treated Ardell, which is not true. Grabbing the shoulder of a man who is trying to lean forward, Lucas says in a rude voice that his daughter ordered him to get out and not interfere. The young man did not use any aura that could help, but for some reason, the blonde still felt incredibly scared. Grunting, the Marquis agrees through force. They tell him one thing, so it's easier to agree before things get worse. Turning around and waving his hand one last time, the blonde promises that he will visit the girl again very soon. But for today, the session is over. Disappearing from sight, the man also says goodbye to the little lady, whom they will probably see again, at least once in their lives. The true inside has already been revealed. Everyone gathers in one circle to discuss what they should do next. Virgo needs to clarify that a friend and brother have been forgotten here. She is incredibly happy that so many people care about her, but they certainly have something to do. The beauty asks Enoch about the training that should take place right now. Jumping to the side, the blonde puts his hands out in protest. He doesn't know what to say because his sister actually knows his full schedule. The young man is really very busy, so he's going to training. Dragging Tristan along with him, who is making some attempts to stop, the boy calls his father. He still has questions with the graph to resolve. All three leave as quickly as possible, so as not to fall under the hot hand of such a small but militant girl. Sighing, Lorraine squats down, saying that she is incredibly surprised. According to the little girl, her father is usually not so formidable. Turning away, the blue-eyed girl says that she is thinking about something completely different. Gaspard has absolutely nothing to do with it. Looking into the eyes of her interlocutor, the girl asks if everything they did was done specifically to ruin the session. Pretending that she does not understand what is being said, the blonde blinks her eyes. The conversation is about a bottle for extracting mana, which is now lying on the floor. A small child deliberately grabbed his hair and drove Marquis Brien away, so now Lorraine wants an explanation for Leia's actions. Laura has been insightful and intelligent since childhood. That is why she was able to achieve such success in the future, but such a person should definitely have noticed that something was wrong with the treatment. In order for a lady to believe in the words, you need to show all sincerity. She wants the full version of events, as well as explanations, and that means she will get them. After falling silent for a few seconds, the blonde begins her story. She came here specifically to tell Ardell about exactly how to treat her illness. Not understanding what the young lady is talking about, Blue Eyes mentions Brien. He had long ago found something effective, so, of course, he began treatment. The man turned out to be a simple fraudster, but in order for Lorraine to understand that this is true, it is worth showing this with a clear example that will make sense. Taking the stone out of her pocket, the beauty shows the stone of the summer night. He managed to obtain it with the help of Enoch without causing any harm. Instead of answering questions, the heroine asks Lorraine to take the thing in her hand in order to finally appreciate its true power. Blue Eyes intently examines the object lying in her palm. She should trust her loved ones at least once in order to recover. The hand reaches out for the little thing, and then accepts what they are going to give it. As soon as the collision occurs, a muffled cough is heard. Clutching the pebble in her palm, the maiden refuses to let go, even as staying sane becomes one of the most difficult tasks she has ever faced. The item's aura is the opposite of Lorraine's, so at first it seems like her body is trying to reject it. Based on the book, she suffers from loss of mana, and this is the most effective method. Everything that is done will definitely help, and not like Brien will draw out the last of his strength and aura, which he can then sell at a high price, like the one he took from the Countess. Finally, slowly opening her eyes, the beauty looks around. She is smart, so she will immediately understand that there are changes. Running closer, the blonde checks Lorraine, trying to see if she is conscious or if she needs the help of a servant. The girl's eyes light up with a bright light of goodness and joy. She was able to control the power of the fire element. If this continues, she will truly be able to recover from her illness. Virgo is really quite smart, although she tries to ask why she should no longer be treated by Brien, who is also quite deeply rooted in her soul. The beauty thought that the Marquee's treatment was also good and valid, which drove the blonde into thought. She doesn't understand where she could have miscalculated. The girl was so sick that despair helped her trust a person who would call himself a professional, or Brien really found some way. It is best to sweep all unnecessary thoughts aside in order to forget about them. The young lady is more than sure that the man shortened the girl's life several times, but she is interested in how this became known. The heroine cannot tell the whole truth. The next question becomes easier to answer. A friend wants to know why they are helping her. Smiling, the blonde assures that everything is much simpler here. Leonora does not want the princess to suffer due to illness and not be able to live a full life. Lorraine looks at her interlocutor as if spellbound. For some reason, she really wants to believe in the reality of what is happening and to believe the girl herself. Of course, this was true, but there was still a hidden side to help. The blonde longed to receive what the beauty's father could give. As you know, every summer Ardell holds a summer training session, which brings together the red and white knights. The training ground is almost always packed with people interested. Today, it will be announced that the fencing tournament will take place. The mistress could not wait any longer, so the joy that had been building up inside finally bursts out. Tristan enters the estate, causing the princess to frown. This crazy guy is back in the ranks coaching or running competitions. A loud scream echoes throughout the hall and stands. Those who wish to take part in the tournament are required to come forward and then sign up in a separate room. Now it becomes clear that Duke Celia does not really love his son, since this man again turned out to be the one who will continue to train Tristan. Tristan, Gray, and Joshua step forward. Obviously, this is everyone who is interested, because the organizers quickly begin to write something down on pieces of paper. Grunting, the blonde looks around. She doesn't see Enoch, who seems to have evaporated and wiped himself off the face of the earth, hiding somewhere. The maid standing nearby recalls seeing the young master as he walked towards the backyard just 10 minutes ago. Perhaps the young man simply mixed up the gathering place, because he simply could not escape. Since the morning, he couldn't find a place for Joy, so he should quickly find his brother. Walking through the garden, the lady shouts Enoch's name for him to respond. In response, all that is heard is a killing silence, which puts pressure on the eardrums and makes you worry. Passing by one of the bushes, the Duchess notices white hair and someone's top, which is very difficult to notice. Passing behind a tree, the beauty sits down next to an acquaintance, asking what he forgot here. Crawling back, the guy cannot find the right words. Tears accumulate in the corners of his eyes, while Enoch quietly says that he still will not be able to take part in the tournament, which incredibly upsets the princess. The heroine's eyes widen. She needs to get the guy to participate because so much work and training cannot go to waste. His Majesty said that in order to understand how the guys can adapt, during the finals, he will fight in a gorge with a stream or on a ship. There is nothing special about this, but this is only at first glance. The blonde still has a terrible fear of water that he cannot overcome. Turning away, the blonde says to hit herself in the face. She had completely forgotten about this little thing, and now she managed to remember. Enoch's role in the plot was one of the most important, also before he was killed. There was also one incident that happened between the guy and Ines in adulthood. The hero's fear of water is so strong that one day a girl, in order to punish the little villain, poured a cup of tea on his head, which turned out to be too wet. Maybe the young man is not the best character in the future, but it would have been impossible to think of pouring tea on a person. Something had to be done urgently about this. To begin with, the decision was made. The couple must calm down, and then Enoch listens to what his sister has to say, who, as usual, is going to save the whole situation. The beauty assures the guy that everything will be fine. She will definitely be able to find a way to cope with what will happen, so she just needs to take part in the tournament. The hero's eyes light up with hope, which was recently extinguished. He doesn't cry anymore. Of course, the Duchess is lying because she still has no idea how to rid her brother of his fear of water, but she needs to remain just as convincing. Smiling, the interlocutor again believes in Leia, who has never let him down before. The child was too kind to deceive anyone. Turning away, the blonde begins to move the gears in her head. There was not much time left before the tournament, which meant that training would become even more brutal. Walking onto the field, the guy hears Baristan's reproaches because he was late, even if it was important. The young man needed to talk to his sister. With an attitude like the Duke's, he has no place in the Knight's ranks, even though he is a member of the Duke's family. A new wave of bullying is pouring in on its own. All this time, the beauty could not understand why the Duke left the whole situation to chance. I can't believe that Baristan collected stones not just to repay a debt. Pointing her finger forward, the little girl promises that she will get rid of the nasty teacher. In any case, it was not so important what other people thought about everything that was happening. From now on, Baristan is in charge of preparing the knights for the tournament, so Enoch will work with the second-in-command. Without letting go of his sister's hand, the guy comes forward, stopping the mentor. He needed a little encouragement. Calling the teacher again because he didn't pay attention, the blonde says that he also wants to compete in the tournament, even if he missed the registration and recruitment. Turning halfway, Baristan looks as if he has just been told the funniest joke in the world. He thought that the young man had enough brains to evaluate his abilities. Not every one of those chosen is able to cope with unhealthy competition, and especially such little ones as Enoch, who does not even have enough strength for anything. Tristan entered the tournament around the blonde's age. There are no age restrictions, so this competition will be a great chance to show your abilities and express yourself. It looks like the man needs to say the same thing many more times. Each time it will be just one phrase about how he and Celia are completely different. If only the Duke could master the art of sword aura, then he might be able to participate in the competition, but this would not help in his case. Tristan mastered the aura of the sword at the age of 9, while the training did not last long, and not as expected. The young man treats the guy like trash, but at the same time praises his abilities, as if there were absolutely no barriers between them. You can't build a great relationship on lies. The little one does not deny that Tristan has obvious talent, because sword aura is a skill that allows him to create a magical sword with only a hilt. To do this, you need to be able to perfectly control your magic, so only experienced knights can master this. Second in command, Ravel seems to have arrived at just the right moment. He pokes his head out from behind his acquaintance to make sure everyone is talking about what they are talking about. Don't lose heart, even with what's been said in the last 5 minutes. Tristan was simply someone special from childhood, so he was able to learn everything. A young man shouldn't even try to compete with someone who has so much strength that he can't outdo it. It's worth accepting that the guy simply doesn't have enough talent or strength. A fire ignites in your hand, caused by the power of the aura and the anger that closes your consciousness. Enoch can do everything that Tristan can, because his sister made every effort to teach her brother to master all the techniques to perfection. A sword appears in his hands, and fire burns in his eyes. The teachers freeze with their mouths open. The aura weapon was too believable, especially since after what was said, no one could believe what was happening. Stepping forward, Baristan points out the fact that he has never taught a student similar techniques, which he learned from someone else. This was a completely unimportant detail. Jumping up next to him, the little girl notices the fact that her brother must be a real genius, since he was able to learn something like this even without the help of a teacher. In order for the young man to cope, he needs to be given more support. Looking into the eyes of his interlocutors, the blonde asks if this is enough to take part in the tournament, knowing the answer in advance. The teeth clenched, not allowing the man to utter a word. He sighs quietly, and then nods in agreement, because everyone around him knows the rules of the festival that should be accepted. Turning around and leaving, the man throws out a phrase that slightly changes the joyful mood. "You shouldn't expect so much to win," he says. A few hours later, the couple moved to the beautiful seashore, where the sun was shining. The blonde quietly calls Leia's name to ask her a question. Obviously, Leonora had a strong desire to play in the sea, thereby dragging Enoch with her. She had some kind of plan unknown to anyone. The guy had been trying incredibly hard all this time, so he definitely deserved at least a day of rest. No one will drag him into the sea, so he can relax a little. It's strange that fear is actually something real, something that is present in the prince's head. Enoch used to like the sea and water in general, so he didn't get out of there. This was a very long time ago, so there is no point in now touching on the old trauma of the soul, which remained with the young man for quite a long time. It seems that this happened because of Noelle. The girl doesn't remember her mother at all, but her brother remembers everything perfectly. It will take a long time, but Noelle's body will never be found. Everyone believes that she is alive, but if this is true, then no one knows exactly how to find her. Her location was never mentioned in the book. If the lady is really alive, she can only appear in a side story, which is quite logical. It is worth collecting the character stories, and maybe then the beauty will advance in finding out how much more information, as well as about Tristan's training. Virgo has no idea whose story to start with today, and who to try to figure out a little later, giving herself a little time. The girl sighs, saying that she will go closer to the sea. This can be dangerous, so you should not go too far into the water, even under the pretext of a good cause. The boots step on the sand, and then plunge into the water, which pleasantly washes your feet, taking you into its embrace. It is worth thinking about how to rid Enoch of his fear of water. At the moment, summing up, the heroine can say that everything looks too deplorable. It's scary to imagine what it's like for a guy to be near the sea if he's afraid of even a cup of tea. Some noise is heard from the side. The guys are shouting for the carriage to stop because it is forbidden to enter here. The beach belongs to the Duke of Cachanilla, who is now in the castle. Someone finally decided to come, bringing with them a lot of noise, which made it difficult to concentrate. The special pattern on the carriage made it clear that it belonged to the Brien family. A blond man looks out from the cart, his blue eyes reminiscent of ice. It is not sold to be cracked, so it remains just as hard. The baby is intently looking at someone who is just a few meters away. A strange feeling envelops the body and consciousness, and only one question appears in the head, because the lady does not know who this person is. In the family, which was famous for its shelter, there may have been someone similar to this young man, but the maiden was completely unable to remember to start a conversation. There was definitely no character with this appearance in the book. He is getting closer and closer, getting out of the carriage and approaching the sea and the shore. Sylvester jumps out of the cart, ordering Wilhelm not to come even close to his sister. He fears for her health, and also understands perfectly well that he does not know what to expect from such a character. Looking ahead in surprise, the Duchess calls Sylvie. She asks why he got out of the carriage that belongs to the Brien family. He shouldn't have been there. The guy was told that the family wanted to invite the girl to join them, so the guy came just in case. Obviously, the young man came here for control, although he had absolutely no intention of going anywhere. Wilhelm heads into the water, and being only a meter away from the lady, greets Leonora. He doesn't look friendly, but rather more tired and exhausted after everything that happened to him. Looking into the eyes of the young man who made his hair move, the heroine tries to keep her face. She quietly asks who he is in order to know who she is dealing with. Sinking a little lower, the blonde says that he came here at the request of his father. The beauty cannot remember whether the Marquee had children, because this question was also raised in the original. As far as we know, the man got the opportunity to manage the help center only because he had no heirs who were simply not born from his first wives. Entering the water up to his ankles, the young man continues on his way. He says that the father wants to invite the young lady to a charity evening, which will take place very soon. Polite speech and decent behavior undoubtedly captivate everyone around. Taking out a piece of paper, the boy holds out the invitation so that it can be accepted by the lady opposite. The blonde stands slightly bent over, not moving a single step, as if trying to attract as much attention as possible to himself, and better than everyone else. The way the young man is strange makes it clear that he is incredibly dangerous. So a second later, Enoch rushes to the side, asking how the girl ended up so far away, and even in the water. The baby falls due to another wave, which tries to drag the beauty somewhere to the bottom. She extends her hand as a sign of help, but Wilhelm doesn't even move. The blonde looks somewhere to the side with his icy gaze. He doesn't seem to care about what's happening right next to his nose, because no expression of interest is visible at all. The guy says something. However, Leonora cannot quite make out what exactly was just said. A hand reaches out to meet the sister, who is almost drowned. Sylvie pulls Leah out of the water, asking if she's okay. For a child, even such a depth was incredibly dangerous. Even if in a past life the beauty could easily swim as much as she wanted. If it weren't for Sylvester, everything could have ended extremely badly for everyone, and first of all, for Leonora, since she simply would not have been able to emerge outside. The girl was completely fine, and it was all thanks to the two brothers with whom she was now close. They helped save the baby, just in time. Enoch also went into the water to save the girl, even if he did not make it in time due to the distance and the beach, which seemed to lengthen. The guy tilts his head down, trying to find the right words. He seems uncomfortable talking about what just happened. The hero cannot believe that he actually entered the water. He looks fascinated at the water as it rinses his feet and ankles. He can't believe it. A warm smile seems to appear on its own on the face of the girl, who is incredibly glad that everything turned out this way. This step will help your brother become a better person. Snuggling up to the blonde, the little girl thanks him for also taking part in saving her sister. She was fine, and that was the most important thing to everyone around her at the moment. The idol of a reunited family seems like something Wilhelm would never have had. He looks at the three who are standing next to each other and hugging each other. They seem happy. Sylvester breaks away from his sister and looks with a gaze full of anger towards the Marquee, who seems not even going to leave anywhere after what he managed to do. Approaching closer, the boy clenches his fist, and then raising it, turns towards the blonde, who stands still as motionless, as if he absolutely does not care what they do to him. Enoch, along with Leonora, is the name of a brother who is losing control of himself and what is happening to him. This will not lead to anything good. The blue-eyed man turns away, not even touching the red mark left on his cheek. He no longer knows what to do about what is happening or how to protect himself. A measured voice asks why he was hit, to which Sylvester explodes again, grabbing the collar of his shirt. He's a jerk who scared his sister even though he remains confident that he did absolutely nothing. The boy notices that Kachania is usually not so hot-tempered, but people from the Brien clan have no right to judge him. This is true, so he asks Enoch to lower her to the ground. We need to stop Sylvie before it's too late. Running up from behind, the blonde tries to grab the friend's trouser leg, thereby slowing down his actions a little. He must return to consciousness and do what is appropriate. Hands reach out to the guy's hand, while the girl tries with all her might to calm her brother down. He was very scared, but one only has to look at the girl to understand that she is completely fine. Smiling her charming smile, the little girl offers to go home together because she was pretty tired before they came here. The beauty managed to talk about the method of treating Lorraine's illness and received a lot of money from the Count. The participation in the tournament and Enoch's fear of water also resolved itself, so there was no more business left in Ardell. It's time for them all to return to Kachania. Approaching Sylvester, the baby finds herself in his arms. The blonde runs her hand through her brother's hair to straighten his bangs a little and at the same time calm him down. In fact, the heroine also wants to quickly escape from a rather strange guy. He not only watched as the girl fell into the water, but also said something else. It was almost impossible to make out the words, however, if Leonora heard everything correctly. Then he was talking about how weak human children are. He is the most capable. The main right of life that will never change is not to mess with crazy people. It's high time for the brothers, like the Duchess, to go home so that everything can finally end. The maiden had no more reason to see strange Wilhelm again. He remains behind, and the beauty hopes that this was their last meeting, not yet knowing how wrong she was. Duke Kachania squats down, saying that he needs to meet with Marquee Brien. He scheduled this meeting for some incredibly important meeting. The blonde quietly asks what happened. The father intends to express his dissatisfaction because his son invaded the territory of Kachania, and on top of all this, put the Duchess in danger. The Marquis's persistence was also very impressive. Henry calls His Majesty once again because he has received an invitation to a charity evening. Something needs to be done with him, or an answer must be given. It seems that the guy is going to do something bad to the young lady because she ruined his bottle and took away his client. The beauty had some business at the help center, which means she can twist everything in her favor. Rising from the chair, the baby resolutely pulls her arms forward. She orders Henry to quickly convey to her the invitation, which was received and left unanswered not for the first time. Expressing her emotions, which were genuine, the daughter asks her father to go to a charity event. It was important to her, but why exactly no one should know. The princess, of course, has some interesting plan that can be put into action right at the ball. The girl may have a chance to get the weapon hidden from Brien. As everyone knows, among all the children, only a select few receive an invitation to a charity evening through a letter in which everything is indicated. The charity evening is an event that is organized every year by Brien. He runs the largest orphanage in the empire, so absolutely everyone knows him. In the book, Leonora did not receive this letter, but due to the fact that the girl showed her aura at a recent meeting, it finally fell into the hands of the heroine. This was the only chance. Beauty is going to use the invitation to rescue Celia's child, and also try to get her hands on the most powerful weapon the world has ever seen. The carriage arrived at the palace. The hall located near the estate really looked quite spacious, And what is most important is that the rumors did not fall. The entire top of society had gathered here, and in general, the girl had never seen so much aristocracy. Watching what is happening with her mouth open, the blonde looks around, hoping to distinguish familiar faces as quickly as possible, so as not to confuse anything and know who to start a conversation with. Enoch and Sylvie are preparing for the tournament, and the maiden's father was urgently called by the emperor, so no one could keep the young lady company. It will be even better this way, because the beauty managed to get rid of complete control. Celia, who has already managed to look around, sighs dreamily. If this place is so beautiful, then the Virgin is glad that the child lives in such good conditions. Such a holiday is just a beautiful wrapper, because the beauty knows perfectly well what is happening here. Aura stones, which cost exorbitant amounts of money, cost like garden decorations. Brien has more than enough money. There are only two ways to get jewelry. Some of them are the extraction of enriched ores that have been stored in the ground for thousands of years. The second method is to extract stones from living people. All the aristocrats constantly think that the guy will fit in, and he finds mines teeming with these stones, when, as a matter of fact, the truth is hidden by a thick layer of lies. In reality, Marquee is simply extracting important things from people who simply have nowhere to go. He doesn't let go, but continues to suck out the power he needs for the pebbles. A man lures children to an orphanage and then tortures them until their lives are ended. He doesn't see any examples of kindness, so he uses kids as consumables. Celia still can't get enough of what she gets to see. Even though it's night, it's too bright around, as if it's only the middle of the day. Lamps and garlands, it would seem, were the most important attribute of the party. The maid most likely did not know all the details of what was happening in this house, so she entrusted the child to the man. Fortunately, the boy is probably too small, so they haven't touched him yet. Aristocrats do not stop discussing the shelter. They heard that many talented children graduated from there this year. One of them even passed the test for gifted children with the highest score, which couldn't help but rejoice. Everyone wants such good children to become personal servants for their daughters or sons. Brien is also known for sending some to noble houses. Instead of asking for a price in return, the young man always claims that he does not need money, therefore, accordingly, absolutely everyone respects him. Thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice, which makes a million bugs run somewhere along the back, causing unpleasant feelings. A man greets Lady Kachania. The blonde smiles unpleasantly, saying that he is glad to meet the beauty in his home again. He promised her that they would meet at least once again after everything that happened in Ardell. Greeting the Marquee, the blonde smiles back, trying to show how kind she is. This guy is too suspicious to maintain any contact with. Everything will not end in the best way, thereby interfering. Today, the guy is too friendly, as if he forgot how the girl pulled out his hair. Leaning over, the man asks if the little lady likes to read. He, like everyone else before, managed to notice a book nearby, and, of course, decided to ask what it was about. Nodding, the baby tries to confirm her words, and then hides the thing from which the wild light emanates behind her back. The book responded the same way it did with Tristan, who became a hero. Perhaps the beauty will be lucky, and get a side story from the Marquee, even if it was not even hoped for. It would be nice to get a lot of explanation about what happened in the man's past. The Marquee leaves, hoping that the little lady will be able to enjoy the evening at the estate. The beam points in a completely different direction, which means it is someone else. Virgo doesn't know who it is, but he's definitely somewhere nearby. Most likely, this hero was somehow connected with one of the main characters in the book. The Marquis probably knew about that very person, but it became clear that he definitely would not have spread the word. First, you should follow the people around, and then perhaps this will lead the lady to that very hero. The ladies are invited to go further, because Celia can no longer wait to look around. There is tea drinking at a table in one of the gazebos next to the estate. There are only a few people there, but they seem to be the only ones interested in what is happening. Lorraine jumps up from her chair, calling Lady Leonora closer. She exclaims in surprise, because she did not expect the girl to find out the location of her new friend. She finds the first idea she comes across, and all this is because she was walking nearby and noticed familiar faces. The other girls get up and introduce themselves as Minin, Damia, and Fania Raconde. These are most likely friends or close acquaintances of Ardell, who was finally able to come with them to the meeting. The light no longer points in any direction, so the girl realizes that it was not one of them. Sitting down in a curtsy, the beauty shows honor to all those who have arrived. Turning around, the little girl runs away, saying that she still has some things to do. She leaves only admiring faces behind her because everyone, as one, thinks how sweet the young lady is. Running past one of the rooms, the beauty freezes. She noticed something attractive inside, so she simply cannot pass by and forever lose the opportunity to see the side story. Panoramic windows reveal a huge room, allowing you to enjoy the view of the beautiful interior and the figure that is located somewhere in the depths. A girl with long blonde hair is sitting at a table, apparently drinking tea that was poured into her cup. She doesn't pay attention to anyone around her or to extraneous sounds. Turning around, the heroine makes it clear how beautiful she is. Long hair hangs over her shoulders and clothing, while her snow-white skin complements her bright green eyes. A side story usually comes from a character who played an important role in the original book, like Tristan. For some reason, the little girl can't remember that there was someone with that appearance in the book. Walking closer, the beauty bows in a curtsy, imagining Bel Ruchi as Brien. The light strives with all its might directly to the chest of the girl, who is simply silent. It happened. The blonde freezes in surprise. This is the name of the villain from the book, but for some reason she now looks completely different and behaves like an ordinary person. The heroine is completely confused. The maiden is so beautiful, but then why didn't anyone describe her in a book? The only Bel Ruchi in the original was a villain. Most likely, you need to check everything to make sure of the truthfulness of the guesses that tirelessly creep into your head, giving absolutely no rest. The book is again in the girl's hands, and then she opens it. A bright light pours right from the pages, which makes it clear that she is such a villain as was previously mentioned. Bel Ruchi's side story was quite sad. Sitting in a cold, dark cell, the blonde looks at the wall when the room opens. The girl is called by name. The Marquee smiles his unpleasant smile, which makes the hair on his head move. The princess is growing into a real beauty, which is impossible not to notice. Bel Ruchi lowers his head and clenches his lip with his teeth, which begins to bleed. She wants to escape from this nightmare and never be in a place like this again. It was at the age of 16 that the girl showed her strength, so she was able to participate in a charity evening. Maybe she would at least be able to escape with it, so only hope remained. If this does not happen, the virgin will become the next wife. Bel Ruchi saw perfectly well how the previous Marquise died. That girl was only not 4 years older than the heroine herself, but she experienced terrible conditions. The man walled her up in a room without windows and also forbade her to contact the outside world. For the guy, his wife was just a bird in a golden cage without the right to freedom. In order not to live like a simple toy, the woman tried to get rid of her beauty with fire. Bel Ruchi asks the lady to move out of the way. If she does not need anything, then the maiden will go to greet the guests, and also the Marquis, who is probably already waiting. Still not quite recovering from the shock that tied her body into a tight knot, the little girl steps aside, quietly apologizing. You wouldn't wish a fate like hers on absolutely anyone in this world. Passing by, the beauty is about to leave the room. Only one thought spins in her head like a life preserver. You cannot make a single mistake without leading to bad consequences. Even now, new details are emerging in history. This chapter is different from the one that belonged to Tristan, because it describes not only past events. At a charity evening, the maiden made many mistakes, and this led to her not being hired as a maid in an influential family. It was a complete end for such a young lady. Brien grabbed the lady by the hair and dragged her into the back room of the estate, so that she could spend several years of her life there before sadly passing away. The future was also told so that the little girl understood what awaited her new friend. Somehow, the stories are too different, making one feel compassion for Bel Ruchi. The description of the future seems to be covered with a light veil. It's as if someone is trying to imply that they can always change, no matter how things go. The book makes it possible to save the main villain, thereby giving her another chance that she no longer has to miss. The heroine is going to do this. Celia comes running to call the lady, who is completely immersed in book adventures. She looks with interest at the pages on which the future is outlined. First, you need to steal the ancient weapon, as well as save Celia's child and the children of the orphanage. There are too many things to do, but now it's also up to the lady to save the future Marquise. Sighing, she asks the maid if she brought what she was asked for. Virgo really wants to see Brien fall from his position. The blonde smiles discreetly, saying that she did everything she was asked to do as quickly as possible. After the woman so confidently encouraged her mistress, she suddenly remembers that she had completely forgotten about the ashes. It's not scary because you can use dirt. Fortunately, the father does not know what his daughter is up to on the Duke's territory. One maid will not interfere, but if there were accompanying knights, they would not allow him to take a single step to the side. All that remains is to thank Lorraine for agreeing to promise that she would look after her friend. The purchase went absolutely perfectly, without any drawbacks that could interfere. Turning, the brunette asks the maid if she looks more like a noble lady, to which she nods. Dirt on the cheeks and a dark cloak help achieve the desired look. Almost crying, the blonde holds the jar in her hands. She asks if the effect will go away because she liked the heroine's natural hair color too much. Now is absolutely not the time for this, because they are going to find Celia's son, as well as free everyone else from their cells. Getting ready to work, the girls get ready to go. They have only one motto, and if you want to catch a tiger, you should go to its den and figure it out yourself. The maid will have to leave as soon as the baby is inside the shelter. Then the brunette will go alone in order to save the children. This plan seemed the most reliable. Asking if everything is clear, the blonde expects at least some kind of agreement, but once again hears the words that the maid cannot leave her mistress alone. Virgo can no longer trust everything that happens there, because she already did it once. The Marquee said that if a woman worked for 100 days, he would grow both her and the child. The man most likely turned out to be a fraudster, so he just horribly deceived the girl who was expecting support from at least someone in this world. The baby could be told that his mother abandoned him, and he believed what was said. Trying to calm Celia down, the girl assures him that he will only believe the words of someone close, like the girl. If the girl's mother had come to her like this in a past life, she would definitely have believed it. The heroine expressed herself a little incorrectly, because the baby is definitely waiting for his mother to pick him up. The couple must begin the operation as soon as possible and save the boy before it is too late, which they are going to do very soon. Dressing in cloaks and hoods, the heroines come closer to the doors of the shelter. A woman knocks on the wooden decoration, asking if they can come inside. After no one answers, Celia decides to repeat what she already started doing. She raises her hand and knocks on the wood again to be heard. Wilhelm, who apparently did not hear the calls the first time, turns half a turn, looking at the door. He realized that someone had ventured to arrive. The door opens to finally let in those who have come. The baby carefully turns around, looking at the one who came. She doesn't need to accidentally get burned. The blonde, in his usual measured tone, asks what brings the couple to their shelter. This becomes the first and main question for filling out the questionnaire. A beautiful, but without emotional voice, immediately makes it clear who is standing in front of the arrivals. It is impossible to confuse him with anyone else, because it is not very often that you hear something like this. Wilhelm looks into the distance with his indifferent gaze, trying to understand what is happening and who exactly are these people who have arrived. Because in the first few seconds, there is silence between the two. Celia works exactly according to the plan, saying that she came to leave the child. She began to show magical abilities, so it was time to take that very important step. Nodding, the blonde offers to go inside. It's as if something lights up inside the girl, because she is extremely glad that the boy still doesn't recognize the girl. Leading the couple into the room, the blonde man points to a table with several guards standing behind it. It is there that you can leave your child and receive 1,000 zlotys in return. An ordinary citizen can live on this kind of money for a whole year, but although the sum seems large, it is negligible, considering what the Marquis does next with the children. Stopping next to the guy, the girl sadly looks after her mother and waves her hand, saying goodbye to her, as if they will never see each other again. Virgo is just pretending to be sad, but it seems that Celia is really going to cry soon from how much pressure is being put on her from the outside. She is quite a sensitive person. Now there is absolutely no time to give in to feelings. From the moment you enter the room, an important mission begins, which must end successfully. The blonde, without even turning to look at his ward, who will soon be sent to her cell, orders her to follow him and not be distracted by anything. You need to find out more information, and then everything will go more smoothly than from the very beginning. You can try to talk Wilhelm out, and then it will help the matter. Peering from behind and trying to keep up with the pace that the boy has picked up, the young lady tries to find out what his name is, to which she receives the answer none. Now it becomes clear that the situation in which the heroine finds herself is not the best. The conversation ended as quickly as it began, leaving no more chances. A room opens before your eyes that looks more like a prison. There is a bed in the corner, and from above, you can see a cobweb that almost hangs right onto the pillow itself. There is a grill on the window, and it does not go out into the courtyard. This will be a temporary room because the Marquee was busy for now. The assessment of abilities will be tomorrow, and there it will already be clear how valuable the girl is. The Marquee is going to check how useful the new baby has arrived. Further, the script becomes perfectly understandable, even without words. The soul aura stones will drag out for a long time. If the child does not have an iota of strength, then everything will become much easier because he will be sold into slavery. This is not so important because you need to find out when you can meet other children. All the children in the orphanage are isolated from each other, so you can forget about such a dream. Nobody ever spends time with each other. Almost shouting out her, "What?" the girl steps aside. She can't believe that the plan is starting to fall apart at the seams due to the added problems. This makes what the maiden intended to do much more difficult. The blonde, still not expressing any emotions, asks not to worry about what might happen. He says that if the abilities receive the highest rating, then it will be possible to promise with the Marquee once a week, and if low, then once a week. It seems that the young man is thinking about completely unnecessary things, because this statement does not help the heroine achieve what she needs at all. Dinner with a man didn't seem like a reward at all, but rather a terrible side effect and talking to the man. This is not the same at all. Judging by Wilhelm's words, the room is only a temporary shelter. The room has no value, so you don't have to get used to it. The book said that special children were in the basement. Finding the door with the help of mana will not be at all difficult, but for some reason the place is very poorly guarded, which arouses suspicion. Walking into the distance along the corridor towards the light, which seems to be calling, the girl continues her thoughts. Perhaps the Duke is using some kind of device to control children who might escape. Wilhelm's voice is heard from somewhere in one of the corridors. Making her way closer, the brunette peeks around the corner, trying to figure out who exactly is there with the guy. Standing with the young man is Brien, who listens to the blonde counting the numbers of the children, who, like cattle, have strange names instead of names. One number is missing, but it is missing only because an unexpected situation occurred when extracting the mana stone. Sighing in disappointment, the blonde realizes that if everything continues like this, there won't be enough frosty mana stones. His Highness the Emperor has requested a shipment of frosty mana stones because he plans to freeze the walls during the siege. Taking a deep breath, the man talks about how annoying it is when there is a shortage of stones or money for something specific for an order that comes in. Wilhelm promises to fill the missing volume of stones. He says it like it's candy, or like he doesn't know what the implications of extracting mana are. Brien smiles. He likes the fact that they are going to help him, even though the situation is terrible for him. He thanks the pupil for his help. Placing his palm on the young man's head, the blonde says that he did not expect anything else from the pet at the shelter. He always liked the way Wilhelm behaved. Other children around in locked cages sigh heavily. They, of course, envy this manifestation of love, which is given only to a select few. He goes to great lengths to get it. Looking around, the brunette notices that there are no devices in the room, which means that she was mistaken about what was happening here. What the Marquee uses is much more terrible, and that is loneliness. The man isolates the children from each other so that they crave as much love as possible and want to do anything to get even a drop. Children who are truly lonely always want a piece of their caregiver's warmth. Everything was exactly the same with the heroine in her past life with her adoptive father. Squeezing her eyes shut, Leonora tries as quickly as possible to drive away the obsessive thoughts that completely haunt her. There is absolutely no time to plunge into memories. Looking around, Leia realizes that she did not hear the babies crying, which means that Celia's son is somewhere below. It's worth continuing to search before doing anything else. Going down the stairs, the beauty looks around to understand which floor the child she needs is on. On the lowest level, torches can be seen that are lit along the corridor, indicating that the corridor leads to some important place. In the distance, you can hear crying that won't stop. The baby room was not that difficult to reach in just a few minutes. Leia pops out from behind a pillar. Many children lie in the hotel's wicker bassinets. They cry because there are no adults nearby, and more importantly, there is no mother nearby who abandoned them. Celia's boy has one distinctive feature that will make it a little easier to find the baby. There is a mole in the shape of a small heart on her cheek. Walking through the rows of boys and girls, the young lady stops near one of the cribs. Smiling, she realizes that she has finally found exactly the one she has been looking for so long. Hands reach closer to the baby, who is no longer crying. He looked somewhere at the ceiling, looking at the dusty patterns. The girl was about to pick up the boy, but she was interrupted by the creaking of the door. Brien entered the room and asked Wilhelm in passing whether he would be able to cope with everything alone. It turned out that on the other side, there was also one of the doors, which served as the entrance for the couple. Wilhelm nods quietly. The hero promises that he will inform the Marquee as soon as he finishes extracting the aura stones. Everything should go perfectly and give the required number of pebbles. Nodding, the man asks that after the end of the charity evening the guy come to him for dinner, because today, as usual, he chose the blonde for this role. Bowing his head as a sign of respect, the young man thanks the guy immensely for allowing him to be near him again. Not everyone at the shelter was as lucky as him. Sitting down next to the column in order to remain unnoticed, the heroine only thinks about how everything will go further. It looks like the boy is really going to do what he just promised. Extracting even a tiny bit of mana is very painful, and this poor guy wants to do something similar to himself. This is not the girl's business, but this also concerns the merciful. Clenching her hand into a fist somewhere near her chest, the girl continues to repeat to herself how much she doesn't care about what happens to him. He will harm himself of his own free will. You shouldn't worry so much about some boy. Linny already has a dangerous mission that requires full concentration, so outside interference will absolutely not help the matter. Apparently, all members of the Kachania family are very kind and naive, so the blonde approaches the baby, asking him to wait a little. Very soon the maiden will take him to his mother, which means that everything will end more than well. In the central room of the shelter, there are special capsules for extracting mana stones. They are created for those very days when you need to get things done, so Wilhelm is in one of them. Having thrown off her hood, the beauty runs with all her might as quickly as possible. It seems that the guy has already started his plan, so this time everything will go worse. The girl had never seen anyone extract such a huge amount of mana at once. The Marquis said that the stones were needed for a siege, but if such a huge amount was removed, it would be equal to death. And so it is clear that the young man's body is about to not bear the stress that is being put on him. The hand reaches out to the capsule from the outside, hoping to do at least something. Instead of obeying, the glass makes the beauty feel terrible pain, which is impossible for even an adult to endure. It's time to use mana, which of course should help break the spell. The strength is collected in the hands, which slowly accumulates until the impact. The fist feels great because of the collected aura, which is already ready for what will happen. Raising her fist, the girl hits the glass with all her might, which shatters into shards. Wilhelm notices what happened, but doesn't react too much. Usually the young man is emotionless, but at the time of the incident, he had absolutely no strength left to do anything. Looking at the one standing right in front of him, Wilhelm realizes that he had already seen this little girl earlier, when he took her to the shelter an hour ago. As if stating a fact, the boy says that the heroine has just broken a mana extraction device. This is not the most important thing, because the problem is completely different. She risks her life to save the young man. Starting to read her short lecture on how everything usually happens around her, Leva reminds that after the stones are removed, the life force fades away. He could just die. The young man knows perfectly well everything that could happen, and is also aware of the consequences that will overtake him. Only for the sake of Brien, the blonde decided to take such a dangerous act. The girl did not want to get involved with characters who were not related to the novel, but for some reason, she simply could not leave the boy who was so similar to her in the past. At one time, the maiden also did everything for the sake of her adoptive father, and all so that he would one day love her. After the heroine was reborn into the Kachania family, she finally realized that real parents would never use a child in strange ways. The guy also needs to know what it's like to be loved for nothing, so the beauty is going to save him from himself and from a terrible fate in the future. Not understanding the exact meaning of the Duchess's words, the boy asks if it's true. Virgo, on the contrary, said that she would save the guy, but it was not clear whether she really meant this. Leonora was quite serious when she promised that she would help the guy escape from this place with her help. She still has the same plan, but with some changes in it. To begin with, the little girl offers to give something. She cannot believe that she will have to give the young man what she has prepared for herself. There is a hiding artifact on the guy's hand. After its activation, no one will see the hiding person. The artifacts are very expensive and only disposable, but the blonde has no idea about such details. They need to escape as quickly as possible so that no one catches them. The baby runs forward up the stairs, deftly turning from side to side. She almost understood how the shelter worked, but it would be most difficult with babies who could not move independently. There will also be children who will not want to listen to the Duchess, but this guy can help with the rest of the children. Nobody knows what will happen next and how it will turn out. The young man is simply obliged to help so that everything goes as well as possible. The operation must not be disrupted, so the maiden asks where Bel Ruchi is. The guy silently looks straight at his interlocutor. Already able to distinguish some emotions, the lady understands that he is trying to say that he knows exactly where the girl is and can show the way. One of the cups falls from the tray and smashes on the floor with a crash. The fragments fly in different directions, forcing everyone gathered to retreat to the sides. The blonde looks in horror at the thing that is no longer on the tray. There is some kind of emotion in the eyes, similar to the despair that the heroine experiences. The brunette, sitting at the table next to some lady, chuckles quietly. He knew that everything would go exactly in this direction, so he was not even worried about the lady becoming his wife. Smiling, the blonde says out loud that, apparently, Bel Ruchi does not want to leave the orphanage so much that he sabotages his own selection for a place as a maid or servant in one of the families. The tray hits the floor next. Denial flashes through your head, which wants to break out only in order to object. Virgo will have nightmares about what will happen to her. The blonde does not want to stay here, but the man is trying with all his might to keep her with him so as not to look for other candidates. The lady sitting on the left side says that the girl has made too many mistakes. This is no longer just an accident, but pure clumsiness, which makes it clear that she is not suitable for choice. The maiden is undoubtedly beautiful, but her hands are too weak for the lady to take her. This was the last chance for the girl who stands with eyes full of horror, as if she had been told what would happen. A memory comes to mind of someone saying that Madame March forces servants to do hard work for a pittance. Running forward, the blonde assures that it's all because she doesn't feel well, and she didn't want this to happen. Falling to her knees, the girl begs to be taken away. She doesn't eat much and can't sleep, so if the lady wants, Bel Ruchi can serve day and night with absolutely no days off. Even if the Marquis uses her as a simple slave, it is still better than dying. Such zeal makes Madame very happy, so she's going to take the young lady. The woman nods in agreement, asking how much she will need to pay in the end. The shelter does not accept prices, only donations. March asks for a donation amount. The price becomes 5,000 gold. Last time the lady gave 1,000 for the child who passed the exam best, so she does not agree to such conditions. Bel Ruchi is responsible for the children's education, and if she leaves the orphanage, she will have to look for a teacher. This amount is still too huge, because a commoner can live on this for 5 years. Exploding, the blonde screams about this promise. The man promised that if she studied hard, he would let her go. She was only supposed to be the one who cared about appearances and knowledge. Tears again accumulate in the maiden's eyes. This was the very reason why no one ever adopted her, because now she would be in a room without a drop of sunlight. The lady's face turns red from tears and anger. She accuses the guy of the deception he perpetrated on her, without even hoping to somehow help her. Making the face of an innocent lamb, the blonde asks Bel Ruchi to calm down and not throw out all his negativity towards the others. She is quite sensitive and easily loses control. March blinks his eyes in surprise, asking who would take such a girl for that kind of money. Perhaps the girl is right, so unfortunately she will have to be kept. Bursting with bitter tears, the blonde buries herself in her dress. This is not how things should have happened at all. When the lady was preparing, she did not make a single mistake. The door opens, and a blonde appears, who has reincarnated herself back into an aristocrat. Celia's wonderful skills help to quickly clean up all traces of the crime. Bel Ruchi turns towards the exit, trying to wipe all the tears from his eyes as quickly as possible. She does not believe that someone has arrived to rescue her from captivity. As it becomes clear from the very first second, the story from the original has completely repeated itself, but this time the maiden will not allow it to happen. Sitting down in a curtsy, the girls greet Lady Kachania. They evaluate Bel Ruchi's skills, which should go to someone. The little girl asks if she can join them. Looking at the papers containing the information, the girl asks why the beauty is crying if she scored 97 points out of a possible 100. This is not entirely logical. This is not enough to enter an aristocratic house, since the lady made a number of mistakes that cannot be accepted in any form. Humming, the blonde looks around, squinting her eyes a little. We are talking about just a few mistakes, which, in her opinion, do not matter at all. The heroine's hand twitches a little, and because of this, the inkwell flies and overturns on the face of the Marquee, who continues to quietly look to the side. Playing horror that is genuinely similar to the real thing, Leonora says that she accidentally touched the thing, but her hand suddenly slipped. Anger no longer wants to be contained, so the silence does not last long. The man starts to almost literally scream, which makes it clear that he is furious. The girl's father always said that making mistakes is completely normal. This helps to solidify the outcome just by what happens. You should not try to be perfect in order to be loved, and this is something that is worth accepting, despite the truth. Duke Kachania was never wrong. Bel Ruchi, as if spellbound, looks at the baby and follows her actions. She listens to the words that flow from the young lady's mouth. Now it becomes clear what she means. If no one wants to take the lady, then the little lady will do it. The man angrily wipes his face with a napkin, already about to begin a hidden struggle for his future wife. Smirking, the guy asks if Kachania has 5,000 gold that he will have to give for such a useless person as the blonde. Pulling out a wallet decorated with pearls from her pocket, the little girl says that of course she has that kind of money, and just the right amount. The girl is the youngest lady of the Kachania family, so, of course, it will not be a problem to give a certain amount for the lady she liked. Looking at the desire for money that belongs to the Marquee, it becomes more clear that the guy is a poor man than an aristocrat, because he chases coins too much. This is probably all because the young man finds and sells children. Brien makes money through criminal activities, and even if he is richer than the heroine's family, facts were important now. You need to try to play on a man's weaknesses, and it seems to be successful. Not understanding what the little girl is talking about, the guy runs his eyes from side to side. The banquet is not at all interesting, so, feigning boredom, the girl announces that she is leaving the estate. It remains to wish them all good luck in figuring out what happened. Approaching the girl, who is still sitting on the floor, the girl addresses her by name. She cannot come to her senses and believe that someone will take her after all. Extending her childish hand, the blonde offers to leave this terrible place before someone tries to stop them and interfere with what has been built. Starting to cry, the woman says that she will not forget kindness for the rest of her life. Now she will have a chance to live a normal, full life, even as a maid. Going somewhere into the distance, closer to the exit, the heroine leads a child who is trying to move as quickly as possible. They still had a lot of things to do. Realizing that his wife has almost run away, the blonde tries to stop the couple, to which Lady March receives a menacing look. She needs another child who could become her maid. The woman leans back in her chair, sighing heavily. According to her, she is simply wasting her time, missing out on all the fun outside. The man promises to bring someone else. 2 hours later, Bel Ruchi had already changed her mind. She exclaims in surprise, clarifying whether the lady is truly in her right mind. She doesn't want to do anything like that. The Virgin herself said that she would never forget kindness and would do everything that was asked. So now the little girl will explain the whole plan for the last time. The whole point is to destroy the shelter and release everyone who is there. It won't take that long, but it will make Brien suffer over the lost money. Brien would never have become one of the 5 strongest families in the Empire if it had not been for the ancient weapons obtained during the war between the Kingdom of Arche and the Empire. If the weapon is gone, he will not be able to use it as a force. The man has a clear obsession with Bel Ruchi, so the girl must take advantage of this and save the children who need it. While he is at the banquet, they will manage to steal the weapon. The girl asks how the lady wants to find a weapon, to which she wonders. The effect of the artifact is not important, which means you need to get into the shelter as quickly as possible in order to get everything done. The weapon is a family heirloom that no one has ever seen with their own eyes. Virgo is truly grateful for the rescue, but is not going to steal anything. These are exactly the lines that appeared in the book, thereby showing that despite her appearance, Bel Ruchi is very timid and cowardly. She doesn't want to get involved in another trouble that could end badly. Deciding to hit where it hurts the most, the girl asks if Bel Ruchi knows what awaits the children at the orphanage. It is clear that she is aware of what will happen to them if they leave the estate now. The blonde sits quietly and looks somewhere to the side with a sad look. The realization slowly invades her mind, making it clear that she truly knows everything better than anyone. The girl is not stupid, so she definitely should have guessed. Judging by Brien's activity, a short and painful life awaits them all. Clenching her teeth so as not to cry, the beauty mumbles something, asking if it is true that the Marquee kills the children who live in that orphanage, in the cells. In fact, this is true. Nothing can be done about this unless you prepare and do something as a team, but by doing the opposite, they will succeed. The whole life of boys and girls consisted only of extracting mana, so after the reserves ran out, they withered like a rose, leaving no trace behind them. There are too many children in the orphanage. Then the question remains of how the Marquee's crimes could remain in plain sight for so long with impunity. The girl doesn't know what to say to this. Looking somewhere at the floor, she comes up with a line that would be quite convincing. Leonora knows what to say to be understood. Because the children had no guardians, they could not find someone to save them and take them out of the horror they were in on a permanent basis. Children are too weak, and therefore, without adults who are ready to protect them, they cannot do absolutely anything in this life. They can only wait for someone kind to come and save them. Bel Ruchi will just need to gather all the guys and carefully take them out into the street. Leia already guesses in advance where the weapon is approximately located, so this will not be too difficult. The blonde will be obliged to gather the children and prepare to escape as soon as the mentor arrives back to them. In the girl's eyes, there is a determination that was not noticeable before. Nodding, the beauty promises that everything will be fine, so she will wait for the signal. The whistle will be the starting point, but you will have to use your fingers instead of a whistle so that your father doesn't come running. Approaching the tree near which the young man had been sitting all this time, the beauty turns to him, hoping that she will be able to reach his consciousness. He would have to go with her instead of sitting there. Not understanding whether they are actually addressing him, the guy chuckles quietly. He thinks about what he should do because two sides are fighting in him. The Virgin will need help because Wilhelm is well acquainted with the estate's plans, and the lady is going to destroy the orphanage, thereby freeing many children. Rising from the ground, the guy promises that everything will be in the best possible way. The time has come to finally take revenge on the one who tormented children for many years. He says that now he can guide the couple further, so help will be what he gives them. It seems that he ignores everyone around him, living in his own separate world. The book contained a description of Brien's office, so the three head there. Wilhelm, well informed, goes, of course, the very first in order, as he promised, to lead the others to the right place. There should be a safe in the room, which is located in the secret room. It serves more as a repository for things that are too valuable. Archaea was a very developed country, and it was called the Kingdom of Magicians, so its masters could create weapons to protect their homeland. The little thing is hidden exactly where the princess thought about it. Wilhelm points to the room, reminding him that this is the Marquee's office, which is currently empty. Staring in surprise at the door that appears right in front of her, the maiden looks at what she sees. She wants to get inside as soon as possible and get the weapon she needs. The front door really seems too huge compared to the rest of the rooms and the doors in them. They can be opened somehow, but no one knows. If you try by force, many guards will come running. The girl will easily win as soon as the ancient weapon is in her hands, but if they come running earlier, it will be the end. Watching Celia unfold her hair on her head and take out a pin, the blonde asks in surprise what she is going to do. Without answering the question, the girl continues to do what she started with, and after a few seconds, the castle weakens and falls down. They manage to catch him in order to avoid unwanted sounds. Pointing to the door, the girl says that it is now open, so you should go there as soon as possible. There's not much time left, so you need to hurry. Not understanding how this could happen so quickly, the beauty only slowly nods. She walks further to quickly get to her destination. Celia never said that she was an experienced burglar, but according to her, absolutely everyone in the country can do this. Ideas about hacking vary greatly. Entering the office, the little girl freezes. She blinks her eyes in surprise, but realizes that everything matches the original, thereby greatly simplifying the search task. A huge fur table engraved with the coat of arms of the Marquee and a portrait of the first emperor who defeated Archaea. The weapon should be hidden immediately behind the painting. The first emperor Villainy is very similar to Ines. He has light brown hair, as well as eyes like fresh grass, which go incredibly well with his skin color and more. The man destroyed Archaea and erased it from history. If Ines had not found a random mention of the country, no one would have even known that it existed in nature. The heroine absolutely doesn't care about the backstory, because the most important thing is to get the weapon, which is very close. There is a scepter hidden here, but given its size, it won't be difficult to find. The Virgin pulls the cord, which is located directly in front of her hand, and enters the secret room. This is where what they all need is located, and this becomes clear from the first seconds. The safe instead of the usual contents, looks more like a weapons arsenal. There is too much variety of weapons that you can choose to suit every taste and color. Completely delighted, the blonde examines the objects. There is a rifle, a revolver, and even a rifle that does not go unnoticed. The girl cannot believe in her happiness. A strange object, similar to a bazooka, makes the little girl recoil to the side. It looks strange, but at the same time is quite useful when used against enemies. The girl knew that the Marquee of Brien was planning an uprising with his allies, and they were developing a weapon that uses mana stones instead of gunpowder, but no one knew that it would be so familiar. The heroine still has not discovered the very thing that they were looking for here, because the scepter-like things seem to have disappeared from sight, which makes Lady Kachania herself upset. The girl is about to move on, but behind her she hears some sounds and Wilhelm's voice, which sounds more alive than before. Raising the pistol, the young man fills it with cartridges or stones, which will be many times more effective, and points it at the floor before starting to act. If the couple wants to destroy the entire shelter, then accordingly, they will have to completely destroy all the weapons. Nothing can be left alive before the Marquee arrives. Raising the gun again, the boy orders him to quickly kill him too. These words have no logical explanation, but the lady is really looking forward to them. Not understanding why they are handing her a gun, Leonora quietly asks what's the matter. She hopes that at least this time she won't be the one to be ignored. Kneeling down on one knee to be closer to the Duchess, the young man, perhaps for the first time, says his full name, Wilhelm von Souffet. He is the last king of Archaea, which was destroyed. The weapons that were taken from the people were those that were in the possession of the people of Archaea. He was taken away and hidden, but he offers to do what was intended.